Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from. Welcome along to the North American HCS Super. We have got $125,000. 20 teams will be competing for the lion's share of that money. But I am not alone here. I've also got Tony. Tony, welcome yourself along. It's good to have you, fella.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Why not be reckless, aka why not be casting? And it is an honor to be here. Like you said, $125,000 on the line. I was half tempted to make a team and get double first rounded in that open because at least I would have had a chance. Everybody in the top 20 making some money.
Everybody is out there going to get some cheddar. Everybody will be getting paid out. So any of those teams that did qualify through the 16th to 20th seed, it's not all doom and gloom. You are going to get yourself some cash even if you do get eliminated pretty early in the tournament. But speaking of the tournament, let's check out where to watch and what exactly is going on during the stream. We have got twitch.tv/Halo for all of the A-Stream games. You can catch that over on YouTube as well. And twitch.tv/HCS, and that will be myself, Tony, and indeed Active taking you through all of the B-Stream games. Tony, I'm excited for this one.
I am too. I mean, they call the A stream the alpha stream, but we call the B stream the better stream because this is where we get live. This is where we get real over here on the B stream, twitch.tv/HCS.
And taking a look at the schedule then of what to expect coming up today. Game 1, G2 Esports versus Space Station Gaming. Where will their form lie? Sentinels against Native. G1 versus Fnatic will be game 3. 4, FaZe Clan up against Oxygen. What way will they shake out? Pioneers against Space Station once more. And then to close out the day, Sentinels against Complexity. Tony, talk to me about your most favorite game of today.
Well, our first matchup is G2 versus Space Station Gaming. I mean, you can't ignore that. Space Station Gaming have an incredible roster, but they've been underperforming recently. Meanwhile, G2 having a huge shakeup to their roster, bringing in Barcode. I'm really excited to watch that matchup, and then even going downward towards the 5 o'clock, Pioneers versus Space Station Gaming. That should be good too.
Yeah, of course, many teams making changes after Kansas City. Only 2 rosters have stayed the same, Sentinels and indeed Optic Gaming. Everybody else has had that shake-up, so we still need to find out where these teams lie in the grand scheme of things. But definitely looking forward to Game 1, G2 Esports versus Space Station. A mixed bag, Space Station taking 2 attempts to qualify for the Super, but G2 Esports with Barcode, how will they fare? But looking forward to it anyway, Tony. And taking a look at the pools and where these teams all lie, where they sit. And Tony, I want to talk to you about it because after Kansas City, every top-seeded team in pool play finished unbeaten. Do you see any of those top dogs getting upset here today?
I mean, it's going to be tough. And you got Sentinels. Obviously, I think they come out on top in Pool A. Cloud9, I think FaZe going to give them a run for their money, but you got to give me Cloud9. Optic Gaming versus G1. G1 are slowly on the rise, but I mean, come on now, 125K. I've seen G1 do it in scrims. I've seen them do it at opens, but I haven't seen them do it in this level. So give me Optic Gaming. And then Pool D, and that's right. That's pool death right there. Because at that point, I could make a good argument for anybody in Pool D to come out on top in this one. Pioneers are the leading seed, but G2 have been their ultimate kryptonite as of lately. Space Station Gaming are a roster that's put together to start contending for top 4 that obviously haven't reached that potential just yet, but I'm a big fan of SSG. This Pool D, I'm just going to chalk a dart at my screen, and then whoever it lands on, I'll go with them.
Yeah, of course, Space Station, we spoke about briefly, them taking 2 attempts, and it was actually Lions in their group, Tony, that took them down first time of action, game 5, 50-49. Do you expect to see a similar story? Because I know, talking to you before we went live, you said Space Station, you can see them top in the group, but you could also see them finishing bottom of it.
I'll be honest with you. I don't see Lions repeating that with SSG. I think Lions played incredible. I got a hot shot Ghost jersey on right now in the spirit, whatever. But Space Station Gaming are the real deal, and I think Space Station Gaming finished 3rd or above. I think they can really catch G2 off guard. I think they could maybe steal a win over Pioneers. Like, watch out for SSG. I think that's going to be the real story here.
And we, of course, all of the talent did do their predictions heading into the Super, and pools A, B, C, and D have some of those top teams, and some people predicted Sentinels, others Optic Gaming. But Tony, talk to me about your wild card. Who was your pick?
My wild card is G1. And to be honest with you, the fact that I'm calling it a wild card is almost disrespectful. I mean, we've seen what they've been doing recently. They're over in the G1 facility. They've been putting in the work. They've been going toe-to-toe with the likes of Optics, the likes of Sentinels, the likes of the Cloud9s and the FaZe, and not only going toe-to-toe with them in scrims, but even getting winning records on them in scrims. I don't want to put everything on scrims, so that's the reason why I still have Optic finishing out in first place, but I am going to have that wild card on them because they're the team to watch. If they can continue that success that they've been finding in the opens, that they've been finding in this practice, and actually convert it to when it matters most, watch out for G1. They might actually upset and maybe even get top 4.
You're not wrong. I have G1 finishing in the top 4. They have been a real surprise package post Kansas City, and FaZe Clan are going to be my wild card because, Tony, we just don't know what to expect from them. Their scrim results have been a bit up and down.
It's been tough for FaZe.
Say it, Tony. Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest.
It really has been, and you know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna put myself out there. When I heard this FaZe Clan was going on, back in I think June, I started hearing rumblings about it. I nicknamed them the God Squad. Straight. And since then, they haven't been looking like it. They're obviously have not hit the ground running, and they're obviously struggling here in the early game. And it wouldn't be a big deal if we didn't already see the likes of like E United looking very good, if we didn't see G1 looking very good. Like, we're seeing other teams implement new pieces and they've been hitting the ground running, and then we see FaZe, who we had the highest expectations for, and ultimately just not reaching those peaks. I mean, let's be honest, they got 12-1 by Optic twice now in scrims. You know, again, I bring up scrims. Not everything is about scrims, but you can't ignore those results. FaZe need to have a turning point, and I hope it's today.
Can FaZe turn the corner? Exactly going to be the question as the weekend does roll on. But let's talk about G2. Tony, this roster has been super impressive. Gilkey, Sabinator, Straight Sick, and the new latest addition from down under, all the way from Australia, previously of Chiefs, and that squad has not looked the same since he left. Barcode, all eyes on him today.
I mean, you can't tell me enough about this squad. G2, which let me start off by saying, let me premise what I'm saying, but they had an abysmal start to the season here in Halo Infinite. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They were not looking good whatsoever, but they probably are my most improved team since season 1. Because they've turned it around. Even when they implemented Envoy, that was filling in for a bit, implementing Rami for a little bit, that was filling in until Barcode was officially moved to the US over from ANZ. They were starting to rise up. They got a 3rd place finish during the Open. They really started to figure things out. Sab is an absolute stud and an underrated slayer that we have in our league. Straight Sick be hitting curb slides and even snap slides on a dime. And then Gilkey, he's a slayer. He's the same Gilkey that we know from before, and now you're adding Barcode, who is the biggest X factor here in this tournament. Barcode was absolutely running ANZ, but now he's over in the big leagues, and now we're gonna find out if he can replicate that same success that he's had overseas and bring it over towards here in NA when it matters most. Watch out for G2 and specifically Barcode.
Let's talk about it then. Let's highlight it, because Barcode, typically over in the ANZ region, he was this big fish, Tony, in this little pond, but now he's over with the big dogs, swimming with the sharks, and is this going to be added pressure to him now? Of course, when he comes over and plays in the major tournaments, Chiefs are not expected to do that well, but now he's on this G2 roster and bigger things are expected of him. Is there added pressure with that?
There is. I mean, we can't hide from it. There is added pressure. You're talking about G2. When you think of the organization G2, it run like championships is what you think in mind. And G2, like I said, during the start of the season, did not hit anywhere near the stride that the organization was looking for. But since improving, now you have even more expectation on Barcode, because they were already on an upward trajectory ultimately without him on the team, and now he's kind of being brought in as that saving grace, saying, hey, look, we want you to take us to the next level. We want you to be the natural slayer that you are, the nuisance, the creativity that you've been able to use to keep yourself alive and ultimately hit almost every single shot and embarrassing some of the best in ANZ and even in North America too, because we've seen them do it a little bit over here. Now G2 have to continue that upward trajectory. They have to continue to put up results like they have without him.
I guess the question comes down to what's the player you're going to watch out and look out for here in this first series? Is it going to be Barcode, or do you have an eye on one of those already settled players like Gilkey, like the Straight Sick?
It has to be Barcode. I'm sorry. And if you asked me before, I would have said Sab. Because Sab is the one that's always flying across the map doing his thing. He's always that entry frag player that opens up so many lanes for his teammates. I would have said watch out for Sab. But now, I mean, all eyes are on Barcode. It's simple as that. You're the new face. You're supposed to be brought in as that player that's going to continue that upward trajectory, continue to push G2 over the edge. I mean, I'm sorry. All eyes are on you. I hate to put that kind of pressure on him, Shurzy, but hey, I mean, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen sometime. Might as well be today.
Well, that's the red corner. Let's take a look at the blue corner then. SSG, a mixed bag, misfortune. They keep making roster changes. Have they finally found the winning recipe? Ace, Collect, Suppressed, and Tylenol. Tony, is this the one that can finally push on? Because early signs have not been great.
Why you gotta do this to me, Shurzy?
Do it, Tony.
Why you gotta do this to me, man?
Hard-hitting questions.
God, I was big on SSG. You know, Tylenol, high sensitivity, 8.5, by the way, vertical and horizontal, and for acceleration, yet still leads his team in accuracy, damage, assist, lowest death, kills. He is legitimately, and always has been, the main slayer on this squad. And then joining him, you have the likes of Suppress, who Suppress was another slayer that they brought over from Exit not too long ago, who has one of the smoothest shots when it talks about fundamentals, reticle placement, and simply not missing. Suppressed is that. Gets a little bit crazy sometimes, but that's all right. You need a little crazy. And then when they signed Collect, Shurzy, when they signed Collect, I call a lot of players young stars in the league. There's not many that I call young superstars. Collect has superstar potential. When you watch his screen, when you watch his POV, I get bound type of vibes. The ability to stay alive, to take engagement that he's always going to win, and then even turn around fights that he's in a non-advantageous position in. Collect is a game changer. He's a playmaker. He is the real deal. And then recently, Ace, fresh off meditation Ace, fresh in the morning Ace. I'm talking about levitating off of his chair Ace. When he's popping off, which he has had some games where he has, this SSG squad look unstoppable. My only problem is where is the consistency? Sure, please tell me, where is the consistency out of SSG? Because that's all that's missing. If they can keep playing to their ceiling, this is a dangerous roster.
Yeah, we have got the 5th seed up against the 13th seed, so no doubt about it, SSG are going to be the underdogs. But let's take a look at the series layout and see, can Space Station take a game or two nice and early just to put the doubt in the minds of G2? Can they plant that seed and then water it as the series progresses? But CTF Catalyst is going to be game 1, Slayer Streets will be game 2, and Oddball Recharge, King of the Hill Live Fire, and then Slayer Aquarius will finish out if we do require them. Tony, talk to me about this series layout. CTF Catalyst, is this a game type that Space Station can thrive on?
I think they should. I think they're not lacking any speed whatsoever. I think with Catalyst, you need two things. You need speed, and you need the ability to play for one another. There's going to be times where you're seeing teams stacking one side, 3-1 splits, 4 splits, or 4-man pushes over towards one side of the map, because that's just how the layout plays towards. And luckily for SSG, they have no problem playing on top of each other, playing that bait and switch, playing within elbow's length of your brother, and keeping your teammate alive. That's unselfish gameplay, and that's what I love to see out of SSG. What's going to make it tough is that when I look at G2, I look at one of the ultimate defensive teams that we have. When they get into their setups, they lock down every part of the map, and they feed information towards each other so well that it's really hard to break their setups. And when it comes to capture the flag, SSG are going to continue to aggress, continue to try to inch forward, while G2 are going to try to meet them there. If G2 win those early slays, at that point, now SSG are going to force to show how good their defense is on Catalyst, and that's where ultimately they're going to be tested.
Space Station will be tested, and G2, who are already favorites to secure that 2nd spot in the pools, Space Station have got to take games, have got to win games against the likes of G2 if they stand any chance of remaining in the winners bracket come the knockout stages. So Space Station have it all to do, but Tony, it is about that time that we do some predictions. Who have we got coming out on top?
Sure, come on, man. Don't do this to me.
I don't. Listen, it's all tough questions, Tony. You're going to be doing this a lot this weekend. You're not going to like it, but we're going to have to do it.
It's tough. It's tough. If you ask, if you ask me when this team first got put together, I'm saying SSG. I'm saying SSG. I'm saying 3-1. However, G2, like I said, my most improved team coming into this event, and now you're adding Barcode, who I think is going to be even more valuable, add even more value to this team. Give me G2 and give me a hard-fought battle. I want to see a Game 5. Let's start off our day in a Game 5 Slayer Aquarius.
And let's talk about it, Tony. Let's talk about the trials and tribulations the Space Station Gaming have gone through, because when the game first came out, when this team was first announced, everybody looked at it and thought, these boys are going to be real contenders for those top spots. But as every tournament has rolled on, it just hasn't worked out for them. They've been taken down by teams we expected them to be. On paper, this team looks as though it could be really, really good. But of course, we know on paper is not where Halo is played, and G2 are going to be a tough task for them here.
They are. And you know what? It's going to get even harder. I mean, G2 are a great test, and I think G2 are might be underdogs to make it into that top 6. People probably have them in their top 8, top 12 category, but I'm going to say top 6 is where G2 finish off. But for SSG, it's not going to get any easier. You know, you're going to have expectations when you go up against the like of Lions to try to get your rematch, to take down the team. Like you said earlier, beat them in that Game 5. I had the luxury of casting that event, and it was incredible. and then even the Pioneers, you know, SSG, this is a squad that's built to get that top 8 and above. And in order to get there, you're going to have to go through G2. You're going to have to go through KCP. You're going to have to win series against Lions. There's no way you're going to be able to get away with reaching your ultimate goal if you're not beating out Lions left and right. It's not going to get any easier for them, not in pool play and ultimately not in championship bracket.
Well, we talked about Ace, we talked about Collect, and indeed Tylenol. It seems only fitting that we now talk about Suppress, Tony. What does he bring to this roster?
Suppress was phenomenal. You know, I'm thinking about him back over towards Exit, where he was that secondary Slayer, you know, side by side with Suspector. Those two were nuisances. They were absolutely incredible. And if Suppress can play the same way he was playing on Exit, you know, back in the Anaheim, it's going to be insane. But without further ado, game number 1 is on the way, Shurzy. And like you said, capture the flag on Catalyst. The first time we're going to be seeing this map on a stage this big here in tournament play.
I'm rubbing my hands together. Cannot wait to get into this one. Excited to kick off the day with G2 up against Space Station. Game 1, setting the pace nice and early, not only in the series, but in the tournament. Tony, who have you got coming out on top in this one?
I'm going to say, only because I picked my prediction to be G2. My brain is telling me G2, but I'm telling you, my heart is telling me watch out for SSG. My heart is telling me that SSG were looking for a turning point, looking for a tournament where they can just come out and reach the potential that we know that they can attain. And this might be it. And this is going to be their first stance. Do it against the likes of G2, one of the most improved teams. Do it against the likes of them stealing over that top talent over from ANZ. And now everybody having even more expectations on them. Space Station Gaming, show us what you got.
And we are underway then. First game up, CTF on Catalyst, shields up, weapons hot. And we're straight into the thick of it then over on gold side. Suppressed, taking down to half shields, but immediately we're going to see this player back up and get himself out of dodge and over towards the spike grenade. The war early doors. 2 members go down for G2 and Space Station come out on top in the early engagements.
SSG already getting first flag pull. This is what we wanted to see. Suppress starting off with that huge double and now grabbing that flag already past the 50% portion of the map. SSG looking very clean in the early game, and now we're going to see Collect double back, support his overshield player. A double kill now by Ace, and there should be nothing stopping SSG from running this home. Oh, excuse me. G2 is still there.
Nothing stopping them. As a matter of fact, a lot stopping them. We see G2 in full force trying to get that stop, and have they been successful? Tylenol still has his hands on it and prepared to punch in, but he gets stopped right at the flag podium. Finally gets punched in, and Space Station draw first blood here in game 1.
First blood being drawn, and we know that the wound has been created. Now onto G2, and now we're going to see if SSG can open it up and ultimately come out on top. 1-0 lead, like you said. We have Collect coming out over towards the top mid side, providing a little cover fire, but now gonna bounce back and push a 1-2 combo with Suppressed. These are coming with the bait and switch, able to take down Barcode right off the rip, and that's exactly what SSG need in order to grind forward.
How do G2 respond then? After going down really, really early. Before that second overshield had even popped up, we get a nice flag cap. Quick, early, Sabinator. He gets eliminated. Overshield's about to pop once more. This one could be big, choosing the destiny of the next flag cap. That much is for damn sure. We're seeing bodies hitting the floor, left, right, and center. Space Station down to just one member. Now almost back to a full complement, but here comes the G2 push, and no doubt they'll be looking to pick up Overshield, and his attention's now turned to it. Ace over towards his own flag, taken down to half shields. He has to back away. He has to step back, and Overshield will get scooped up and into the chest.
And that was huge for G2, winning the Slays battle right as Overshield is coming up, and now we got to see them get aggressive here. And as that happens, Sab ends up being taken down. Space Station Gaming doing a great job of clearing out their base, but there's more G2 members looking to get aggressive.
Aggression is the name of the game. What can Sab do to push his team forward, get themselves right back into things? Tylenol, as he now heads up towards the opposing enemy flag. Player down to no shield. It's an easy kill onto suppressed, and 3 go down now for G2. And Space Station, they're cooking and they're firing all cylinders, but now honors even. It's a 2-on-2 split on the map.
Space Station Gaming definitely winning the Slays battle, and ultimately with that, they now have the opportunity to get aggressive. Sab gonna quickly take height here, as we have Tylenol trying to fight out of the base. The damage comes in. Tylenol now gonna be forced to back down, but being hunted down by Sab. And with that, 2 members of SSG on the black screen. Ace and Collector trying to rotate back over toward the flag side, but it's not gonna be enough. We see a counter pull coming in out of SSG, looking to put their second on the board.
And looking through the eyes and ears of Sabinator as he hits the respawn screen now. 2 go down, but it's G2 on that push have lost 3 members. Make it 4. Space Station Gaming stand strong. They defend well. And this has been really impressive so far from Space Station.
Sab going to show us the entire sandbox here, whipping out the Pulse Carbine. Weapon going to be absolutely deadly, especially from range, and we're going to see if he gets value out of this one. But hold on, nobody home here for G2. Finally able to find one. Collect does a great job of staying alive, pushing toward the Brutes. The Nays going to try to finish him off. Finally, Collect goes down. Sab not able to get the trade, so another 3v3 scenario. Both of these teams trying to fight for that control.
Now, Barcode, Overshield into his chest. A lot of expectation on this young man's shoulders. First time playing in a North American tournament. What can he do then? Straight off the boat, off the plane, and into the high-octane action against some of the best players in the game. Gets a double kill. That'll do his confidence the world of good, and already top slaying on his team. Barcode looking to do a lot of business here this weekend and trying to drive his team forward. The X Factor he was called, and he needs to be. Because G2 right now find themselves down by 1.
Barcode not only leading the Slays like you were mentioning before, but also leading the assist as well. But now we're on board with Gilkey having that sword. Wants to try to push up, wants to try to create an opportunity, but SSG are still doing a great job of defending their base. Suppressed off the screen, taking down Barcode, putting his 13th on the board, make it 14th after getting a double kill. And now Gilkey trying to get it toward the base. Collect watching over towards the mid. I love the aggression coming out of G2, but it's just not converting, at least not yet.
Gilks trying to stay alive behind enemy lines. Contemplating getting a flag touch, but he's got 2 members of Space Station to contend with, and Tylenol hits the respawn screen for the 9th time, having a bit of a struggle, but his team are in the lead here. 2 kills and 9 to 9, and we'll keep a close eye on him, as Tony expected him to be one of the difference makers, one of the top fraggers for his team. It is not going his way early doors here, but still plenty of time to turn his fortunes around. Now on board with Sabinator. Skewer in hand, looking to make some kebabs, but unfortunately for him, there's no meat doing. Space Station remain on top here, and they're keeping it nice and scrappy, and G2 maybe not expecting that.
Definitely not, as G2 going 3 down. Sab the first one to spawn. It's up to him to try to stop the push that's ultimately going to be coming from Space Station Gaming. Collect gets towards the mid-map. The nade's going to do more damage to himself than the opposition, and Collect takes advantage of that. Half of the members of G2 now on the black screen. SSG starting to cook with that fire you were talking about before.
SSG going up through the gears. Looking to double their lead here. 2 go down once more. 3 for G2. This is the opportunity for Space Station to get that other flag on the move, and they oblige very, very quickly. Can they stop the overextensions here, though? They've lost 2 members in the process. Collect might have a tough ask on his hands here. waiting for his teammates to spawn back up. Tylenol looking to provide that cover fire. Will it be enough for Collect to punch this flag in? A lot of pressure being applied by G2, and Space Station trying to back down. They lose 2 members, and perhaps the flag's in danger of a counter cap opportunity here.
On board now with Zab, going to try to make a run here, clearing out the skewer side of the map, and that flag is on the move. Barcode going down to 1 shot, so we have to hesitate a bit, and with that momentary lapse of timing, SSG are going to push right up from the flank side, right into his blind side. Tylenol gets a double kill. G2, we're on a roll, able to get that flag over towards the mid-map. SSG respond back, and now somehow we have a 1v1 on the screen. It was Barcode versus Ace, and it looks like Ace was able to get the return.
Map reset for a moment then. After that skirmish, Space Station threatening to double their lead. G2 cling on though, make sure it remains a 1-cap game. But Space Station have been so impressive. You talked about suppressed. You expect them to perform well. 17 kills, 7 assists, and 11 deaths. He's performing admirably here for his team.
And this is where SSG are truly dangerous. Like we talked about before, Tylenol coming out of Kansas City was the leading slayer of this roster. He was first in every single category. As of right now, he's at the bottom of the list, and SSG still have 1-0, and that's because everybody is stepping up. You have Suppressed with 17 kills, like you mentioned before. Even the veteran Ace is doing this thing with 17. As of right now, G2 going 3 down and are feeling the constant pressure that SSG are able to create.
Last time we checked in with Tylenol overshield in his chest, he was 2-9. He has restored some of that strength to his team now. 9 kills, 7 assists, and 14 deaths. He has eaten away at that deficit and starting to be a bit more of a factor on the map for his team. And can he utilize this overshield to double their score? Because not only will that 1-0 lead do them the world of good, time is starting to play a factor now, Tony. 3 minutes and 30 on the clock. They can, if they choose to, just try and play that time.
Not able to get much value off of this overshield as Barco gets a double kill, and that's going to lead to a pull going in favor of G2. So a bit of a standoff here, but SSG are a bit slow to respond. Tylenol needs to get a slay, and this overshield is being tagged away, is being stripped away of all of that extra shield. And to finding 2, though, Straysick has to go for the challenge.
Oh.
The bait and switch comes in. Beautifully played by Sab and Straysick to be at a disadvantage, but to make a play. And now we're seeing Sab try to use the sword, but it's not going to be enough. SSG come in and wipe G2 4 down.
The sword player running at you full steam ahead. You use the repulsor, and all of a sudden you see a grapple come out, and you're sweating just a little bit off the top of your brow, but they've managed to handle Sab on that occasion and ensure that they keep a hold of this 1-0 lead, which could be detrimental to the health of G2 if they do not get a boogie on. They've been unable to figure out what to do just yet, but that sword gets the job done. Second time of asking. 2 dead for G2. And Space Station really going through the gears right now.
This is a different SSG squad that we've seen right now. This looks like a well-practiced, a well-oiled machine. This is an SSG that I had thought this was what they were going to look like in the beginning, and they haven't. But now they have bounced back. They are here. They are upset, and it looks like they are taking it out on G2. SSG absolutely controlling the map, but somehow still only up 1-0. Let's keep that in mind. G2 still have a little bit less than 2 minutes of regulation to make a comeback here. SSG looking great in the slays and maybe overslaying, but I want to see that at least be a 2-0 or 3-0 lead with the way they've been looking.
This could be the final opportunity then for G2 with only 1 minute and 30. And a little bit of change left in the clock. Barcode has already lost a teammate in Sabinator to make it 2 as it's a 2v2 now on the map. Gilkey and Straysick up against Suppressed and Ace for a moment. Sword is influential once more. Gilkey charging in, but he does not have the support required from the rest of his teammates. Nose grenades will clear him all the way out. Space Station survive once more with just 1 minute left to hold on.
Not only surviving, but they're thriving right now, Shurzy. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of SSG. And now we're seeing almost a minute of like a Slayer 2.0 from SSG, because they're just going to look to stop G2 from coming off. But Barcode going around the map with the grapple, a huge play to pull the flag. High risk, high reward. We're going to see if it pays off as Suppressed puts him down to 1 shot with the green gun. Barcode. I seen it done in matchmaking. I do it myself all the time. I didn't think I'd see it at this level of competition.
Barcode soaring through the air, almost like he did coming from the A and Z region. But he has to now try and be in effect once more, push on that base, because that flag pull has not borne much fruit. They have got the flag on the move now. This will be the last chance, the last opportunity, and Ace trying to stop that flag has been successful in just stopping it in his tracks with the use of that sword. Barcode prioritizing getting the touch, but Ace turns around and bites off a little bit more of Barcode, takes a chunk out of him. 4 up for Space Station now. The return will come through, and I tell you something, Space Station are so close to getting this one, but somehow G2 have gotten a touch.
3v3 scenario, both of these teams fighting for that control. Collect ends up going down. That's gonna be huge for G2, but the follow-up coming out of SSG on board now with Tylenol, who gets naded out thanks courtesy to Straight Sick, and now this flag is going forward, but the overshield ends up in the hands of G2. That can be the difference maker.
Overshield beats rock, paper, and scissors. Gonna jump and dive on that return, and at the last possible moment, they've tied up 1-1. We're going into overtime, Tony.
G2 clutching it out when it matters most. We talked about how great SSG were looking, but it only, even though they were slaying and winning the Slays battle drastically, it only converted to 1 objective time. That's not going to cut the mustard. G2 were able to clutch it out in the final seconds, and now we're here in overtime, and now all that momentum that was built up by Space Station Gaming has just been diminished. At this point, it is gone. G2 are looking great. G2 are now in the driver's seat.
Will Space Station's head dip? Will the wind be taken out of their sails? G2 with the final throw of the dice. Got the job done. They threatened on a couple of occasions, as did Space Station. Tony rightfully says we're in the driving seat for large portions of this game. But how is their mettle? How is the bottle now? Mentally, are they feeling a little bit sorry for themselves? The G2 been able to not only knock on that door, but kick it straight in and send us to overtime. Collect the last man standing on the map, and all of a sudden, G2 have full numbers advantage, and they're descending on the base. The press back base will be absolutely lit up. Ace tries to throw a few denial nades, but he's not long for this world. Jumping up and down to no shield. Straight Sick will get that finish. Defense standing not strong enough this time, and G2 have another flag on the move.
Multiple forward downs going in favor of G2, and that's going to lead to that flag moving toward the 50% portion of the map. Bit of repulse play to get it just a bit further. And now we're going to see if G2 can run this home. There should be some overextenders coming in from SSG. No, they were met. Every overextender was taken down, and nobody in position to even get a shot off on that flag before going in. G2 getting back-to-back caps, which is going to be good enough to take game number 1 in the series.
G2 against the run of play, it must be said, for large portions of that game, Tony. They come out on top, and is this that old kryptonite you spoke about for Space Station? Is that creeping in once more? They were playing so well in game 1, but somehow find themselves in the back of a loss.
That was all SSG. That was all SSG. Throughout regulation, I mean, you cannot slay that hard and only get 1 cap. I hate to bring it up again, but you almost outslayed the entire G2 roster with just 2 players, Suppressed and Ace. That's how good they were looking, and you allowed G2 to clutch it out in the final seconds and be as objective efficient as possible, and then go into overtime. And quite frankly, I didn't see life out of that Space Station Gaming roster. In that overtime, we did not see them start off the same way they started regulation. G2 shaking off the rust, clutching it out, and now they're up 1-0 in the series. How is this going to play to SSG's mental?
That was the worry. That was the fear. Did the heads go down? They knew they were so close to taking game 1. But G2, you rightfully say, shook off the rust, and will they now go from strength to strength? Was that the opportunity for Space Station, like we said, to plant that seed before the series even started? But they find themselves now down 1-0 when rightfully they should find themselves 1 to the good. Looking at that Carnage report then, Sab 18 and 24 with 15 assists, but we talked about Barcode, the pressure that was on his shoulders, and he top fragged once more, 26 kills for his team, but only going positive too. And you spoke about it, they got heavily outslayed but still won the game. Space Station have a lot of work to do here, Tony.
The seed's been planted by G2, like you said. They're up 1-0 in the series, and now we're going to find out what SSG are truly made of. We're going to find out, I say it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a flower in a war. So SSG, you need to come out. You need to come out strong in this game number 2. Treat this game number 2 like it's a game 5, because the last thing you want to do is lose even more momentum going into that game 3. You have to make your stance right here, right now, and put up a fight here on the streets.
Confirmation of how it's shooken out then. 2-1. CTF Catalyst goes in favor of G2. Slayer Streets, like Tony rightfully says, is up next. And something I expect to see that we've seen at Kansas City is Barcode has this strategy. If they spawn up top of Streets, he likes to go into tires and shoot the spike grenades for any player trying to onrush the shotgun. I'm wondering if he'll try and employ the same tactics here as he did for the Chiefs. We'll have to wait and see. But expectations now. We've seen Space Station heavily outslay G2. We now go into a Slayer. Is this in their hands? Or Tony, do you think mentally they might crumble after that game 1?
I think SSG needed a mental reset, and as of right now, we have a little bit of a break coming from game number 1 to game 2. I'm sure Elamite's in the ear saying, hey, look, we slayed so hard in that game number 1. It's only if we keep that same energy going into game 2, we're going to come out on top. That's simple as that. Suppressed and Ace were winning every single individual pivotal battle. Collect was coming in a bit hot towards the second half of that game as well. And then you have Tylenol, who, like I said before, the leading Slayer, the main Slayer from Kansas City for this roster, that 1.74 KD that he pulled off. If he just bounces back a little bit in this game 2, SSG should be able to easily take this over G2 and tie up the series. At least that's what I'm hoping. Like I said, Jersey, I want to see a game 5.
Yep, we are greedy, we are selfish. We want these games to go as long as possible. We want to see as much Halo as possible. Something SSG done very well in the last game was securing those power-ups, and Barcode has done exactly what I thought he was going to do and managed to secure himself a kill onto Collect. If only people had done their homework. I told you it was going to happen, Tony. It was going to happen.
Drop one going to come in from G2 to cover that middle angle. Gilkey on screen now, putting the shots over towards Tylenol. Tylenol Collect working together over towards the cafe side of the map, but Tylenol Suppressed getting back-to-back kills. Gilkey on screen trying to slow them down, but Space Station Gaming are running over G2 on the purple side.
They have secured the rockets. Gilkey gets himself out of dodge after hearing that boombox play a tune that he's not quite a favor of. And Elamite, front base, uses that sentinel beam, fries the shields, and ultimately his team are on hand to get the kills. But we're all tied up in the early engagement, 6 kills to 6, and Space Station now spawn down low and have to fight their way back up and into the map. And Barcode and his team have got map position and map control, but there's the opening pick going in their favor for SSG. Suppressed opens the door now, numbers advantage, but he has been traded out in the end. It's a 3-on-3, but SSG look to force push over towards Arcade. Bulldog in the back pocket of Barcode. He whips it out, takes down Collect, and somehow escapes for his life, but it's only for a moment. 10-10, we're all tied up.
G2 able to bounce back and find the slays that they need. Barcode already sitting with 5 at the moment. Suppressed able to get away with that Stalker rifle. I talked about how smooth and how centered Suppressed shot is. It's very fundamental. I think it works well with the Stalker rifle, and that's exactly what he has in hands. You're seeing a 3-man push over toward the B side and Suppressed covering them from range with the red gun.
Suppressed plants his feet then with the Stalker rifle, waiting for a member of G2 to step into his crosshairs. Nothing doing just yet. Rockets have popped up. These kills are going to be very, very important to see who dictates the pace and who can secure the rockets. They have been picked up, but only for a moment. Collect was the first one to put his body on the line, and that might have been a mistake as slays go left, right, and center. 2 down for Space Station, and that could open the door now for G2 to secure the rockets for themselves, and that will be the second successive rockets in their control. Suppressed still has a Stalk rifle, but been unable to really put it to use until this very moment. Takes Gilkey down to 1 shot over towards a generator in Cafe, but he scrambles away with his life, and Suppressed locks in 1 onto Sab. Red gun once more will come out. Tylenol on hand to help secure those kills. It's 17-17. Now G2 just get the lead, but can they now build upon it? Bulldog in the hands of Straightsick.
Straightsick able to get the double with the Bulldog, but can't find the third. That's going to be Ace that's going to shut him down. And now it's Ace and Collect. It's their responsibility to stop Space Station Gaming from pushing toward the purple side. 3 down, go SSG. G2 not only able to grab the rockets, but able to get value out of them, gaining a 3-kill lead.
Barcode again, showing exactly why the team have put faith in him to be the difference maker. 9 kills, 5 assists and 6 deaths. Once more, top fragging for his team. Sabinator though in PD, looking for the handcuffs to put Space Station into jail. Tylenol picks up 1 over towards the Cafe, takes his kill to go, though, as he hits the respawn screen. Suppressed last man standing, 25 kills to 23. G2 have a lead, but it's only a slender one. And by no means is this game done and dusted just yet. 3 kills, though. They're now starting to grow in confidence. They have map control once more. Sandbox starting to be dictated now. Barcode has the drop shield, and he's looking to employ it over by the Rocket side. As his team have top control once more. He throws that drop shield. It does pop up. Suppressed takes that fight on, though, and somehow comes out on top. And 2 go down for G2, and that might open the door for Rockets.
SSG trying to bait out this Rockets all the way down from the subway side of the map. Meanwhile, Stray Sick trying to get right into the action with that Bulldog. Whips it out. Tylenol gonna go down, and that's another 3 down for SSG. They are bleeding resources. It's rolling downhill. G2 are taking control.
G2 putting SSG in some uncomfortable positions, taking them into deep water now. What was a 2-kill game is now a 6-kill game, as they continue to try and push themselves even further ahead. But just like that, SSG answered back, but Straight Sick, something the man has always had, is a shot he very rarely misses. Perfect kill for him will extend their lead once more to 4. Again, though, SSG lock up 2 in the kill feed. Ace and Collect combine to cut that deficit now down to 3. And Straight Sick has dropped down, but it's only to his demise. Now just 2 kills. G2 require 15 to close out this game. SSG have hung on in there, but can they go one further? Can they tie this series up?
Sab on screen. It's just Sab to create those openings, to be that entry frag player, to open up the entire map for the rest of his team. And now we're seeing that here as Stalker Rifle comes in, ends up getting himself a quick assist, putting his 11th kill on the board, by the way. This is exactly what you wanted to see out of G2. 2-kill lead going into the end game. We saw how clutch they could be in game number 1. Now we're going to see if they can replicate that and close once again onto SSG.
The pace of the game has totally shifted now. Both these teams recognizing that one mistake, one misplay could spell the end for their team. They could throw the map away. Ace with the spiker grenade gets a kill onto Barcode. Numbers advantage for a moment then for SSG, and that will mean Rocket scooped up for Collect. Can he get away with his life? Yes, he can. He rounds the corner in towards Cafe then. And the team hunting in a pack. It's a 3-man rotating around the back of tower, and they've met up with a teammate now. And it looks as though the call has come. We are going to control the arcade side with these Rockets. Boom, connects with 1. Straight Sick hits the respawn screen. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered now for Space Station. Another one goes in to the tram station, but it does not connect. But they are descending now. Bulldog in the hand. Can it get 1? Yes, it can. And Collect expertly manages to get away, but it's only for a moment, though. 37. Make it 40 to 41. It's a triple kill for Barcode, and he restores parity. But we're all tied up.
Barcode scanning the opposition. It's going to cost them this game as Barcode comes in, teaching him, saying, I am not only the best in ANZ, but I'm coming for that NA title. The body disrespect is in. He's 14 and 11, 7 assists, and already feeling confident after 2 games.
Every time the young man gets a kill, you might hear an audible beep. That is the Barcode being scanned. 1 more to the tally. 14 kills. Again, top fragging for his team. The pressure has not been telling. What pressure he might say. Killing spree for him. They only require 1 more kill. It was all tied up but a moment to go. But how quickly it can change when the weapons fall in your hands. 1 player set up over towards arcade. Then will this be the hit? All 4 of Space Station cannot survive. Collect the first man and the last man to fall. And game 2 goes to G2.
A 2-0 series lead to start off our game. G2 not only setting the pace in that game, but also setting the pace in this entire series. SSG looked great in game number 1, at least in the early rounds, wasn't able to close things out. I think they looked great in game 2, keeping it close until about the 40 kill mark. And then G2 flipped the switch. Barcode drops that triple kill, and it was lights out for SSG.
It's those moments, Tony, right? Those pivotal moments in the game where SSG are hanging in there. They're not only hanging in there. Game 1, they were dictating the pace. They had it all their own way at times. But those pivotal moments when it's time to get that flag in, they keep fumbling. Game 1 and Game 2 was a similar story. They were hanging on in there in the series. It was 41-41 at one point. But somehow G2 have found that extra gear to close out game 2, and SSG would find themselves very unlucky to be down by 2 here.
I mean, I will give a shout out to Collect for dropping 15 kills in that game. I mean, doing everything he can to try to keep his team in it. I will say 13 deaths a little bit high for a Slayer. Would love to keep that maybe to about 11 or below. But, I mean, it was more than just a stat. Something was fundamentally wrong. SSG were doing a great job of holding off the pressure from G2. In fact, they even found those slays and got up and got very aggressive when the time calls for it. But it was just a turning point play that was made by G2, and I really think that's where the fundamentals, locking down the entire map, feeding that information towards his teammates. You know, a triple kill was nice, but one triple earned by one player isn't just solely theirs. It's also about the team communicating. It's also about the team putting players weak, staying alive, and opening things up. Barcode gets the triple, and at that point, SSG, they started scrambling. They started looking for an answer. Now you're going into game number 3 with literally no momentum right now. An oddball recharge is going to be very tough to beat out G2 with how good their defensive stances are.
For Space Station, then, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep. They're going to take this series because G2, particularly the latter stages of that second game, they found that gear. After that triple kill tying up the game, Barcode and Co, they went from strength to strength. And now they find themselves just one game away from going 1-0 in the pools. We expected this. We talked about how Space Station were going to be the underdogs. But they have given as good as they've gotten at times, but there's still some things to work on. They still have to get the reps in, Tony, because they're missing just something. I can't put my finger on it.
Well, luckily for SSG, they do have Ace on the roster. He's one of the best objective players that we have here in our league, here in the top 8, top 12, and ultimately top 16. He's first on his team as far as caps, as far as ball time, even stronghold captures. So as long as he's able to grab that ball and his teammates are able to play around to making sure that G2 do not find the opening that they're looking for, maybe SSG come out on top. The problem is I just haven't seen it yet.
Is this the moment? Will this be the turning point? Can the global champion drag his team to victory here? Show some more signs of life in this series. Push us, even if it's just a game further. 2 go down, though, for each team. The opening engagement. Space Station, though, have come out on top eventually. Gilkey, last man standing, but he has locked in one onto Suppress. Tries to use that shock rifle. Unable to connect with the face, though, but he has done the damage as Space Station down to just one final member. And Ace turns his attention to the new boy in Barcode and sends him to the black screen really quick. But G2 have scooped up the ball, so although the opening engagements was a bit back and forth and Slay's not heavily favouring one or the other, they have managed to get the first 5 seconds on the board, and Ace with a little bit of disrespect onto Sab as he grapples that ball back towards him, almost like Scorpion says, get over here.
SSG with 3 down to Ace, somehow finding 2 kills and that ball time they're desperately looking for. 4 and 1 on the stat sheet, and now demanding this ball. And then I love this rotation come out of SSG to now bring this over toward the C side, away from the G2 spawners. And if the pressure comes in, this ball will be played off the map. But hold on, oh my, Shurzy.
Oh, and I tell you something, I was worried as you were speaking. I could see Sab making his way under the underpass in the blue tunnel, and nobody on G2 was able to spot him out. He walks up, Tony, gets himself the easiest triple kill he's ever likely to lock in, and as a result of that, complete momentum shifts for SSG onto G2 now. Sab blows this map wide open, and they continue to score now. 30 seconds and just waiting from the call for his team to play this ball. And here it comes. Ball gets played off. The repulsor will help him stay alive, only for a moment though. Great plays out of Sab. That one play, that one triple kill ensures that they not only take the lead, but they make sure they can reset the map.
And with that, Sab not only playing the ball, but also playing his life, making sure that none of those resources, that repulsor, those power weapons go in favor of SSG. I think that was a smart play. And now we're on board with Ace. Ace was the one to make a play early in the game. Now he has a commando in hand, has a chance to do it again, but Barcode coming in onto the blind side of Ace, finds himself a kill and the opening pick that they need, but 2 down go G2.
These teams and trading back and forth. Space Station find themselves down 2 in the series. After this oddball, will it be G2 with a 3-0 sweep? But it won't tell the whole story. It won't say how close it was. But at the end of the day, the history books don't care how close. The score line will read the same. And it looks as though 2 members have actually dropped out of the game, which will give us the opportunity, Tony, to talk about the series so far. But not only that, but the strategy's been employed. And it looks as though G2 heavily favouring moving that ball over towards pipes. But we will get a reset here, and a ruling is exactly what score is required for the team, as something appears to be wrong. We have a tech check, and we will figure it out. But Tony, opportunity for us to talk about the series so far. And Space Station, we mentioned it. They have some of the ingredients, but they just haven't been able to cook the cake.
Can we just talk about the fact that Collect, instead of quitting out, just switches teams over toward G2? And if you can't beat them, join them kind of thing.
That's it. That's it. Hashtag Intel.
But
Collect now member of G2.
But, I mean, it was a good start for SSG. I mean, you got to point out the play made by Ace. Ace's team goes 3 down. And at that point, you would think SSG needs to slow things down and wait for his teammates to spawn, but Ace felt like he needed to make a play, and he had that confidence within himself in order to do so. So what does he do? He breaks in toward the gold side, wins 1 slay. I'm like, okay, that's good. He did his job already, but then he doesn't stop. He continues to push over toward the top goal, continues to get another slay, or melee to the body, then grabs a hold of that ball, and that first time goes towards SSG, and then rotates the ball toward the C side, doing everything right for the team. And then Sab breaks through, gets a nasty triple kill, stops SSG from playing that ball off of the map, and the tides change almost immediately from there. I think it might have been like maybe a 32-18 run by G2. SSG are making plays and are working so hard, and you can see it, but G2 just counter with 1 play, and it's like everything they built up ends up being just stopped right then and there.
It's almost karma if you look at it, because Ace makes that play and then puts a melee into the dead body of Sab, and Sab comes back and breaks that setup wide open, gets himself a triple kill and says, no, I'm the man, I can make the plays. Gets that triple kill and totally turns the game, flips it on its head. I think for G2, they keep making plays like that, it's going to be a 3-0 sweep. And we're hearing it's going to be a full replay, so honors even. Who does that favor, Tony? Is that going to favor G2 or is it going to favor SSG?
I think it favors SSG. I think, in my opinion, when you made that play to rotate that ball, because everything that Ace did, rotate the ball, and then didn't get the chance to play it, and Sab answers back towards a triple kill, that's momentum. And I'm a firm believer in transfer of energy. And I think G2 definitely just sucked the air out of the room right there, and SSG were in danger, maybe coming out a bit flat off of those spawns. Obviously, at that point, there might have been a little bit of technical difficulties. So, and the fact that G2 did have a bit of a lead, not much, but I would say that really favors SSG, because now you just get to press that mental reset button and you just say, hey, you know what? The same way we started off, let's just keep doing that. Let's just get kills and win the game. That seems to be the easiest strategy. Well, no, not for SSG.
Why can't these teams figure it out?
Too many kills. Their objective efficiency isn't there. Remember in Catalyst CTF? I mean, they had the slate that they needed, but only got 1 cap. And even in maybe SSG needs to slow down on the kills.
I think it might be a 2-step process. Get the kills and win the game. They only managed to complete step 1. We're going to need to see step 2 here in the oddball, or they will go down in the series. And I think you're right talking about the momentum, how G2 sucked the air out of the room. And perhaps if you're Ace, you're after doing everything there, you've gotten the ball all the way over to C, you just need somebody to clear underpass. It didn't come, and hopefully things will change. Fortunes will be turned around, and SSG can push us to distance here. Opening engagements have gone in their favor, just like they did before, but can they capitalize on them now?
And just to remind you guys at home, this is pool play that we're in right now. This is to determine the seeding and where you ultimately will place within championship bracket. You know, SSG know what's on the line. They're down 0-2. If they lose 1 more game, they're now in danger of possibly having a losing record and starting off in the elimination bracket round 1, elimination round 2. That's not where you want to start off. So SSG know what's on the line right now. It's up to them to execute. You have your own fate in your hands right here, right now. And with SSG starting off with the huge back-to-back kills and once again getting first points, clearly they're ready to come back here.
SSG come into this tournament the 13th seed, bottom of their group. They've already played Lions in the qualifier. They lost to them. G2 second seeded in the group. So games do not get easier after this. You have to take down teams the likes of G2, because there's no easy games in the HCS. Typically in the pool play, you will not get any walkthroughs. And early engagements have gone in SSG's favor, though. They have registered 14 seconds. They are down in numbers for the moment, though. But they're only fresh spawners of G2. Tylenol down to no shields. Not long left for the world. And now Pipes in control of G2. 2 members down for SSG. And kills now slowly turning once more. 4 dead for SSG. And G2 have an A setup.
G2 coming off a spawn and making their presence known immediately. And now we're going to see a lead change once again. A great start for SSG. But the counter comes in for G2. And now they're back in the defensive stance. But hold on, active camo's coming up. Tylenol Collector surrounding that camo. G2 do not have the numbers nor the position in order to grab a hold of that. And this could be exactly what Space Station Gaming need in order to turn the tides once again.
Well spotted. Barcode recognizing this as well. Throws the ball out, smelling danger. Spidey senses were tingling. But 3 go down for SSG, and Collect is the final member, and he does not have the camouflage. And Seb makes that move once more. Underpass. Throws the ball out, immediately recognizing, getting the comms. As soon as that shot hit Collect in tower, the communication came. You're not safe. Play that ball. He does so accordingly. 28 seconds now to 14. Sword gives the Shoryuken from Gilkey. 4 dead for SSG.
G2 continue to find these numbers, and now it's Gilkey that's holding down the C side of the map. Meanwhile, Space Station Gaming spawning up over toward the A side. They're going to try to break through gold. A double push by Tylenol and Collect, but there's not enough room for them to work it. And G2 still looking for the slay. The same for Space Station Gaming. A little bit of cheeky plays across the map from Gilkey. Tylenol getting the first pick onto Sab. A double kill taking down Straight Sick as well. Gilkey immediately goes to take height, but Tylenol and Collect are rotating this ball away.
Tylenol making sure there's plenty of room for activities as he tries to rotate that ball out Pipes, but ultimately meets his demise. Straight Sick now with the shock rifle in his hand. He can be a surgeon at times. You have to make sure to shut him down nice and early as he locks onto Ace, but just misses for a moment. Catches the shoulder blade of the global champion. Barcode then looking down on his prey. Ace will get taken care of. Tylenol will soar into top tower and lay hands onto the Australian. 50 seconds and 19 though. SSG do have ball in hand to start eating away at that lead, but early engagements have favored G2, but what can Space Station do? Can they hold this setup now?
The lead in favor of G2, but SSG looking to respond here. Off the screen, Straight Sick finding that initial pick once again, forcing SSG to rotate this ball. And now with half the members on the black screen, SSG need the slays, but they simply will not find it. 3 down. Goes straight to Space Station Gaming. Straight Sick and the boys running through on the gold side, breaking that setup once again. And now they just increase their lead. SSG are struggling with the defense that G2 are thriving with.
Chris Jericho breaks the walls down. Barcode breaks your setups down. As he soars in, 1 nade takes care of 2 members. 3 dead once more for SSG. And Barcode rotating that ball, but being pestered by that final member of SSG, and Suppressed, who finally is taken care of. Straight Sick picking up a double in the kill feed, and now G2 only requiring 20 more seconds to secure round 1.
I hate to say it, but SSG, they need to start sending some overextenders. They need to start desperating towards this ball. Time is dwindling down. And Tylenol Collect looking for the opening onto the control side. They're just going to have to bust through and try to win a pay. If Ace finds an opening onto Whirlpool, but ends up right into the middle of 2. Gilkey gets himself a double kill. Barcode is going to slay out the last with the ball. And that's it. 4 down for SSG. 1-0 lead in the rounds as far as oddball. G2 are 1 round away from sending SSG towards the bottom of the pool.
You call for it. You call for the push. They had to get desperate, but like lambs to the slaughter, G2 just waited. And it got a little bit biblical as 4 went down. Now though, round 2. Can SSG put up a better fight here and now? They have it all to do. Down 2 in the series, down 1 in the oddball. If they're to lose this round, they will go down 0-1 in the pools. And again, in the same group with Pioneers, G2, who they're playing right now, and indeed Lions. They have it all to do in this super already. Backs to the walls in game 1.
Starting strat once again going in favor of SSG. G2 trying to answer back. Suppressed and Collect going to be the first ones to go down. And now you're seeing the entire G2 roster surround SSG. The nades are starting to fly. They're trapping Thailand on Ace over toward the gold side of the map. Blind side coming in. A little bit of a flank. So G2 going to have straight 6 Pacific. They have to go all the way toward the mid map to try to play his life. And SSG answer right back.
Tylenol with 10 kills for his team, 10 deaths. But they have now finally gotten their hands on the ball and starting to eke out, squeak out a slender lead. Ace drops that ball though. 2 members down for G2, so perhaps putting more faith in his teammates to secure that kill, at least quell the push. He's getting pestered once more though. Sab is not trying to make this a comfortable ride. However, Ace looking to rotate that ball as he has done so before. Drops down onto Barcode, and with the help of Collect, they get the kill, they get the job done. 3 dead for G2. Last surviving member is Gilkey, positioned bottom tower. Ace is in trouble though, needs the help to come, and here comes the cavalry now. Opts to rotate the ball back towards Collect. Can he escape with his life? No, it looked for a moment he was going to round the corner, but 3 go down for SSG. Collect, position top elevator, drops down, but it might be ill-advised as he loses his life to Barcode and set up broken wide open.
G2 able to influence those spawns, able to slay out, and now it's SSG spawning from across the map. They're a 25-0 run in favor of Space Station Gaming, but now it's G2. They get an opportunity to answer here. The nade starts to go in, just barely missing out on the snake. Takes down one. Collect's gonna have to get out of dodge, able to stay alive. Excellent denial grenades coming in, but SSG refused to be denied.
Camouflage for straight sick. Punch to the back. A melee will be enough to handle Collect. A couple of shots from a teammate. That will take him down to about 3/4 shields. Suppressed is in the crosshairs, but as his camo dissipated, it meant that he was clear and in vision, and Suppressed did not lose that one there. Tylenol picks up Gilkey as well, and perhaps Space Station have got semblance of control, but can they hold it now? There's 2 members down for G2, and Tylenol starts to push out with the shock rifle. Straight sick, the first man to line up and get his hair electrified. 3 members of G2 positioned over towards tower side, look to make inroads into this hold. Barcode. Ideas of getting towards A and indeed pushing out from pipes, but here comes the G2 push. Gilkey has lost his life, but Suppressed has gone down in the meantime, and I like this. Pass the ball off as Tylenol is down to no shields. But what a hold this has been for Space Station. What a score they have managed to put together here. 57-31 as they've taken the lead. And Tylenol picks up 2 more. Shock rifle does pass over though. And again you can see Ace wants to rotate this. He doesn't like standing still. He wants to get his tap shoes on and perhaps bring it towards pipes to his team. The communication has come. Stay A. 2 members down for G2 and 72 seconds and counting. This is much better from SSG.
This game was once tied up at 31 apiece moments ago, but SSG have absolutely taken control here. 74-31 run in favor of Space Station Gaming as they look to take height, and nobody able to contest with Ace. Even alone on the A side, finally you're seeing a push, but is it too little too late as Sab ends up being dropped by Ace. He had 1 in the hole. And with that, G2 immediately starting this push off 1 down, and that's not what you want to see for them to break this lockdown that Space Station have created on the map.
G2 though, they blow the setup wide open now. 4 dead for SSG, and will look to be an impervious hole for quite some time. Has finally wilted, and G2 will begin eating away at that lead, cutting away at it. 40 seconds now to 81. G2, can their hold be just as good as SSG's? Over towards pipes, not choosing to keep it in the elevator as a trade comes through. Collect has sword, and he was in pipes, but only for a moment as he dips out to try and play his life. 2 members of G2 though, the last men standing, and they have rotated the ball just like Ace has done in the initial start of the game. Straight sick gets the ball across then to blue, and now the opportunity to play it if they need it. And they will not make the same mistake that Space Station did. They have a player positioned underpass to watch and spot out that play. Barcode will drop down once more. Keep eyes on the underpass. Suppressed though, steps out on C plat. Straight sick And Barcode handled him. Numbers advantage now, slightly in favor of G2, but only for a moment as Tylenol picks up 2, but Straight Sick makes it all 4 dead for SSG. And G2 are going through the gears.
Straight Sick absolutely doing it all in that engagement. 21 kills, having a bit of ball time as well, and then dropping that ball to push forward and to keep the pressure onto SSG. What a play by Straight Sick. But as I say that, G2 are forced to reset the ball. They do end up going 3 down, and SSG will get first touch on that ball and first rotation, and love the timing and objective efficiency that you see coming in. Straight Sick tries to make a play, but he was by himself. There's only so much you can do on your own.
Barcodes come in once more. Him and Straight Sick have been influential for the team. 21 kills apiece, but impressively, Barcode just pushes over that 100-point threshold. Ball time for his team. Not afraid to get his hands dirty. Not afraid to slay. Do the objective, whatever is required for his team. Collect the last man standing. Communications come through. And G2 secure round 2 and 3-0 sweep. They go 1-0 in the pool.
It's really tough to see SSG continue to start games well, continue to utilize their ability to slay in order to control the pace of games, and then continuously choke the game away. G2 in the game number 1, what happens? You're up 1-0. They're overslaying. I said it before. Suppressed and Ace almost outslaying the entire G2 roster by themselves at some point. What has happened? G2 caps a flag into final seconds and then stealing the game away. Game number 2, same thing. SSG have control. Going into that 40 kill mark, it's still up to them. A triple kill comes from Barcode, and G2 steal the momentum again. And even in this game right here, that round, you sit there and make it a 75-31 game, and once again, you let G2 claw the way back into it. You cannot throw these games. You have to figure out how to put the nail in the coffin, how to close things out. And as of right now, we're not seeing that out of Space Station game.
Would the complexion of this series be so much different if they had taken down G2 in that game 1? But time and time again, SSG snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. Sorry, the other way around. Snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. They had it in their own hands. But again, game 1 and 3, you talked about it, Tony. Even large portions of game 2. This could be a very different series, but it's G2 who had the ice. It was them who clutched up at the moments. In that oddball game, it's heartbreaking for SSG. They're putting it together, but again, the pieces have fallen apart, and they find themselves down by 3, which is not a scoreline that perhaps they deserve, because they were in that series. It could have gone the distance, but it's G2. They managed to be unbeaten.
I said it before the series started. G2 are one of the most, if not the most improved team from early in that season 1 to where we are right now. They've made incredible strides. They have really started to step into their own. Sab is exactly the stud we thought he was. The entry frag player puts as much damage on the map, and now he has a leading slayer to go along with him. Straight Sick does everything he can in order to win the game, and as Callus has said about Gilkey, he is the best back player that we have here in our team, and he's the one that covers each other, that comes in for the bait and switch, that puts in those long range damage, and is always supporting his team. And mind you, he can pop off on his own. G2 earned that 3-0 sweep.
Well, up next we have got Sentinels against Native. Who will come out on top? Will it be the reigning champions of Kansas City, or can Native throw a spanner in the works? We've got that coming after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the North American Super $125,000 on the line. 20 teams and what? You're not Jersey. What's going on? Tim, how did you get here? We must have left the door open.
Yeah, you left the door open. I came right in, and let me tell you, this is the biggest and best opportunity I've ever had. I've been working on this cast game for a very long time, and HCS has seen something in me, and I'm going to tell you something right now, Tony. We're going to put on a show today. And someone else who's putting on a show as well, or going to try to put on a show, is Native against this Sentinels roster. The previous winners of that KC tournament, they looked really good. The sleeping giants, so to speak. It's going to be Sentinels and Native. They're going to have to do a ton of things correctly in order to take them out.
Yeah, really excited to watch this matchup that we have right here. You know, Kratos and King J on the same team. You already know they're going to give us a show. King J obviously best friends with both World 2 and Snakebite. Now always playing together in matchmaking, but now they're going to be enemies here on the virtual battlefield. Game number 1. Capture the flag on Catalyst. Tell me more about this matchup between Sentinels and Native.
Catalyst is going to be a great first map. We haven't seen much of Catalyst yet in professional play. This is probably, like you said earlier, the most that's going on the line for this map in Catalyst. A lot of really great flag movement can be had with that equipment and that utility on the map with the repulsor and the grapple, and of course that overshield down bottom center. You can't just go down there and take that, Tony. You're going to get absolutely obliterated. You've got to utilize that grapple to get that OS, and you can literally convert flag pulls with that. But something I want to mention, Tony, King J and Minds, they played together back in HCS Raleigh, and these guys, they got the Raleigh 2021 Astro Breakout Team Award, so maybe they can pull that teamwork and chemistry together in this next game.
I'm right there with you. I want to see Native put on a show, but I'm also not going to sugarcoat things. Native were able to make it through the open bracket, and I'm good friends with a lot of these guys. You know, Piggy, King J, I love these guys. I love Kratos, and I'm happy that they made it here. But you're going up against the Kansas City champions, Sentinels, the Dynasty. Native are going to have a hard run, but as I say that, hold on. 2 down go Sentinels. Native already running that flag forward, having it past the halfway point. Native do not fear Sentinels.
Kratos said on Twitter, there is no need for storylines. He is the storyline. He pulls that flag all the way towards his base. Right now, his teammates are 2 dead, but they still scrap it up. Mines is there. Piggy potentially going to take this, and if he puts this in, they get a 1-0 lead already in this game, Tony.
4 down goes Sentinels, 1-0 lead for Native. I don't know what's going on, but I'm here for the ride. Piggy going to quickly make his way onto the skewer side, meeting a bit of resistance from Lethal. Luckily, as a teammate on his backside, Raw 2 gets a god nade. Lethal with Snakebite getting back-to-back kills, and now the tides have turned once again. Native going 4 down, Sentinels ready to pull a flag of their own.
A lot of respect for Native for getting that very first flag cap, but we know that Sentinels start slow. In Kansas City, they got into a Game 5 against Quadrant where they nearly won, and also a Game 5 against the Pittsburgh Knights. So Sentinels just a team that has to kind of warm up, you know? They most of the time show up on that championship Sunday, but you don't want to start off having a bad record in pools because that's going to put you in the elimination bracket. And right here we see Lethal. He's trying to push this flag through.
Lethal, the number 1 assist player on this team, always able to set up his teammates for success, having 3 assists already to start up this game, ends up going down quickly. So we have Frosty saving that overshield from getting into the hands of Native, forcing it to be played off the map, while simultaneously we see a flag being run, and that's going to be Snakebite.
So we see 1 flag being put in. That OS, though, was in Kratos' hands, and he threw it off the map. Because of that, they're not going to be able to try and force a second flag cap here, and Native have a chance to play a little bit of defense and make sure this next cap doesn't go in.
Kratos going right in for the challenge onto Snakebite, able to find the kill. 3-4 to Sentinels, hitting the black screen, and yet another pull going for Native here. We talked about Native just not fearing Sentinels, but as of right now, they're playing really well here in the early game. Obviously tied up at 1 apiece, but Native on the offense and in the base of Sentinels.
Mine's starting out the game a little bit slow here. He's 1-7, does have 5 assists, but you gotta tell me. I mean, if Mines can pick this up, Tony, if Mines can start to slay out like we know he can, this could potentially be a win for this Native roster. And let me tell you something, it would definitely be an upset win. But if you're Native, you definitely want to start in this series strong.
Shots being fired here. Piggy not able to win the individual piv. Ends up being taken down. Frosty quickly grabbing that repulse. And you see the information coming on the screen for Snakebite, pinging left and right, knowing exactly where Native are coming in. Mine tries to break through. A little 1-2 combo. Tries to bait and switch, but that nade will slow him down just a bit.
I really like what I'm seeing out of Native right here. They're not forcing this flag cap. They're making sure they get a couple slays. As you can see, 2 down right there, make that 3, and they're going to be able to put this in safely. If you force that flag cap, you have a potential of a counter cap happening, but look at this. Lethal gets an incredible kill. Kratos there to clean it up, though. They're going to punch in their second cap.
2-1 lead, not by Sentinels, but Native right now controlling the pace here in game number 1 on Catalyst. And we talked about before, when you're the underdog, when you're the lower ranked team, you have to have a great start. You have to dictate the pace. You have to tell Sentinels that we are not going to be reacting to everything you do. We are going to be setting the pace. We're going to make you react. We're going to go right at it with you. As Frosty on screen with the commando into the base of Native, into the Lion's Den. Piggy goes for the challenge, ends up getting put down. Kratos gonna get some too. Them hands rated E from everyone.
My goodness, Kratos gets that very pivotal kill, playing some insane defense on the base. And something you got to notice out of the scoreboard here is that King J is 11-7. Words from his mouth himself. He says that when he's playing well, he's a very inconsistent player, but when he's performing well, I mean, you got to watch out. This guy can take over.
And we need to see them take over. It's exactly what they need as Native up 2-1. Here, King J on screen, the leading slayer of his roster. A dozen kills so far, even 2 assists to go along with it. They're currently trying to defend this base, making sure the Sentinels don't get an easy pull here. Native have to make sure that they defend it and then turn that defense into offense as Lethal and Raw 2 are starting to push up.
You see all of Native in the back of their base right now, setting up that wall of defense, making sure that Sentinels can't get through. But you gotta be careful here. Royal 2, 15-7. The highest slayer in the lobby, and of course, Lethal. Starting to prove himself, starting to prove his worth as well. A great player on this squad. There's been a lot of questions, but he remains on the roster, and he's trying to prove why.
Lethal immediately taking height, covering the backside of his teammate who's running flag. King J tries to catch an angle and is denied immediately by Lethal. Finds himself a pick. 3 down, go Native. And with that, Sentinel should be able to run this home. I'm not sure there's anybody in position. There was one, it was Mines, but Frosty drops that flag, peels him off the map, and now Sentinels move in to control the overshield. A little bit of CPR, trying to bring Mines to life. I like that.
Always got to bring him to life real quickly, because right now, Native started off real strong, and you saw their teamwork and their bait and switch ability was incredible at the beginning of this game, but we're starting to see them stagger off, and it has a lot to do with as well these pivotal kills coming from Frosty and Royal 2 as well. Piggy with the double, though, potentially going to quell this push, but they've got to take care of the 2 players that are pulling this flag.
Lethal bringing that flag all the way towards his teammate's spawning side. He wants to double back to deal with Piggy, but Piggy absolutely obliterating Raw 2 in that engagement. Lethal checking every corner, trying to find him, goes in for the melee, earns himself a killing spree. But as I say that, 3-4 to Sentinels on the black screen. Now it's Lethal by himself, waiting for his teammates to come off the spawn and catch up.
This is a great play by Lethal. They do know he's in the base, so he's got to make sure he tries and delay as best as possible. You see that left sneaky corner that he's sitting in? Very ambiguous. It's very hard to kill someone in this corner. You see it right there. Beautiful job by Lethal to play his life.
Lethal still on screen here, trying to defend that flag. Ends up getting the return to sender. Piggy throws an excellent grenade, but the counter coming in out of Lethal. What a play.
2 go down for each squad, so right now it's going to come down to who gets that first pick. It's a standoff, but it looks like that flag will be returned, and Frosty's going to put in the 3rd flag. They've got to set up here. They've got to make sure that they stay together. They play that bait and switch game like I mentioned before. That's what's going to grant them success in this game.
Similar to SSG, Native starting off hot, but now we're seeing Sentinels warm up, and now we're seeing them bounce back with that 3-2 lead. We have Snakebite on screen, immediately going in for that grapple. Plays should be made with the utility.
Not enough is said about this. A lot of these teams from the top 8 are in Austin, Texas right now. They're playing as close to the server as possible, and Canadian Royal 2, he plays on a really difficult connection most of the time. And right now, on the connection that favors everyone, he's 21-11. An incredible performance by him.
the #1 player in damage and lowest deaths, not only on his team, but even in the top category across the entire league, was the reason why they were first place in Kansas City in World 2. The Slayer you're seeing on screen, 21-11, even running the flag, doing it all. Sentinels are starting to heat up.
Royal 2 does it all. If you watch the Optic video just posted on the YouTube, Optic Against the World, you saw how much Royal 2 was able to do with that one play against Forma with the camo and the sword with that shock rifle. And look at this, like you said, putting in another flag cap 4-2. It's going to be hard for Native to recover here.
Only one cap needed for Sentinels to come out on top. Piggy aware of it, opens things up with a masterful double kill. Grabs that flag, tries to inch it forward, but ends up going down to one shot. Doesn't care, still tries to get it across, but Frosty anticipating that well. Now Frosty gets the double kill onto the feed, and once again, Native are losing numbers. They're dropping players left and right, and that was a sweep in favor of Sentinels, who were looking to put their final flag cap on the board.
When you're Native and you go up 2 caps in this first game, obviously you're feeling the adrenaline, you're feeling really good about yourself, but unfortunately, it's going to be really difficult to hold that type of momentum against a team like Sentinels, against the first seeded team. This team is disgusting. They won Kansas City for a reason. They're able to wake up at any moment. And it looks like right there, I did see Royal 2 kind of walking into the wall, so it looks like we might potentially have a little bit of a lag out here. We'll get back to you with the results from the refs.
Yeah, a bit of technical difficulties, but I mean, the story still comes out. Native starting off hot, putting that first flag cap on the board. I think at one point they even had a 2-1 lead to Native, and then since then, back-to-back caps coming out of Sentinels, controlling the game once again. Big plays coming in from Sentinels, and now Kratos just a little. I mean, Catalyst is like a playground. If you have yourself a grapple or a repulse, you can really have some fun on the map.
Yeah, I absolutely love Catalyst, and honestly, I really love the things we're learning from it. I did see like a flag run with a repulsor going through spikes down to the blue platform, up to the other spikes, repulsing the flag over to that side. And again, we're talking about so many different flag routes, and then you've got to, you know, when you have the grapple and you're running the flag as well, there's a lot of speed involved there. You can literally cross over. You know how they send a lot of people on one side? That cross shot is completely gone. If you can get that grapple, perfectly time it out of one frame, and go over to the other side with the flag. Just so many things you can do, and we're still learning.
Active, you played a ton of matchmaking with me. How many times have you seen me grab the grapple on Catalyst and wrap around the base and go in for like an early flagpole or try to get behind enemy lines? I feel like it's almost every chance I get, whether it's good or bad. But
Right.
We actually saw that in competitive play. We saw G2 and Barcode specifically with the high risk, high reward. I love doing it in matchmaking and in ranked, but I didn't know I was going to see it at this level of competition as well.
I mean, that G2 series was incredible, and Coach Callis said it himself. Barcode is the X factor. Barcode is the man to create plays on the team, and he does just that. I mean, maybe Tony's my man to create plays for me. I mean, you did it multiple times. I still don't have that grapple play down all the way around the outside of the map, but again, we're seeing that. We're seeing players drop down off the map and then grapple back up to surprise. I mean, there's so many cool things that you can do on Catalyst, including the movement. It's an incredible map, and like I said, it's very new to this professional play, and we're going to see a lot come out of this map in the future.
And with it being so new, the meta's still being defined right now. You know, you're seeing Native come out hot, you're seeing SSG come out really well. Now, but then once the timing gets figured out, Sentinels bounce back, able to put back-to-back caps. Well, when we got 4-2 before we saw some difficulties there. And the same thing with G2. Starting off cold, ends up coming in, clutching out that cap in, 15 seconds, and then winning it out in overtime. So with the map being so new, I feel like we're still trying to discover strategies. We're trying to figure out what is the best way to go about it, A, B, C, and then how do you counter what your opponents are trying to do as well. So if Native want to win, I think taking them out in the game number 1 might be their chance. We'll see. I'm waiting for the admins to tell us what's going to be the ruling for this game 1.
Yeah, we'll get an update on you for that, but something I really do want to mention is there's a lot on the line here, of course, in terms of prize pool. $125,000 on the line. 20 placements are being paid out. Everyone that is in this tournament that has been invited and has made it to this tournament is getting paid out, but something is very important is the fact that if you perform in this tournament, that winner's quarterfinal at least, you qualify for pool play in Orlando. That's the big one. That's on land. That's where everyone comes to play, and everyone's on an even playing field.
Well, we're going to find out if Sentinels and Native have really come to play. The score was 4-2 for Sentinels. So at the replay, Sentinels will be needing only 3 caps playing the differential, and then needing 5 caps will be Native. And we're only playing with 4 minutes on the clock because time was definitely a factor in favor of Sentinels. So again, playing the differential, 2 scored line, 3 caps needed for Sentinels, 5 needed for Native, and 4 minutes on the clock.
Native started that game very strongly. Let's see if they're able to do that again here. But again, even if they start as strongly as they did, they'll only be up 2-0. They still got 3 more flag caps to get. Sentinels look a little warmed up, Tony, and it's all what we expected. I mean, I love Native as a roster, but this is a difficult match for them. Even King J said it on Twitter. It's a difficult match for them. They started off really strong, so they've definitely got that, potential, and potentially they've got some sparks of greatness. But can they bring that to close out this first game? Like you said, this first game, very important, especially for the mental.
While we're waiting for all the players to get into the lobby here, I'm gonna test you. First time on the broadcast, and I'm glad to have you. You know you my dude. You know my brother to the life. But what are your expectations for Sentinels coming off of first place in Kansas City, showing us that they're the same dynastic roster that we've known them to be? What are your expectations for Sentinels going into this tournament?
I put our predictions up on the Twitter, Tony, and I have Sentinels winning the whole thing. Now, it's a lot to do with the fact that everyone, like I said before, is in Austin, Texas on the very same connection. So there's really nothing to complain about. Everyone's going to be on the same playing field. It's very important to mention that, as this game is very different in terms of what type of ping you have. We're seeing that with Barcode. He's come from NA. He's come from ANZ, coming to NA. He's performing incredibly well already in his first series. So I'm looking for Sentinels to win this out. It will be surprising to me if they do not. But again, Optic look really strong. And then we have Cloud9, who look incredible and are extremely practiced for this event.
Well, you know what? In the same breath, let's talk about Native a little bit. Native. Interesting roster coming together. I love me some Kratos, man. He can talk. He can talk the talk. He can walk the walk as well. You have King J and Mines coming over from that Built by Gamers roster, and then you have Piggy, who is so young and so talented, and the main slayer on this team. And I'm talking, he's going toe to toe with Plenty, and we're gonna have to prove it here on this stage. What do you want to see from Native in order for them to possibly pull off, 1, maybe 2 games, maybe even the series against a team like Sentinels?
So it all comes down to what I said before. King J, he said it himself, he's a very inconsistent player. In that first game, we saw consistency out of him. We saw slayability. Piggy saying he's my X factor on this team. That man can move and shoot and slay like the rest of them in this tournament right here. So for those two, it's going to be how they perform in this moment. And if they can do so, Mines having a really difficult time in that first game. I believe he was 5-18, which, stats aren't everything. And we can't just fully focus on stats, but the amount of impact you're able to pull with only 5 kills and 18 deaths is not a lot. You've got to think about that impact. How much damage are you doing to the enemy roster? And again, Mines, if he can step it up, there's going to be some big potential for this team. You saw 2 caps off the bat, and he was 5-18. I mean, this squad looks really good. I wasn't expecting this much of a competition in this first game, but we got one. Let's see if they can continue the momentum, though, because Sentinels, like I said, they really came out on top, and they were starting to warm up and starting to slay heavy. Royal 2 is my definite MVP in this first game for Sentinels.
Well, we're on screen now with Native going up against Sentinels at the moment here, and Native are going to have to pull something out again. 5 flag caps needed within 4 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, Sentinel starting off with a 2-0 lead, only having to cap 2. You have the grapple, you have the overshield. There's plenty of goodies on the map for them to take advantage of here on Catalyst. Let's start on board with Lethal.
And you talk about that right there, Tony. The big factor for me is the 4 minutes. You've got only 2 overshields to work with. You've got to make them count if you're this Native roster. And right away, we've got 2 dead for Sentinels. They're trying to make a push on this flag. But look at Royal 2, the anchor player at the backside, putting shots in, getting perfects, and the damage is too much. But Sentinels are getting outslayed at the beginning of this game once again.
Native once again starting off hot. Their opening strats are absolutely solid here on Catalyst. And now we're seeing the bounce back coming out of Snake by taking down one, getting the reversal on the second one. A double kill comes in, and just like that, a little bit of momentum shifting in favor of Sentinels.
Mine starting off real strong here. That play, not so much his stats, but the play that he made onto Snakebite to make sure that that overshield was null and void. Really set them up to play some defense, but you see again Snakebite in that ambiguous spot in the left corner. I don't believe they know he is there. So he's going to be a little bit of a problem. But they take out one of the problems, and that's going to be lethal.
Mine's able to steal away that repulse and the sword combination, going right after Snakebite, chasing him away. As while that happens, King J at the same time is going to be pulling this flag, so things going from bad to worse for Sentinels. Mine's coming in with the sword. 3 down goes Sentinels, and this first flag cap might go in favor of Native.
I feel like every night with my kids, I'm reading the same book over and over again. Native is looking real strong at the beginning of this game. My question is, can they continue this momentum throughout? Looks like this first flag cap is going to go in with little resistance, and it's going to be Kratos punching it in.
Native once again taking control here. Sentinels not starting off as hot, but keep in mind, Sentinels have started off with a 2-0 lead. Now it's 2-1. Native having 2 minutes on the clock to put at least one on the board to tie things up. And Frosty and Raw 2 having something to say about that, putting Kratos and King J onto the black screen. Mine's gonna go down as well. And now we're having Sentinels take control here. Less than 2 minutes. Overshield, sword, resources in favor of World 2.
World 2 with this OS and this sword gonna make an impact. You see the overextenders on the other side there, but 3 go down, and World 2, the last player alive. He can definitely take and put a lot of damage into this squad, but how much is he going to be able to put in? The bait and switch from Native is actually really strong. They're going to get this flag past the halfway point of the map, and some great nades are going to prevent World 2 from pushing any further with this overshield.
You talked about the damage World 2 is able to create. That damage eventually turns into pressure. And with that, they try to stop Native from pushing forward, but Native met them at every angle. And now a 2-0 lead for Native. This game is essentially tied up with 1 minute on the clock.
Fortunately, once again, though, Native end up going 3 down, and this might be a flagpole for Sentinels, but the spawns come through. They waited a little bit too long. So it's going to be up to World 2 once again to slay out the squad. 2 of his teammates are down, though, so he's got to be careful here.
43 seconds for either team to try to make something happen. I don't think either one of them want to see an overtime situation, and half the members of Native go down. Sentinels immediately taking height here. Lethal having an opportunity to pull a flag if they get the timing of the slays. Frosty off a screen, making a play with the skewer. Snakebite taking down Piggy. Frosty fighting yet another one. 3 down for Native. And King J, the final player, able to take down Frosty before going down. But Lethal is going to take this flag right up the mid.
Once again, Native start off strong. There's only 5 seconds remaining, though. And they're not going to have enough caps here on the board. They needed 5. So it looks like Sentinels are going to take this first game of the series, and something we had thought to be written already.
Well, actually, technically, Sentinels needed 3 caps in order to win, but that would give them a 2-0 lead. Native were able to cap 2, so I'm going to wait for the admins to figure this out. But this might be a tied-up game. We might be going into a pseudo-overtime situation, put 3 minutes on the clock, and maybe first cap takes it. I wonder exactly how we're going to play things out because Native were able to cap 2.
Now, Aquarius CTF was one of my most competitive maps in the game, but Catalyst CTF looking really good right now. If you're seeing these 2 teams kind of battle it out, trade left and right, I love to see this out of Native again, starting off really strong. It was the question, was Sentinels able to carry that momentum from that very first part of game 1 into the next part? And they didn't do that, you know? Native was able to once again continue to cap. They had 2 on the board right off the bat, just like last time. And their ability to bait and switch and slay out is very impressive, especially against the #1 seeded team.
Still waiting for the admins to feed us some information here, but like we said before, Sentinels had a 2 cap lead going into that restart of that game 1. And the Native were able to put 2 caps in. So essentially, it sounds like we're going to be tied and going into a bit of an overtime situation. Okay. And either way, I'm down for it.
Me too.
Native are putting up one hell of a fight, and I was so excited to see Sentinels right off the rip, and I'm excited to see them being tested in the early game. I don't root for teams, I root for storylines.
Same here. We're all about the storylines. I'm really impressed by Native here. I believe it is. We are getting the ruling that it is in overtime, and I believe the first cap will win, Tony. So, very intense start to this game, and let me tell you something. If Native can start like they have the very last 2 times we watched them start this map, oh my word, we might have a game number 1 going to Native.
Yeah, I mean, Native were able to put back-to-back caps at the beginning of that game, or up 2-1 at one point. Then in the restart of that game 1, they ended up putting 2 caps on it within 4 minutes against the likes of Sentinels. We know how strong they could be. We know how strong their defensive stances are and how they're able to set up on the map. And it looks like the team formerly known as Crowd Pleasers, now Native, are able to break those setups. And I'm excited to see it.
Let's see. This first OS, this first grapple, going to be a big factor. And again, I'm seeing Sentinels utilize those back left corners and the back right corners of the flag. It's such a deep corner that you can literally just hide in there. And if there's no information on you, Tony, you can make some massive plays happen. You know, teams that are at this level are always looking for where everyone is on the map. So they're always going to be looking for that last player to slay. But if you're in the back of the map and they're facing the other way to pull that flag, that you can make some disgusting plays happen from that side.
A lot of people have been asking me about where do I think Sentinels are going to finish, and some people have them first, some people have second, most people have them within their top 4. Nobody's been asking me what are Native going to finish. You know, there's 4 teams that ultimately are coming out of that open bracket, and Native is definitely one of them. And we were, as far as my expectations going for them, you know, I know them from casting them over toward that lower level, but with only 20 teams, there's nothing but the elite left in this $125,000 tournament. I can thoroughly say that I've been impressed with the way Native has started off, and I said it right off the rip. They don't fear Sentinels. They're coming into this matchup knowing that they have the ability to win, and they feel like if they're playing at their best, they can upset the likes of Sentinels here in their first match. And tell me how much waves that'll create amongst the pool if somehow, again, I don't want to be blasphemous, but if somehow Native were able to take this first series, that would be crazy.
It would absolutely be nuts, and no blasphemy there, Tony. I mean, these guys are playing disgusting minds even. Picking it up in that last game, finally warmed up. When you got all players on your team firing at all cylinders, King J said to be inconsistent by himself. He said it himself. Playing really well, having a great performance today. That's exactly what you want to see. And King J, he's best friends with Snakebite and World 2, so maybe he knows a little bit of tricks. He's got a little bit of knowledge on those two. Knows exactly how their playstyle is going to be and knows what they're going to do. That might play a little bit of a factor as well.
I mean, speaking of upsets, I'm actually getting information here that there was an upset over into Pool D, and where KCP end up losing to Lions in a Game 5. Lions able to take out SSG in a Game 5 to qualify on the 24th, forcing SSG to play within the open bracket just to make it here. And then you have them beating out KCP, the favorites in that matchup. A lot of tournament events. This is crazy. This is already one heck of a tournament. We're a couple hours into day 1.
Tony, let me tell you something, man. This is literally, everyone talks about the negatives of Halo. This is literally the most competitive Halo we have ever seen. I've been in the competitive scene for 16 years, and Halo Infinite has brought everyone to the forefront. Everyone is playing their absolute best. Even the Passion Pit is so competitive, said by so many players. Swish at Kansas City. Some of the hardest competition he's ever fought, but here we go. First cap is going to take it, Tony.
We're in an overtime situation. Native going up against Sentinels. Like you said, first cap to take it all. And Lethal going right up the mid, stealing away that overshield. Kratos not able to stay alive with that grapple, so that's going to change hands over towards Snakebite. And with that 2 down, go Native, and Sentinels have them on the ropes.
Yeah, Native's in trouble right now. That first OS comes through. Sentinels is in charge of that, but they're all going to get those back spawns in the flag. They've just got to play that bait and switch game they play so well. You saw it right there with Mines and Piggy. Piggy handling that cross-map shot, has an escape route as well. That OS is null and void, and the defense so incredibly great out of this Native squad.
Lethal putting Mines down to 1 shot, but gets a little bit juked there. Crossover out of Mines. Fake left, go right, gets himself a back smack, and just like that, Sentinels not able to capitalize on the slays. Native playing excellent defense, Mine's gonna be the first one to go down over to where the top mid-sized Sentinels look to advance forward as they find themselves numbers once again. Piggy going for a bit of an off pull here. If they can get the slays in a timely manner, maybe it turns this non-advantageous pull into a fantastic one, into a phenomenal one.
Both flags are pulled for either side. Now it's going to matter who gets the kills, and right away you see a trade. Royal 2 and King J both going down here, a 3v3 situation. It's going to be a little bit of a standoff.
They're going to be the flag carrier for Sentinels. That's going to open things up for Frosty, Royal 2, and Snakebite to push across the map. Mines going right in for the challenge onto Snakebite off the screen. Lethal comes in. Love that play out of Lethal. Drop the flag, go in, try to get that cleanup kill. Don't give Native easy numbers. And now Lethal, the former flag carrier, is going to push up and create some pressure here onto Native. Love that relay. Love that thought process. Sentinels looking clean.
This next overshield is up. A big factor in this game right off the bat. They've got to fight for this, both teams. This could literally decide this cap. It's a very important power-up to get 3v3. Once again, Kratos doing a great job of playing his life, but a nade from Royal 2 is going to take him out of the map.
And now with 2 down for each of the members here, Snakebite going to elect to drop this flag and try to put pressure onto that overshield side. In a standoff, every resource so valuable, and that includes the overshield. And my gosh, Mines winning every individual piv, but Native going 3 down. That's going to leave Kratos by himself. Kratos able to take down the first aggressor, and that's going to be Frosty. A huge pick, a huge play by him, but the pressure is continuing. We see Raw 2 going in for the challenge. We know he doesn't miss.
Great job right there by Kratos to just play his life as long as possible while his teammate King J came in to clean up the pieces. That overshield was in the hands of Frosty. He was able to get 3 dead, but no conversion of this flag, so once again, they go at it.
Frosty immediately taking height here over with the skewer. We see Kratos off a screen taking down Snakebite, ends up getting himself a double kill to defend that flag, and now Frosty by himself having no choice but to back down and defend the flag. They pulled the goalie right there, having a 4-man push. And now it's Frosty that grabs that flag, puts it over towards the mid-map Tim. It's an abatable position, but Native are trying to get into position themselves.
No, that was an incredible play by Frosty right there, throwing the flag towards middle, right towards his teammates' spawns. Because of that, they were on spawn, were able to get there in time, and now the flag is returned, and Sentinels are going to take game number 1.
What a play by Frosty, knowing that there was no way he can win that engagement. Instead, prioritizing pulling that flag out of a return position and in a position where spawning teammates over toward that window side have a direct alley, a direct angle towards that flag, and use it as bait. Tim, that was masterfully done. Sentinels taking game 1.
Still very impressed with Native's performance there, though. They've got to... This is where the mental game comes in, Tony. I'm going to talk about this a lot on the HCS broadcast that I get. Mental is very important in this situation. You've got to step back, reset, understand that you put up a fight against the number 1 seed in this tournament. This next map is going to be Street Slayer, and let me tell you something. These teams, Sentinels just look so strong here. I believe 6-0 in Slayer and KC on Streets. This map is theirs.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree. I think Sentinels look really strong, but I'm actually even more impressed by Native. Native's ability to keep things close. I think if you poll 100 people in the chat right now, I would say 98 of them would have said this would have been a blowout in favor of Sentinels, and it was anything but. In fact, I was actually worried for a bit that maybe Native could steal the win, but obviously Sentinels clutching up when it matters most, taking game number 1, and you talked about that mental. Now I want to know, where's Native's mental from here? How do they bounce back? You know, you're within striking distance, you have the game within your hands, and you feel robbed of that game 1. How do you respond?
I want to correct myself. It was actually 3-0 on Slayer Streets in KC, but regardless, they're 8-0 overall on the Streets in KC. So Sentinels, this is their map. This is what they like to play, so it's going to be a little difficult for Native here, but like you said, it's about that mental. It's about how they recover from that first game. It's about realizing that first game, 5-4, very incredibly close. All players performing, all players driving on all cylinders. Let's see if Native can tie this series up right here. It's going to be a difficult task. But let me tell you, after watching that first game, I've got a little bit of faith and a lot of respect for this squad.
Street Slayer such a snowball type of game type. When we say that, we say it runs downhill. The moment a team like Sentinels are able to put you 2 or 3 down, for them to pinpoint and identify where those spawners are coming from, and for them to cut off all of those angles and limit your options coming right off a spawn, it's overwhelming pressure. You feel surrounded. Everything is happening all at one time, and it can absolutely snowball from there. Streets, one of the most dangerous maps that we have here, and Native need to make sure that things do not get out of hand in the early game. Luckily, in game 1, they always started off well. Their starting strats were immaculate. They're going to need that here in game 2.
We saw a little bit of this out of G2. A big factor, something I really want to focus on. The ability to control the utility, control the sandbox, control the overall resources on this Streets map is going to net you the win at the end of the day. G2 did that in their series, and that's why they won 50-42. But can Sentinels continue on this legacy of just Streets being their absolute best map here? But Native had to answer. They've got to, like I said, reset that mental. Make sure they're coming through here with a lot of confidence. Confidence they just should have after such a close game in game 1. You have to understand Sentinels start slow in tournaments. This is just their shtick. Why? I don't know. Maybe they want to make it hard on themselves, but regardless, Native have a chance to answer here.
Sentinels the favorite to go 3-0 in pools here, being tested by Native in the early Rockets pool, being grabbed up and swallowed by Lethal here. And now it's Lethal with Snakebite immediately going over toward the subway side, finding Piggy and Kratos, end up putting one down, make it 2, the third one gonna fall, and this is the start that we expect to see out of Sentinels.
5-1 already. Purely due to those Rockets and the control of Lethal here. I love the way Lethal's playing so far in this tournament. I say Sentinels start slow, but something that Lethal does not start is slow. He is playing a very incredible game, something we're used to seeing out of him in previous years. Starting to show up here in Halo Infinite.
3 down goes Sentinels. Native finding a way to answer back immediately. Roll 2, the final player alive here over toward the P side, but a 3-man push out of Native will take him down, not before taking down 1 along with him. And now Sentinels looking to answer back. 2 down across the board. This next battle is going to be pivotal.
Joey's got to watch out because Sentinels always send 2 or 3. King J goes down, but it's a 3v3 situation until Mines falls as well. And you see Sentinels really starting to control that utility on the map. Frosty using that Sentinel beam with that Bulldog. You see it in ATM. Someone's got to pick that up. One of the most powerful weapons on the streets.
Onboard now with Frosty, the 2-man push coming from the P side. Frosty recognized that, immediately backing down, and has a spawning teammate alongside with them, so now numbers in favor of Sentinel. They look to apply pressure, and look at this flank coming in out of Frosty.
He's going to be met by 2, though. When I talked about the bait and switch in the last game, they're performing the same bait and switch here. A very utilized skill in the high level of Halo, but Native just doing a great job of it. Unfortunately, Mines does overextend there. It is going to get taken out. That's going to put his team 2 dead.
Mines goes down. Kratos and Piggy gonna come in to pick up the pieces here. Roar 2 ends up getting a double kill of his own, spotted out and put down. 3 down for both of these teams, and Native are the ones really fighting back. Down by 3 kills. They are not allowing Sentinels to run over them. They are answering out every single push that Sentinels try to create, and that's what's keeping things close.
Great job by King J to try and get Royal 2 off of that anchor position. Didn't work out. Royal 2 most of the time wins his pivs, and he did it once again versus Piggy. But you got to look out for Royal 2 in this situation. You've got to make sure you take him off that back spot, because he's going to be that anchor player that just does so much damage for this Sentinels roster.
Royal 2, the leading slayer on this team right now, and also highest damage, lowest deaths. They need him to have a pop-off game, and it's already starting. Kratos off a screen, Doe getting a double kill, already having 6 assists to go along with it. Royal 2 immediately jumping over toward the plant side to try to create that pressure, but he's going to be forced to back down. His teammates are spawning over toward the subway side. Native are holding down A. This game is about to slow down a bit.
Lethal having an incredible game number 2. The number 2 Halo player of all time. voted in that top 25, and there's a reason for it. Looks like he's starting to get comfortable with Halo Infinite, Tony. But we've got to be careful right now. It's 29-24, and those rockets are coming up, but look at Frosty controlling every little bit of the sandbox possible.
Frosty now having that Stalker rifle in hand. The pings are coming in, but off a screen, Piggy taking down Snakebite. Frosty gonna try to slow things down, try to get behind enemy lines. Meanwhile, Native are looking to get aggressive here. Mines was able to get away with the rockets, but Frosty might be able to make a play. Mines being distracted by one, not able to get the kill with the Stalker rifle, but Snakebite cleans up that one and holding on to the 3-kill lead, neutralizing the power that rockets provided Native.
Incredible job by Frosty realizing that push was coming on into B. The communication out of the general Snakebite allowed him to play patiently on that play, and because of that, the Rockets are going to be out of play, and they're going to get a kill onto Mines. But Native doing a really good job of keeping this close. We're about to approach that 30-kill mark for each squad, and this is where you're going to start seeing things get out of control. And I'm looking for Native to kind of hold strong here, as they know they can. This is a very close game, and again, something we did not expect to see. Native looking really strong in this series.
And just a little bit of technical difficulties that we're seeing on screen here. It's a 31-29 game that was in favor of Sentinels, and most likely we'll see some kind of reset as Kratos is chasing down Road 2. Road 2 wasn't even shooting back, and Kratos like, no mercy, no mercy.
One of the big things that I'm seeing out of Native and Tony, I love it, man. Their ability to stay alive and work together. They're always double pushing. Sentinels, you see them overpower as well, but the ability to push in and stay alive at the same time, you're seeing a lot out of King J and Mines, and there's a reason for that. Their chemistry, very, very strong. As I said before, HCS Raleigh, Astro breakout team. And it shows in their chemistry. It shows in how they're working together on these pushes. I just want to see them continue to hold this. I don't want to see them falter. This reset might be a blessing in disguise for this Native roster. And potentially we'll see them tie up the series here.
We're going to see what they can do. I mean, they kept things close for quite a bit. And we're going to see what happens as far as the reset, waiting for the admins to feed us some information here. But Senso's the number 1 seeded team. Like I said before, expected to definitely the favorites to go 3-0 here. And they're answering right back. Meanwhile, off the stream, I should say, it's Complexity that are up 2-0 over E United in the series. So E United definitely second in seeding and expected to be right behind Sentinels. Might just get upset if they're not able to pull off the reverse sweep. So this is storylines going off across the board. Halo's not a monolith, if you will. It's not set in stone.
Right.
Anything can change.
And that's what makes it so interesting, right? Complexity looks like a very strong roster. They named themselves Young Complexity. On the spin that Hysteria is now gone. There's a lot of young players on that roster. I think Monster's a little older, but regardless, these guys are definitely a talented team, and you expect them to make some waves. I believe I have them second in their pool in my prediction. So we'll see what they're capable, what they're able to do. And again, against E United, I kind of expected that to happen. I think Complexity just kind of overwhelms that type of play style. I feel like E United lost a lot of their roster in losing Sparty, but regardless, Complexity looking strong. I love to see it. Love to see it.
Both Sentinels and Native still on screen here. Still having the opportunity to pull off a sweep. The Sentinels, but Native having the chance to tie things up here in this game number 2. Sentinels were up 2 kills at the time of the disconnect. So they're only going to need 48 as opposed to Native, which will have to go the full distance of 50. Differential of 2. So at that point, a 2-point differential on the scoreboard, and Sentinels having a bit of an advantage.
And one thing you know out of Sentinels is that their endurance is very strong. These guys put themselves in a bad spot pretty often and are able to just climb through it, able to work through it and make it all the way to the end. And that's a question here, is that does Native have that same endurance, Tony? Are they able to come into this game just as strong as that last one and also finish? And that's what I got to see. I've got to see that endurance shine through. It's just a lot of pressure on you to beat this Sentinels roster, but Sentinels is very strong, and it just takes a lot out of you to be able to perform the way this Native roster is.
You talked about Sentinels being 3-0 in Streets Slayer going into championship bracket in Kansas City. It's a huge score line, one of the best streets team that we've seen in general, and specifically undefeated on Slayer. Native were able to keep things close over towards the early game, but as we saw, Sentinel step up when it matters most, time and time again. I'm hoping Native can tie things up here. I don't want to see them fall 0-2 this early in the series, but I mean, come on now. We talk about Sentinels, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if Sentinels take this one and we're going up 2-0 into game 3.
I wouldn't be surprised either, honestly, Tony, but a lot of respect to Native. I mean, they're doing so well at the beginning of this series, and you know what? Even towards the 30 kill mark of that game, you saw Mind still controlling those rockets. You know, you got outplayed by Frosty, who was watching that angle really well, but again, Mind's controlling those rockets, and Native in general controlling that utility like I talked about before in the sandbox is going to play a ginormous factor in them closing out this game and tying this series up, which I definitely think is possible regardless of the stats from KC.
Well, it looks like game number 2 is ready for us. We're going into that reset again. 48 points needed for Sentinels, the full 50 out of Native, and whenever you're looking for a fight, you gotta take it to the streets. Tim, what are your keys to success for Native to come out on top?
Let me tell you, if Mines and King J keep playing the way they are, they're going to be able to be successful here. Again, I got to harp on it once again. That Bulldog, those rockets, take control of those. Take control of this thruster. These first rockets are going to be very important off the rip here, Tony.
In any Slayer match, you have to value your life, and normally that will force you to slow the game down, but with these rockets and these resources placed in non-advantageous position, it forces you out of your own. It forces you to get aggressive here. And with that tied up at 3 apiece here in the early game, 2 down for each of the members, 3 down for Native. Royal 2 able to get a hold of the rockets, and this can be a game changer.
We saw a lot of trades there in the middle, and ends up with a 4-4 score tied up, but once again, Royal 2 rockets in the pocket. He's going to try to make a difference. He gets one right off the bat, looking for the second, but Piggy playing his life real well, and once again, these rockets change the game, and so does that Bulldog in the back of Royal 2's hands.
Royal 2 now swapping out the rockets for a Bulldog, and we're going to see if he can continue to go 4-0 right now. 1 assist to go along with it. Lethal will be the first one to go down, but Kratos overextends a bit, gets caught, and now it's King J and Mind stuck over toward the B side. Royal 2 wanted to introduce himself. We know him be barking on the timeline all the time. Apparently he's about to do the same with the Bulldog.
You notice Royal 2 usually playing that anchor role, kind of stepping up right now as the Slayer, cleaning up the kills that are weak and doing a really good job of it. Like you said, 5-1 to start this game. It's going to give Sentinels that 4-kill lead now, winning most of his fights, but Kratos, that's going to be a big confidence maker for Kratos right there in that situation. That 1v1 piv goes his way, but 2 go down for Sentinels momentarily.
Native need to keep that confidence going. It's still a close game, only down by 3 kills. This rocket's going to be huge. You talked about Minds being able to steal it over towards the mid game of that, or before the reset. He has to do this again, but as I say that, Native end up going 2 down. Minds going to try to break out. He ends up getting caught. Roar 2. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Native just turned the tables completely in that engagement.
That was a big kill by Royal 2. I'm surprised he jumped off that balcony. That balcony is such a difficult spot to be. He had support on that tire side. He jumps off, gives them a free kill, and because of that, Minds and all of Native are going to have this power-up control, the Stalker, the rockets, and all of it to boot, and Royal 2 in trouble as he gets trapped here. Beautiful plays by this Native roster, and a perfect once again from Minds, absolutely destroying this lobby.
All that control that Sentinels had is no more. Native bounce back, and the recovery is immaculate coming out of the boys. Piggy, the first one to go down. Mind stealing up those rockets and combined it with the thrust, uses it to get out alive. Pressure still being created by Sentinels, and now numbers momentarily going in favor of them, but those rockets change games. I
absolutely love the equipment on this map. The ability to use the thruster in an offensive way or a defensive way. Get out of dodge or play aggressive on an advantage. They did it so well. That is 3-4-3. 22-19 is the lead for Native. Can they continue to hold this? Can they continue this momentum as King J trying to stay alive on the shotgun side?
But 3 down go Native. That's not what you want to see. Sentinels wiping out the entire Native roster. And this is what I was talking about before. When things go from bad to worse, when they put you down, identify those spawners, put those pressure in. It just feels to be too much at times. Sentinels pushing right up toward the driveway side. The Bulldog getting max value in the hands of Snakebite. Native have to try to break out of spawn, and that's so hard to do against the #1 seeded Sentinels.
Let me tell you something, Tony. I can't hear the comms, right? But I'm telling you right now, when Sentinels is starting to stagger and get into too many 1v1s, the general, the best IGL in the game, Snakebite, is pulling them out, pulling them together and slowing them down, and you constantly see this lead change. And in my eyes, it's a lot to do with the IGL player controlling the squad, and it's that man on your screen right now with the rockets in hand.
Snakebite looking to make a play with these rockets, having 2 in the chamber, just barely missing out on Piggy, who's able to push over toward the tire side. Native now halted up over toward the A side. Sentinels looking for a perimeter kill so they can break through. Snakebite valuing this last rocket. He knows he needs to make a play with it. Ends up taking down Piggy, almost able to clip King J as well. But 2 down for each of the rosters. Native continue to stabilize and now continue to go 3 down.
If you're just joining us, got to get updated here. Sentinels only need 48 to win this game. Native need all 50. This is a reset. And they're so close, Sentinels, that is. Already 37 kills on the board, and they're starting to pull away, and this is exactly what I was worried about after this 30-kill mark.
They're approaching the end game. This is where Sentinels always seem to shine, is over towards the end game, Tim. And now Roar 2 gonna swap out that commando for the Sentinel Beam. The Sentinel Beam can absolutely obliterate, but you gotta have that tracking. And I mean, we know Roar 2, he can track his target pretty well.
He can track his target pretty well. West Clutch says he's the best point-and-click player in the game, that is Royal 2. Starting off this game 10-7. The push from Lethal a little overextended, but they still end up trading out and getting another one. And that's not what you want. You don't want trades in this situation, and that's exactly what Native is getting. But Frosty with a Bulldog in hand, he's looking to bark, Tony.
Native down by 6. They need clean kills. They need clean wipes. And Frosty is being such a nuisance with his life. Getting creative, going over towards the ATM side, double backing. And while that changes the direction of the enemy team, Roll 2 sneaks right and takes down 1. Mines comes in for the cleanup. Piggy getting caught extended as well. But now there's only 8 more kills needed for Sentinels.
And Native had 2 kills right there. They get another one, but the ability of Frosty to dodge all those nades in that situation to stay alive with Bulldog was so huge. And he was able to convert 2 off that. 4 kills is all Sentinels need. Make that 3. They only need 48 in this game. It's a reset, and they're looking to get them right now. All they need is trades, Tony.
But 3 down goes Sentinels. Native once again taking control here. But is it too little, too late? 1 round of slays, 2 trades going in favor of Sentinels, and that spells good night for Native. This game number 2 getting so close, and look at how much respect both of these teams have for each other. At this point, they slowed the game down. It's so quiet on streets. You drop a pin and it'll echo. But Snakebite tries to find an opening, ends up right into the rocket of Piggy that takes him down immediately. Tried to come in for the cleanup. Does Raw 2 able to connect on 1, and now it's the 47th kill. 1 more needed out of Sentinels. Frosty trying to come in with the Sentinel Beam. Comes right in, and it's their namesake as Lethal and Frosty shredding, and that's gonna be it. Sentinels coming out on top. And looks like they're going for that final kill as well, just to put the icing on the cake. Sentinels 1 game away from coming out 1-0 in pools.
This is what we expected, but one thing I did not expect is the fight being put up by Native. These guys, a very new roster, but need to stay together. They look really strong, and with a little bit of practice and potentially some more scrims and some more film review, they could be a top 12, top 8 team in my opinion. I love to see the plays, the intelligence coming out of Piggy at the end of that game with the Rockets, waiting patiently for Snakebite to pull through, but you saw right there, the IGL comes into play. He's able to close out that last kill. Piggy was weak, and they converted on it, and that opened up everything. Native wasn't able to come back.
Native have been phenomenal. And if you look at the seeding, you're talking about the number 1 seeded team going up against the number 20th seed. They are last place as far as points in this tournament. And look what Native have been able to do. I mean, you're talking about that game number 1 where they're moments away from winning. They played absolutely lights out both in the beginning of that game 1 and then even after the reset. Going into game 2, keeping things as close as possible, gaining so many rockets like the one you saw on screen right there by Piggy. They're going toe-to-toe with Sentinels as the number 20th seed when everybody's counting them out. Native are playing absolutely lights out, and I think they're going to continue to do so within pool play, and that's going to continue to go into bracket play. Do not underestimate Native.
Remember, the top 2 in pools will move over to that winner's bracket. The third will move over to elimination round number 2, and then the fourth, of course, going to be playing in elimination round number 1. Let me tell you something. This Native roster looks strong, and I love to see it. We're going to take a look at the series layout here to see what's up next, and it's going to be Oddball on Recharge. Tony, tell me about this map. What are the keys to success if Native want to try their best to bring this series back?
Oddball Recharge, simply one of the largest maps that we have and plentiful when it comes to resources. The Shockwave, the Grapple, don't forget about the Repulse and the Camouflage that spawns towards that mid-map. It's hard to do, but you have to focus up on that Camouflage and that Shock Rifle. The Shock Rifle coming up so quickly off of respawn. You can lock down the game if you have it in the right hands. And then obviously when it comes to that Camouflage, whenever there's a break that needs to be had on Oddball, it can go through the camo. If you can hone in and focus on those 2 resources and make sure that your opponents don't get their greedy little hands on it, you can come out on top. I don't care if you're Native Sentinels or a reality check. I don't care who it is.
The series lead for Sentinels is 2-0. And you'd look at that and say that you knew that was going to happen, but if you're just joining us, the games have been extremely close. Native looking extremely strong, but Sentinels looking to close this out right here, looking to put the nail in the coffin. And Native going to do everything they can to prevent that from happening.
And that's why Lethal is the number 1 objective player on his team right there. Just not being a sitting duck. Dropping that ball, cleaning up those kills, going right back to keeping his eyes on the target. That's pressure being created, and that's hard to respond. You're seeing that with Native. 3-0 start for Lethal on the kill feed. Already having almost 30 seconds worth of ball time by himself. That's one hell of a start for the number 1 seeded Sentinels.
I mean, they're approaching 35 seconds, and that's like the maximum amount of ball time you can get on a setup here. And Sentinels showing very efficient, getting that ball out of batteries. And honestly, not a lot of contention there from Native. He brought it all the way towards elevator, then went through the tower with no problem whatsoever. Some beatdowns going in and shooting the water too. I don't know, Frosty's into this. He wants some drama.
I mean, Sentinels know King J very well. So I'm just saying, they can get a little fun with it. 2 down for each of the members. The third one gonna fall here. Native are really struggling. Luckily, Mine's picking up a huge kill onto Royal 2. And that'll slow down the push the Sentinels are able to create. Native having that Pipes presence here. This can be big for Native.
What else is big is Mines on his glass side, but he does know there's a player behind him. He's trusting his instinct here. It's going to be Frosty, who's in Pipes. Frosty's going to get out of dodge, but 3 of Mines' teammates are now down. So trying to play his life and potentially get those C-plat spawns as well.
Sentinels just having an advanced understanding on how to play the space here on Recharge. And Native are struggling to create any kind of pressure. But as I say that, Piggy was able to get a remote detonation off the screen. That's the first pick going in favor of them. Frosty gonna answer right back with a shock rifle play. And with that, Sentinel just keeps soaking up so much ball time, quickly approaching the midway point of their game. Meanwhile, Native yet to put a singular point on the board.
Sleeping Giant has woken up. They look a lot stronger in this game number 3 than they did in the previous 2 games. And now they've locked in a pipe setup, which can be very strong. And look at this, the shock rifle you talked about in the hands of Frosty, one of the strongest weapons in the game, and he's looking to utilize it.
I don't care how objective efficient you are. There's no way you can come out on top against any team, let alone Sentinels, with this level of energy, this level of slays. At one point, World 2 was almost outslaying the entire lobby, or the entire Native lobby by himself. Native needs to wake up. They need to answer back. Mine's able to come out right off of Frosty. That's going to be a huge play. Kratos trying to create that opening towards that ball, ends up right into the hands of Sentinels. Once again, they are simply losing the Slaves battle, and it's not even close.
70-0 in game, or round, I'm sorry, number 1. Sentinels looking to extend that, but I love how efficient they are to wait for Slays first, then grab the ball when they have a full setup available, and see Royal 2 gets a pivotal kill onto King J, and that opens up the map as they kill 3. Now they're going to get some ball time.
Switch gears over towards Piggy, struggling over toward the A side. The moment that spawn is recognized, they push up, they aggress, and Sentinels wiping down Native at the moment. A 75-0 run. Native must have been hanging out with Coach O. 0-82 right now.
They must have been. That camo down bottom setter, not sure who was able to pick that up, but Frosty doing it all as well. A Slayer on this squad picks up the ball time, and that's something I love to see out of Sentinels, the ability for every player to do every type of role, but 3 go down for Sentinels, Tony.
And we finally see some first ball points going in favor of Native at the moment here. Mine's going to try to rotate this ball over toward the C side. It'll be an incredible comeback if somehow Native were able to stop every single push. Near perfect Halo must be played, and Sentinel's able to force the reset. Mine's playing it off the map, goes down to 1 shot. Too much pressure coming in for Sentinels, and now Native gonna start off this engagement 2 down right as that ball's coming up.
Shows how strong Sentinels is on the breaks there. Native only able to get 10 seconds of ball time after getting 4 down. Now completely, once again, getting outslayed by Sentinels. Royal 2, 14-7 as they look to close this out, only 12 seconds away from doing so.
Frosty getting value out of that sword, but what a stick out of Mines to slow him down. But it's still Sentinels that come out with that ball. The nades start trying to come in, but it's not going to be enough. Sentinels taking round number 1, 1 round away from putting down Native.
That is the Sentinels we are used to, Tony. It's going to take a lot out of Native here to come back in this game. And not only the game, but the series overall. They've got to shut down Royal 2 potentially. They've got to try and just pull it all out of the tank. The endurance looks low for this squad right now. The tank looks empty. But this is not the time to go down. A very great potential team in Royal 2 playing his life once again, playing the angles. Getting another sword kill for himself.
I mean, Native might have emptied the tank in those first 2 games. I mean, we talked about how well they started with both of them, but in this game, they're looking lifeless for the most part. Sentinels definitely controlling the entire game. King J trying to get away with the camo. Not only will he end up going down, but wasn't able to burn it. So that's just a free camo and sword combination for Royal 2, who ends up getting peeled from across the map. Piggy gonna follow that up as well, and I don't know what happened to that camouflage.
I believe the camo is still on that Mangler stair, and Mine's potentially picking it up. He does have it and also has the sword. He can make some damage happen here. They get 2 dead for Sentinels, looking for the spawns on C now.
And that might have been the turning point here in this round. Not much of a lead by Sentinels, and with them going 3 down, Mines is going to go after that ball, but gets grappled and stolen away by Kratos. A huge play, because that frees up Mines to make waves with the camo and sword, but he's spotted out. He's taken down. That is not good for Native.
Whoever that was on the Sentinels definitely eats their carrots, Tony. I hate carrots, and that's why my vision's not as good. That camo's going to be spotted, and that's a big blunder. Sentinels playing with their food right now. They finally get a lead, 13 seconds and counting. They've got 1 dead in Kratos, but Kratos having a rough game to start here, 4-13. The confident player, and I always talk about how important confidence is. Probably one of the most confident players in the HCS, but having a rough game in this oddball.
Snakebite trying to get this ball over towards a playable position. He's in at the reset as his team is going down. Frosty off a screen, though, taking down Mines. A huge play. They now know exactly where Piggy is. They spot out 1 as well over toward the Whirlpool. So that's enough info for Snakebite to get aggressive with the grapple, taking down 1. Piggy going to end up going down as well, courtesy of Royal 2. And with that, Sentinels might be able to get hands on that ball once more.
I've noticed that Dave is able to get a couple slays here and there, but they're not able to get a full squad wipes. Sentinels is always on top of it, always trying to play their lives if they're down in numbers, always, changing the pace of the game. And Roll 2, we know exactly what he's capable of with his weapon. Takes the shock rifle. King J is going to go down as well. And Roll 2, 18, 9, and 11, Tony, having a great stat sheet right now.
Yeah, not just the kills, the assists that go along with it. Roll 2, a stud. One of the best shots in the game. Meanwhile, Snakebite able to stay alive. Love that play. Gets right over toward the height advantage, and Sentinel's just relaying that ball now over toward the long haul side. It's the objective efficiency. It's the communication. It's a damn near perfect team Sentinels are playing like here.
That was a great rotation by Lethal, but unfortunately they do go 3 dead, so I'm looking for Native to capitalize on this right now. Find that last player. You know the spawns when you find them. But you see Snakebite being the last alive, going to push the advantage here onto Kratos, and he's all alone, Tony, on this elevator side.
Luckily, Piggy does end up coming over towards him off the spawn, but they lose their perimeter player and Kratos as well. So now King J might be forced to play this ball off of the map soon here. Luckily, look at the scoreboard. There was a lead change. It is going in favor of Native at the moment here. Native are fighting back. Sentinel still 1 round away from taking the series.
And that comes from getting that 3 dead on the Sentinels and breaking that setup in that turbine side. A little bit of scrappy play coming out of Native. Kratos is going to have the ball in hand now, so potentially a pipe setup in the works, but they do get 2 dead for Sentinels, and looks like Native's starting to slay out a little bit. This is exactly what you want to see if they want to bring this back. Of course, Sentinels being up 1 round, so this is a must-win round and a must-win game, as they're also down 0-2 in the series.
Love the play by Mines to get created with the repulsor, deny access to one, then taking height with it with the other. Masterfully played by Mines. And now there's one more player coming in, and ends up being knocked over toward the tower side, only delaying the push for just a bit. Back-to-back kills in favor of Mines, make it all 4 down for Native in favor of Sentinel, excuse me.
Those delays are what you need right there, though. They were able to get about 10 seconds off that delay from Mines with that repulsor, and the ball was played down bottom center, so now they've got the opportunity to reslay Sentinels once again, but Frosty does have the most powerful weapon in the game in his hands, and Mines takes him out with a beatdown, so this could be a turning point right now.
They're looking for a turning point. They need one. Again, Native are still down as far 0-2 in the series. They're still 1 round away from losing this entire one. Native needs to make something happen, and with Mines going down, King J gonna follow in that ball very close to Sentinels. It's gonna be grappled up. And now some more ball time. Maybe it's Sentinels that are able to swing this game.
Love the role Lethal and Snakebite are playing here, both with 50-plus seconds of ball time. And if you look on the other end of things, King J slaying as well, and still 51 seconds of ball time on the board for him. A well-rounded squad on both sides, which is what you love to see. I mean, you got to have well-rounded players that are able to do anything whenever it's needed. That's the balance we see nowadays, whereas back in the day, we saw more of a, absolute roles like a Slayer, objective player. Nowadays, we see everyone able to do everything, and it's so good because all these things take so much skill, and you've got to develop all of them. Lethal with the ball once again in hand and trying to close out this game or potentially trying to bring this to a lead, which it looks like he does.
At one point, Native had over double Sentinel scoreline here in this round. But Sentinels have now taken the lead and taken control. 4 down, go Native. That's 8 seconds off of respawn. That's another 10 seconds or so just to push up on the map. And that doesn't even guarantee them getting slays and breaking the setup. Sentinels are locking the map down.
You see all 4 players of Native on your screen right now. Look at the break and how it's going to happen. King J does push in by himself, but look at the cleanup from Frosty once again, and then Mines comes in after. It's constantly staggered pushes here. Frosty does have that sword, but one by one they go marching in, and they drown as well. Sentinels outslaying their opponent incredibly, and 19 seconds will close out this game and also the series.
Maybe not quite drowning yet, but they're treading water. The problem is they're in the middle of an ocean right now. Is Native 2 down? Sentinels looking for those final seconds. Roll 2 just baiting that alleyway with the sword. And Kratos actually having the intuition to knock him back and stealing a kill. That was great But sadly, 2 down for both of the members, and it feels like it's only a matter of time still for Sentinels to steal the game.
It makes me feel so bad about myself, Tony. When I see reaction time like that out of Kratos, I'm like, oh my word, how is that possible to react that quickly to a sword player? But that's why he's in this situation, and I'm here casting with you. But here we go. Sentinels close out the series, close out the game, 3-0, Sentinels in pools.
And sadly, that reaction time wasn't enough to stop him from going 8-23 in that game. And sadly, it might have been at least part of the reason why Native ended up losing that game. It's 0-3 for Native in the matchup. But I would say, for those of us who actually watched the game and paid attention to the eyeball test, I think we're still proud of Native. The way they played that game number 1, incredible. And they were just moments away from stealing it against Sentinels, stealing that momentum. Even game number 2, being able to grab those rockets and those resources over towards that end game, I thought that was big as well. And then obviously game number 3 is where, let's be honest, Sentinels absolutely dominated there. But I would say those first 2 games are very good for Native, and hopefully they continue to play more like that in the rest of the pools as opposed to their game 3.
Yeah, that might be a stronger game type for the Sentinels, but looking at Pool A, I mean, crowd pleasers that are Native now have a chance to potentially get 3rd place in this pool. I really do think they're a great squad, and maybe even 2nd place if they continue to play like they're playing. This squad is definitely destined for greatness, and I want to see them stick together and fight this out. First couple games were very impressive out of this squad, and what they were able to do in terms of playmaking, and what they were able to do in terms of their pushes and their bait and switches. Very talented at that. The Sentinels, of course, closing it out.
You know, it's funny you say that now a stronger game type for Sentinels in that oddball, because in Kansas City, their weakest game type was oddball recharge according to statistics. So the fact that they've been able to address a weakness and now turn it into a strength is huge out of Sentinels. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, or the other side of the pool, I should say, there's a game 5 going on with Complexity United. We updated you last. Complexity were up 2-0 in that series. Now they're taking them to game 5. So there's lightning across the pool. And when we come back, we're actually going to have G1 going up against Fnatic. So do not touch that dial. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss that matchup.
Hello and welcome back to the HCS North American Super. These teams are already battling it out for the $125,000 and it's Pool C action up next. We've got G1 versus Fnatic. G1 already 1-0 in the pool, taking down Forbidden Fruit, and Fnatic currently 0-1. They did lose their opening game to Optic Gaming, so they have it all to do if they're going to try and get into that top 2 position and remain in the winner's side of the bracket. This one right here could well and truly be for the 2nd position in the group, and G1, no doubt about it, coming in as the 6th seed, Tim. They're the favorites.
Yeah, G1 look really strong, and they've improved so much over time. They got 3rd place in an open, and then picked up Bubudubu and won back-to-back open tournaments, and they're seeded 5th in it because of the fact that they were able to enter all those tournaments. They're a grinding team. These guys work really hard, and even in the coaching section, Eli the Ninja working on his body, working on his health, just to make sure that he's prepped up to be the best coach he can be. I love this G1 roster, and I love this G1 organization, and they're proving that they're definitely one of the better teams in this tournament, and I love it because Bubudubu, he's been on a lot of teams, he's tried out with a lot of teams, and let me tell you, he picked up on G1, and he has not moved since. He saw something in this squad.
Bubudubu bounced around in the offseason trying to find a team that properly fit for him, and he has chosen G1 as the side that he thinks can take him forward. And I'll tell you something, they have been very, very good in the Open and indeed the Pro Series so far. Pre-Devonator and Swish 5s were so impressive in Kansas City. Squally as well, he definitely has been able to do exactly what is required for him recently, and this team could be a real handful for anybody. Fnatic, currently sitting in the 11th seed, have a long task ahead of them here, but we're on board with Squally right off the rip, and he's gotten himself a kill already.
And someone else I want to point out on the Fnatic side as they go 4 dead, by the way, is Rami. Has he found a home here with this Fnatic squad? He's been all over the place as well and hasn't found a lot of success, or hasn't found the success that he's wanted to. But is this his new home? Is he going to stick with Fnatic? Is this roster going to work out? We're going to find out right now.
Rami, the journeyman, used to play his trade for Space Station Gaming. Has moved upwards, though, to Fnatic. Like I say, currently sitting in that 11th seed. This game here, this series right here, so important for both these teams' tournament ambitions. Just starting off on the right foot. G1 have already made sure that they did not let it slip against Forbidden Fruit. And they're looking to do so here by nailing down another team to the mass. Another scalp will they be claiming here. B and C in their control. Fnatic already reeling and not able to handle the pressure right now. Swish has locked in a killing spree, and we barely got going.
Yeah, Swish is my X factor on this squad. He's got the potential to be a main slayer on this team. As you can see, he's starting off 5-0, but not only that, he's got a really high IQ, and he's a perfectionist. He wants to grind the game and get better. He's never happy with his performance unless he's winning. He wants that chip. He said it at KC in an interview. He wants it, and he wants it now. And starting off this game, he's looking real strong.
Bubudubu then. All eyes on him. What can he do for his team? Gets a couple shots put down. Picks up the kill as well. Many teams were scouting, were looking for, touting Bubudubu. But he's landed on this team right here, G1. Trying to propel them further. Any team Bubu would have landed on, he would have improved. That much is for sure. A and C in their control now, though. Rockets in the hand as well. And the first boombox lands at the feet of Rami. And Septifies at the respawn screen. Bubu will finally hit the respawn screen, but the damage he's already done, the openings he had created for his team, has ensured A and C will remain in their control, but now Fnatic's starting to get a little bit frisky.
Talking about catastrophic damage right now. They're up 80-2. And Jazero's stuck in the backside trying to get this C. He does finally collect it, but he has to play his life on this anchor roll. The push is coming from purple. He's got to be careful.
And he decides safety is the name of the game. Gets himself out of dodge, gives up C, and turns his attentions instead over towards A, and maybe flipping the script here. Squally down to no shields. Will get cleaned up. A perfect 4 shots from Jazero, but they have managed to lock in another kill. Predevonator. I call him in Kansas City the Grim Reaper. And will he be getting cooking already?
One of the big things for me is Jazero. He was benched for 2 weeks and came back with a completely different attitude. He was just a different player. His slave potential was up there before that, before he got benched. he was definitely underperforming. And now he's got the motivation, and you see it right there, a 7-4 scoreline for him. He's playing well.
What can Swish do, though? Stalker rifle in hand. Fires a couple of warning shots. Top B stairs. That will back up those players, but they ultimately peak once more. B starting to be converted, but the pressure being applied by G1, not giving it up easily. And perhaps the reset might come through. Unfortunately, Swish has lost his life. Bulldog was behind him. But G1 happy to give up C. And perhaps turn their attentions now over towards A. And Squally will have a little bit of competition. With Fnatic looking to push over on the Cafe side. He's unaware they're there though, but they have secured rockets. Septify takes him down to just a little over no shields. He has a sliver left, but now ultimately taken down to no shields. One bullet will do the job. Super CC tries to evade. Unsuccessful this time. 2 go down for the moment for Fnatic.
That was a beautiful play by Squally there. I mean, the ability to stall that long and wait for his teammates to potentially come off spawn. They gained control back because of it, and now they got an A and B hold. And continuing to rise this score, 128 and counting. This G1 roster is no one to mess with.
The LFG1's no doubt in the chat. But Super CC now has helped him go down to 3 dead. Maybe this is the opening for Fnatic to apply a little bit more pressure. Just turn up the heat just a touch. They've allowed G1 to have it all their own way thus far. Is the script about to flip? A and B in their control. They will sacrifice C, but just like that, A goes back towards G1. 2 go down for Fnatic, and Super CC has to try and play defense inside of C, and ultimately, he's not successful, and G1 cranked that pressure once again.
Yeah, this AC hold is so difficult to accomplish, but they were able to do so, and Squally's now got a spawner. That's Predevinator on this caution side, so he's going to be safe to potentially put some damage in on this B street side and stay alive as well. We've seen how good he is at playing his life and getting kills at the same time. Squally playing phenomenal so far in this series, but we got to point out Swish 5s and Predevinator, both double-digit kills already in this game.
So much experience on both these rosters, it must be said. G1, though, have had the better of it so far. Currently sitting at 179 points and still rising to 33. Fnatic, they've tried to hang on in there, but they've ultimately just not been able to handle the pressure and the pace that G1 have been dictating so far.
Yeah, Fnatic's been a question mark for me since they removed Envor from the squad. I do feel like he was a big factor in this squad, a very passionate player, but also a slayer, and unfortunately, he is off the team now, and Remy holding his own as well, though. 7-12, he's kind of the dirty work player. He was first in his team in assists in KC and second in damage, so he's shooting cross map, putting damage into everybody, but look at the aggression coming out of him. He's got 2 players in front of him. He's got to be careful here, Shures.
We're seeing Remy put down that damage you speak of. You can see why. Not the first person to the fight. Ultimately, though, does go down along with Septify and indeed now Jazero. Double kill for Squally as he now rotates and turns his attentions towards B. Super CC again tries to get away, tries to duck and dive, and successfully does so for now under B ratings and over towards Garbage. And that information will be passed. Predevinator picks up one in the feed onto Septify, and love this from Squally, just evading all the while, milking his life, playing it so well, and ensuring no easy deaths are given.
I mean, he's done this now for the 3rd time in this game. The ability to milk your life that long is going to allow your teammates to come off spawn. And as I say that, though, G1 R3 dead, and the potential push from Fnatic coming to get this C plot, they're going to hold 2 on B and C, but they've got to be careful of those spawns on A and purple.
Can they hold B and C, though? That's the question. It has not gone well so far for them. Only been able to rack up 65 points to G1's 218. We've seen crazy swings, though. It's not out of the realms of possibility. Fnatic can do this, but they can ill afford to make too many more mistakes with the points tally so high on the side of G1. Only requiring, of course, 250. And if you've just joined us, the Super CC locks in a killing spree and hits all 3 of those Stalker Rifle shots. Fnatic currently 0-1 in their pool, and G1 1-0. Fnatic need this game now more than ever.
They're finally getting some slays on this G1 squad. These next rockets are going to be imperative, but you see Boo Boo Doo on that anchor side. He's holding it down, and Swish 5s as well. Those rockets are going to be difficult to get if you're Fnatic.
And they have popped up, and it's Jazero who scooped them up, and he takes them away. UPS signs didn't require any sort of Initials, pure signature, gets them for free. Very little damage put down for him. Triple cap now in effect, and that's exactly what you need to see for Fnatic. But you can see J0 a little bit tentative, a little bit negative, doesn't want to make that decision just yet. Fires one, fires two, and they've gone swing and a miss. Those rockets have not been the factor that we needed for Fnatic.
They needed to convert on those rockets, and because they didn't, actually one of them did not go through. Predevator going to throw that, so the rockets are now out of the game, but I've got to see more confidence out of J0 in that situation. He's in prime position to literally open up the map for his squad, and he doesn't do so, and because of that, they still put some time on the board, but they're not able to continue to hold that triple cap they once had.
J0 unable to make the decision to hold or fold them. And in the end, it was G1, it was Predevator who gave him no choice in the matter. But they have completely eaten away at that lead. 218 now to 175. This is much, much better from Fnatic here, Tim.
We're starting to see that in the stats as well. All players going positive on this Fnatic roster except for Rami, but 11 assists on the side of Septify. And Super CC on your screen has definitely popped off in this latter half of the game. They're trying to get A, they have C as well, and we're consistently seeing, sure, as this A and C being capped together. And across the map presence is required for these, and very difficult to hold, but these teams opt to go for the openings.
They have that per man set up, as you rightly say. You have to split the resources right away across the map. But so far, it's bore some fruit for Fnatic. They are about to lose A, but Septify puts a couple of shots into that player running into tires who escapes with his life. They lose A, but they're starting to capture B once more, so really starting to put G1, applying the pressure, and this is exactly what you needed to see. Put them on the back foot. Don't give it to them. Don't allow them to have it too easy. And now we're going to see Fnatic all tied up after such a massive lead for G1. Are they starting to crumble?
And it was the ability right there to get that C and A hold and then pivot. G1 have been very strong on that B street, but they get the slays necessary. They're able to pivot and get that B, but as we say that, G1 answer back with 2 caps. They're approaching 235 seconds of time. Fnatic's got to be careful. These next deaths are everything in this first game.
First kill has gone in favor of G1 as J0's at the respawn screen. It's the new man, the fresh face, the new blood. Boo Boo Doo Boo picks up 2 with the sticky grenade, and that might be the nail in the coffin for game 1, unless Fnatic can do something about it, and they cannot do so as the reset comes through for B, but J0 desperately trying to keep this hill alive, but all for nothing. G1 take game 1.
Incredible job by G1 to secure that game 1. They looked really strong at the beginning of that game, and then Fnatic started to pick it up. Like I said, the pivot is what is necessary in these games. If you see the pressure on B Street in that situation, you've got to make sure if you have that C and A, you can pressure B side, get the slays, and then potentially get that very important, in my opinion, B hold. And they did just that, but it was a little too late. Boo Boo with that double kill with the stick literally turned that entire game on its head.
The score, Tim, it was 215 to 60 at one point, but Fnatic started eating away at that lead, and they started growing in confidence, and ultimately it was just one more mistake. I spoke about it. They couldn't make too many more of them, and when it came, it was Boo Boo Doo Boo, it was G1, and they capitalized on it.
Yeah, you saw a streak there of Fnatic not making any mistakes, and that comeback, very prominent on strongholds. We see it all the time. Teams are able to really start to snowball on this game type, and that's why I love it so much, to be honest. But unfortunately, Fnatic not able to close it out in game 1. A very close game. I didn't expect it to be that close. I didn't expect that comeback. So some life. Shurzy, so not a Fnatic here. They look good.
In the tail of the tape then, looking at the stats, it was Swish who actually started off with a killing spree. 5 kills and no deaths. The game did slow down in the mid-period for him, but he picked it up towards the latter stages. 17 kills and 15 for his team. Tied with Boo Boo Doo Boo, but it was Squally who picked up the 18 kills. But Slays, there was very little to separate them, and as a matter of fact, it was actually Fnatic who outdone themselves. It was J0, 20 kills and 16, but Septify only picked up the 12, but 13 assists. That game, they were splitting hairs here, Tim. It was very evenly matched.
It was evenly matched, and it was coming from the assists from Rami and Septify there at the end. They had low assists at the beginning of that game, and you started to see the team shot come through. That's what Rami is known for. He's known as that back player, the damage dealer. When you have a damage dealer like Rami on your team, it just literally makes the entire game so much easier, Shurzy. And you love to have that. So finally, Rami stepping up and Septify going to step up as well. Let's see if they can continue that momentum, because we have to say, even though they lost that game, there is still a little bit of momentum coming into this game number 2.
Confidence-wise, much different if you get blown out compared to that rally you went on, but if you can just minimize the mistakes early game, perhaps you give yourself the opportunity. Street Stronghold is in the books. Now we turn our attentions to Live Fire Slayer. Tim, the recipes for success. It's going to be so important controlling that sandbox and shields up, weapons hot. We're on board with Boo Boo Doo. His intentions are on that sniper rifle. Backing Super CC down but to no shields. No teammates on hand this time, and Boo Boo Doo will finally secure a kill for his team and looks to get his attentions and his hands onto that sniper rifle. Has done so successfully. Tries to find the body, but Jazero sneaks up, Pink Panther-like, sticks a melee in his back.
Incredible job by Boo there. That's going to secure them this OS, but the fact that he was able to stay on that A plat, and you saw he kept watching those pillars, that pillar side, just anticipating a potential push from there, being sure that he's aware of his surroundings, and he did just that. They were able to secure this OS because of his plays on the push top center.
Switch for the overshield. Drop shield goes down, tries to avoid, and does so successfully. Heads up play, big brain, making sure he keeps almost all of his overshield. It has eroded now just a touch, just under half. It will give him the advantage of the first 2 shots. Doesn't need it against Super CC, however, as that is the freest kill he's likely to pick up all tournament long. 0. Down to half shields now. And indeed, Switch's overshield has gone, it has dissipated. But 7-7 now the scoreline, and Fnatic hanging in there despite the fact they lost the overshield.
They absolutely are. That overshield is supposed to make a big impact. You're supposed to get at least 2 to 3 kills on a trade there, but they weren't able to really convert too much. Swish Fives is known to be one of the best shots in the game. That's why his name is Swish Fives. He comes from Halo 5, where 5-shot was the king. But now, obviously, the 4-shot perfect is what's going to net you those kills. And Septify was my X factor. This man can really pop off. If he can do that, this team is definitely looking at success. But it's all up to him, and it's up to Rami as well, the newest member of Fnatic, to step up too.
On board with Septify, though. Currently sitting 2 kills, 1 assist, and 2 deaths. So, pretty even game for him. Not doing too great, not doing too badly. That will help the cause, though. Heatwave and Battle Rifle securing that kill onto Boo Boo Doo. Swish, though, in the feed. Picks up 2. Septify now, all of a sudden, the last man standing for his team. Opting to sit bottom middle. But G1 know exactly where he is. They're sniffing out blood. But that Heatwave, though, it fries, and Rami's on hand to help Septify survive here. Milking for as long as he possibly can. Can he evade and can he get away with his life? It looks as though G1 have given up the goose.
I've got to talk about this. G1 have had now 2 overshields in this game thanks to the coach Eli the Ninja, but they're not able to really convert. Finally, they're going to get a little bit of a tie here. Looks like all 4 dead for Fnatic, so I eat my words directly. But again, those overshields are going to play an important factor, so Fnatic flipping the script. They've got to get control of those and make sure that they're utilizing them.
Pre-Devonator, though. 4 go dead. Pre-Devonator on the hunt, on a tear. And Swish, we have to talk about him. Currently sitting 9 kills, 2 assists, 4 deaths. He's having a remarkable game thus far. Started hot out the blocks, and Pre-Devonator lands another one onto the body, and Swish puts 2 more in the black screen. Pre-Devonator fires one to the spine of Septify. And all of a sudden, this game has got some real breathing room between these 2 teams as Pre-Devonator puts a killing spree on the board. And Super CC is another one to eat another bullet.
This is my X factor on this team. He is so underrated. You always see him pop off like this in tournaments, and no one's talking about the guy. It's time to wake up. It's time to speak about Pre-Devonator. He knows what he's doing, and he's showing it right here in this game.
Fear the Reaper. He's on a tear right now. Finally shut down. But boy, oh boy, did he do the damage in that life. 28 kills now to 20. The 3rd overshield of the game. Fnatic attempting to make it their first. But they've given it up. They've backed down. Trying to play territory instead. Kills have not gone in their favor. Fnatic, Rami backing away. He got away with his life. But the overshield scooped up, popped into G1's chest. And Septify, try as he might, do as much damage as he can on the way out. It was not enough.
Let me tell you something. Those first 2 overshields were a blunder, but Right now, being down 31-23, giving another overshield to G1, you're looking for trouble. They're going to collapse. You're all stuck at green. What do you do right now? There's nothing you can do. They're going to go to the black screen. That's 3 dead for Fnatic.
And an overkill for the Reaper. Pre-Devinator. We talked about it. He's cooking right now, and Fnatic, they're tasting oh so good.
Pre-Devinator 14-7. In this game number 2, and this is exactly how you want to close it right now. 35-27 is the score. Fnatic looking to crumble at the seams. And it's because of this man on your screen, Swish 5s, and of course Predevinator as well. They are outslaying the competition like crazy, and you see Boo Boo and Squale doing the dirty work on this squad. This is a very evenly balanced roster.
And Fnatic, much like Post Malone, they've fallen apart here. In game 2, after being very much in the contest for large portions, Pre-Devinator and Swish, they lit the fuse and they've taken off here. Boo Boo, Doo Boo and Squally just keep feeding them kills. The game is so easy if you keep handing over overshields, and G1 have made them pay.
Pay they have. A 9-kill lead now. Fnatic have got to get kills cleanly. No trades, no damage taken. And most importantly, in 10 seconds, they've got to punch this OS into their chest. If G1 get another one of these overshields, it's over. This overshield is so very important for this Fnatic roster.
And here it comes then, the skirmish for overshield. 3 successful grabs for G1, and it could very well be a 4th as 3 members still remain on their feet in this fight. Rami doing what he can to try and stop the push, but ultimately his card is numbers up. And that's going to be 4 unanswered overshields for G1. The game is much easier when you have that overshield.
It is way easier when you have that overshield, and it comes down to G1 being so patient. They don't just rush in and give away deaths. They don't rush and give away positioning. They wait for the perfect time, get the slays necessary, then pick up the overshield. And I'm going to tell you right now, that comes from Eli the Ninja, the coach, and it comes from the veteranship of Boo Boo Doo Boo on this squad.
I actually think it comes from Elvis. Isn't he the one who said wise men said only fools rush in? So.
Yep, that is true. My dad loved Elvis.
And Swish picks up a double kill in the feed, and perhaps only requiring 2 more now. I wouldn't bet against Swish putting those 2 in the dirt as well. And if you're just joining us, Fnatic currently at the moment 0-1 in their pool. If they go down 3-0, if they go down in this series at all, they're 0-2 in their pool and almost guarantee themselves bottom 2. But G1 will secure 50-40 game 2, and all of a sudden Fnatic 1 game away from going 0-2 in the pools.
Listen, it's time to start talking about Predevinator. You've been sleeping too long. The entire community, no one talks about him. He's not talked about anywhere. He's done it right here. He's opened up your eyes. He's put everyone to sleep. And let me tell you, all 4 go down. That overkill was pivotal in this game. A beautiful job. Predevinator, Swish, slaying out the competition. And again, a very balanced roster. All players doing their role and doing it well.
All singing from the same hymn sheet, it must be said. Playing so well in tandem, baiting and switching when they needed to. And it just goes to show, you spoke about Eli, the coach. They've managed to secure 4 overshields. Give that man a raise.
Agreed, he deserves it, man. I talk about mental all the time. It's something I'll really focus on. As you see, I got to watch this real quick. Look at this incredible, just, you know, when you see a player pop off like that, they're going to continue that tear. And he did just that. Some players will like overextend. He played patiently. So many kills on the squad because of him, but I just love the fact that he was able to really shine through in this live fire Slayer. Our next game type is going to be Recharge King of the Hill, and I'm curious, Jersey. I mean, what are you thinking for G1? Is Fnatic in a position to reverse sweep here? It doesn't look so good, but they did show sparks of brilliance in that last game.
Too little though, that's the issue, and it's the same thing with game 1. They rallied back, but they had already made too many mistakes. They already dug too far a hole to climb themselves out of, and but they're now 2-0 down in the series. Yeah, smart man just to put your money on G1 here. They're firmly in the driving seat of this series, and they've got the foot on the Fnatic next. It's whether or not now they press home that advantage. And looking at the stats, we talked about it pre-Devinator, 17 kills, 11 deaths and 9 assists. He was absolutely frying. And his wingman in things, Swish, he was at it as well. He was at the races, and I'm so impressed by what I'm seeing from this team.
This is what practice makes. This is what putting in the work, this is what entering all those open tournaments does for a squad. You want to be like G1, get on that grind, stick together, get yourself an incredible organization at some point with an incredible coach in Eli, and old man Mikowski, part owner of G1 as well. A great roster and a great org that has the mindset of a championship team and a championship org. That's exactly what you want to see. Let's see if they can close out game number 3.
G1. They're not here to take part, they're here to take over. And usually when people say that, they mean business. Rami, though, scooped up the camouflage. G1 almost caught napping here at the start of this game, and they cannot let this one slip. They cannot get too complacent, because Fnatic will definitely mind their P's and Q's and ensure they make this a very difficult afternoon. Rami, shadow boxing, swings and misses. Player ducks under that melee and ensures Rami hits the respawn screen, but J0 and Septify both had very impressive starts already. 3 kills apiece with no deaths. It's G1 starting off a little bit slow in this King of the Hill.
I want to really talk about what you just said. J0 starting off 4-0 right now. He had a really rough game in that live fire slayer. I believe it was 6-15, and like I said, he was benched for 2 weeks. Came back with a different attitude. Maybe he just needed a game to get it out of his system. Maybe he is the X factor on this Fnatic roster. He's turning things around. That's exactly what you want to see. A player that has a rough game, can pick up their mental, come back through, and make it happen.
It's one of those things, isn't it, really? You don't know what you've got until it's gone, and when it's threatened to get taken away from you, all of a sudden it's an attitude adjustment, it's a wobble.
Absolutely.
You think, right, I've got to pull my socks up here and start to prove exactly why I was on this roster to begin with, and J0, although he finds himself down 2-0 in the series, they can still bring this one back, but it has to start here. The first hill will go a long way in just improving their confidence.
This first hill is very difficult. It's mid-map, there's a camo involved that's coming up in about 5 seconds. It's difficult to get time into this hill. You've just got to completely reslay. You get 3 down right now for G1. Now's the opportunity to get in that hill, but they've got to be careful of that C plat spawn. It looks like Boo Boo very intelligent to block that, but it looks like Fnatic have got that camo, and Boo Boo is looking for him.
Boo Boo trying to put that disruptor to use. Doesn't do the damage required, though. J0, though. This is better from Fnatic. They've managed to pick up 2 camouflages after not being able to secure a single overshield in the last game. Much better controlling the sandbox, and you can see that's exactly why they've started to take the lead here in progress on the first hill. Super CC, though, down in bottom middle. He has lost his life trying to fight tooth and nail for every yard, for every second, for every inch of this hill. 2 go down, make it 3, and G1 now. They're the driver's seat once more. Saptify soars out and takes down Pre-Devonair. And how big could that be for that young man's confidence?
That's ginormous for his confidence. At that point, he understands he has the ability to win those 1v1 pids, which is exactly what that was. And Squale looking to win a 1v2 piv here. Super CC, I love the fact that he's playing his life in that situation, but as that scrap went on in the ring, they were able to get a lot of ticks on the board here for Fnatic. And they're looking to close this out in about 6 ticks. They will get this hill, but look at G1. They're set up.
You spoke about it down in the ring. When it's G1 throwing Fnatic over the top rope now and looking to win this Royal Rumble. But for the moment, Fnatic are in a really tough spot as G1 secure hill number 1, and they've gotten Fnatic right where they wanted them, over towards those gold pipe spawn. It's a really difficult task to try and get into that bottom middle hill. And now all of a sudden, that C plat hill over towards Long Haul, looking a little bit easier for G1 to control, and Super CC has to get away once more.
A great point there. That C long hill is very much easier to control, and it's all about holding that attic. It's all about holding that sneaky as well. G1 had that for a little while there, but unfortunately they weren't able to convert on much hill time in that sense. But look at Swish. He's got the shock rifle, the weapon to work with. He knows the push is coming out into C, and he's prepared for it.
What can he do? Nobody in the crosshairs just yet, but happy to hold that line of sight. Pre-Devonator picking up free time. Squatter's rights he's claiming right now. Squatty hits the respawn screen. Still a 3v3, but only for a moment as Super CC ensures a couple go to the respawn screen. Lovely sticky grenade on the way out. A little fade away. But is this the opportunity now for Fnatic to take control? Well, they have to watch the angles. They have to push out and ensure they stay in constant communication with one another. Super CC over in blue. Just watching that bottom tower. Nothing doing just yet. Predevinator has not peeked out. He does not have that info. And he maybe thinks the push is coming over towards the goal side, and that's exactly what we're seeing. 2 members go down. Predevinator trying to give the wiggles. Unsuccessful this time. For the last 2 remaining members of Fnatic desperately trying to live, trying to survive. But it was all for nothing.
Yeah, that G1 push is just too difficult. You got a guy coming from Attic, you got a guy coming from C-Plot as well. You got to take care of both of them. They're pushing at the exact same time. And of course, Boo-Boo's timing is phenomenal. He's been in many situations like this before, and because of that, he looks to close out this hill, but Jazero makes the stop here. It's up to him, but no, Swish 5's the clutch factor, tries to get in, and he's not able to, so Squale gonna complete this, and it looks like 2-0 is the lead for G1.
Squally, desperately, last man alive, managed to scrap enough time. Really surprised not to see that final member of Fnatic dive into the hill just to prolong it a touch. But we've seen 2 very, very close hills. But at the end of the day, G1 have clutched up once more like they've done in the series so far.
They've done a really good job of timing their pushes and making sure that they're coordinated. And that's something that a lot of teams really don't have at this level in the game. You expect that out of the top 6 teams potentially, but G1 doing a really great job holding these pushes, setting up that wall of defense, and it's all off the back of Predevinator here having another great game, a triple-double, 11 kills, 11 assists, and 11 deaths.
I expected big things from G1 this weekend, and they've not disappointed so far, ensuring they stake a claim for those top 2 spots in the pool. And already 2-0 up in the King of the Hill, as well as 2-0 up in the series. A lot of progress made on this 3rd hill in that bottom elevator area. 4 go down for Fnatic, and that's going to mean even more time for G1.
This is really stressful on the mental at this point. You're down 2-0 in the series. This is going to be the 3rd cap for G1. How do you come back from this moment? There's really not much you can do. You've got to play absolute flawless Halo, and even then, G1 is already playing flawless Halo. Playing together so well in this game. Again, Predevinator and Squale both with double-digit assists and putting in so many slays as well. This G1 roster, let me tell you something. They look extremely good, and I was thinking the same thing coming into this tournament, but they look strong.
And now, what starts to be a factor is the time limit. Under 2 minutes left on the clock, and Super CC has stepped out of the hill to prioritize slaying, and ultimately it's not worked either way. Now G1 not only have the option of, if they want to, they can capture that final hill, but they can just play Slayer from here on out and force Fnatic into rough and deep water. Booba using that grapple hook to get out of dodge and fires 1 towards the dome of Rami and snap, crackle, and pops his shields all the way away.
This is the reason this man is one of the best in the game. Look at the ability to stay alive as well, and I love his, use of the power weapons. He's got the sword and the shock rifle in hand. He says, you know what? My team is slaying out. I want to slay out too. Picks up those weapons and trying to make it happen. It's Boo-Boo.
Boo-Boo says, I want to play too. And he makes sure that he can. The confidence just to hold that angle, knowing that he can get out of dodge whenever he wants to. And as you can see, we spoke about it a little while ago. 2 minutes on the clock. Fnatic have stepped in though. 3 dead for G1 for a moment. Is this the opportunity? The old cliche, perfect Halo, was already mentioned. But it has to be just that if they're going to be come out on top here in this game number 3.
It seems almost impossible at this point with 1 minute and 19 seconds left. I mean, G1 halfway to closing out this last and final hill, and it being the last game in the series, Fnatic have to pull out a miracle at this point. But I've got to talk about this G1 roster. Look at Boo-Boo. Trading constantly on the Slays department. Boo-Boo is 20-10. Absolute incredible job by him. Make that 22-10 as he gets a beautiful double and wipes all of Fnatic to the floor.
With the use of some bleach, Fnatic are being cleaned up here. As G1 have decided to put some progress onto that hill. Recognizing that a minute is gone, and all of a sudden Fnatic flirt with the idea of getting themselves right back into this game. And just like that, they've stepped on the gas. They've gone through the gears. Fnatic desperately trying to clamber over towards the hill, and they've stopped the time for a moment, but for how long? As now Boo Doo turns his attention. He recognizes what his team needs. G0 will step up and will take down Boo Doo, but if the trades have come through, as Squally now steps into the hill and tap dances his way to a 3-0 sweep. G1 take this one.
Wow. What a convincing win by G1. And honestly, I did expect that, Shurzy. I expected G1 to dominate, but not in that fashion. There was some perfect Halo played there by that squad. And I know you said it's cliche, and I agree, but when you see perfect Halo, you gotta call out perfect Halo. G1 looks so darn good with Boo Boo on the squad. I love to see this. They're only going up from here.
And we thought that G1 roster looked really good in Kansas City when they had Tony 2 turn, and we thought, what options out there is there to improve the roster? And then Boo Boo becomes available, and like fallen fruit, you have to grab that. It falls down. When Boo Boo falls your lap, you have to at least try to get him involved, and you can see what he's done to drive this team forward. Confirmation of what we've seen. Strongholds on streets, 250 to 218. Live Fire Slayer, 50 to 40. And King of the Hill Recharge, 4-0. G1 now 2-0 in their pool, and we're getting confirmation that Optic Gaming also won against Forbidden Fruit. So both these teams, someone's always got to go over here in Pool C to see who will come out on top. But G1 looking so strong active.
They are looking strong, and I'm not going to be surprised. They're most likely going to move on to the winners bracket tomorrow and finish second here. I don't see anything else happening at this point. Those games in the beginning were pretty close. 250 to 218 and then a 50 to 40. Fnatic showed signs of brilliance, but like you said, and you said it greatly, there was too few. And that's the problem. Fnatic got to be a little more consistent with their playmaking ability, and if they can do that, we could potentially see this roster rise.
Fnatic playing in moments, fleeting at best at times, though. They have a lot to do, a lot to work on. Not only indeed just this in this super, but for any majors going forward. That's all for us for our game number 3. When we come back, we've got some more action. You do not want to see it. We've got FaZe up against Oxygen, and I tell you something, I'm looking forward to seeing this FaZe roster, but don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Super. And Tony, I tell you something, we've got this new look FaZe roster coming up against Oxygen, who, by all rights, they're also a new look roster. So we've got a 7th seed coming up against the 10th. Is this one about to be a close affair, or do you think FaZe will run away with it?
I think FaZe is going to obviously win this matchup. However, I want to show respect to Oxygen Esports. And I think just like Need and Org did in their round before, I think Oxygen Esports can definitely steal a game or two. And I'm really excited to see them do it. You have, Triton, Bohm, Nemesis. They're the absolute real deal. Combine that with Common, a player that does anything it takes in order to win. Forget the stats. It's all about winning to them. Oxygen Esports, they've been really playing well, which is good because they had a really upward climb in the beginning of the season. Dipped fairly low, but looks like now they're climbing back up.
And just if people are wondering where these two teams sit in their pools, we've got FaZe currently 1-0. They played against Need and Org. They won 3-1, as Tony rightfully mentions. And Oxygen, they lost against C9. Listen, that's no great shakes. We know that what C9 are capable of. They lost 3-0. But just like Tony mentions, maybe Oxygen Esports can take a game or two off FaZe 9 and really put the cat amongst the pigeons. But make no mistake about it, the heavyweights, the favourites are FaZe Clan, and Oxygen Esports, the underdogs. But for Oxygen Esports, if they have any hope of making it into the top 2 and staying in the winner's side of the bracket come tomorrow, they need to beat FaZe here.
Got the chance to sit down with Trey Triton and ask him a few questions, and I was really happy to hear him say that he says that this is the best Oxygen Esports roster that he has put together since the beginning. Which is crazy because they had a really good roster where that featured Swish from now of G1, and to say that this roster is even better than that old one, that's really incredible, and they're gonna need it because you're going up against FaZe, and FaZe are playing with a whole lot to prove. They brought this roster and built it to come at championships. They brought this roster together to make it to Worlds and to make some noise. And sadly, since then, they haven't had as hot of a start as we'd like to see. Even as recently as yesterday, losing 12-1 or 1-12 in their case to Optic and Scrims. It hasn't been the best for FaZe. They have a lot of work to do, but you know what? At this point, you're going against Oxygen, and I think they have the capability of not only winning this, but also making it a dominant win, and it starts here on Streets.
And if you're unfamiliar with the new FaZe roster, Falcated Renegade, previously of C9, Snipe Down, and indeed Spartan, previously of E United. This team have come together, and perhaps they're the pieces that are required to push FaZe further than they've ever been before. Always thought this roster had the potential of making a top 4, but every single time we've gotten to a major, they've fallen short of not only mine, but their own expectations. I have them here in this tournament as my wild card because I just don't know what to expect from them. Are they going to finish top 12, Tony? Are they going to finish top 4? We just really don't know what they're about just yet.
I'm not going to lie to you. I think FaZe being a wild card.
I like that.
FaZe being a wild card is good. Normally I lie to you, but it's fine.
Yeah.
FaZe being wild card is a good one. I still had them as top 4. I think they still have the capability to play bully ball against a lot of lesser skilled teams. You're talking about a 3-headed monster. You're talking about the Falcated. You're talking about Spark. You're talking about Renegade. And I think Snipe Down really rounds out this matchup or this roster so well with his veteranship and his leadership that he's going to bring. I wish I would have seen them click a little bit earlier. So far, it hasn't been done. But, hey, when they go up against Cloud9, I'm going to have my eyes on that matchup.
And the rubber hasn't quite hit the road for FaZe, but that gives us an opportunity to jump over to the other seat for Oxygen Esports. You have a lot of players there that you're expecting big things from, that they can be the X Factor. Bohm X, one of those players that can light up a tournament at any real given time. Tony, talk to me about him. What does he bring to the team?
Bohm, formerly of Esports Arena Red, and let me tell you, man, he's a monster. He really is. He has the ability to stuff the stat sheet. He's definitely one of the leading slayers that's on this squad. I think him combining with Triton is going to be a really nice mix. Watch out for Triton and Bohm to really set it off on the kill feed and being that driving force that leads to that objective efficiency that Oxygen Esports ultimately want to play with.
And we mentioned that FaZe already lost a map to Need and Org, so there's a situation there where if by some imagination Oxygen catch FaZe cold here, they could really push the distance and they could be a real spanner here if FaZe aren't careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. I mean, you know, FaZe, if they're to reach the heights that we know them to, that we know that the potential is, they 3-0 Need and Org. And I don't get me wrong, I love my Need and Org. I love Need and Org. Name actually formerly of this Oxygen Esports roster. But the FaZe that we know, that should have been a 3-0. So that one loss kind of shows a bit of chink in the armor carrying over from what we've seen already. You know, you practice, you ultimately play like you practice. And FaZe as of right now haven't looked the best as far as scrims. They haven't looked the best as far as these other tournaments as well. I got to cast them on another $1,000 tournament that was just about a week ago. And again, they're looking good, but we're looking for elites. And as of right now, we haven't seen that from FaZe, and that's what worries me just a little bit.
And maybe that weight of expectation that's on FaZe's shoulders, that can play right into this Oxygen Esports hands. There's so much expectation on this FaZe roster. We expect them to be in that top 4 conversation, even hunting for championships and getting into and breaking into that top 3. And for Oxygen Esports, they're the underdogs. They're not expected to win here. And maybe that's right where they need to be just to catch them cold.
Yeah, FaZe have a Renegade, arguably best player in the game. You know, some people have him tied up, you know, top 3, you know, with the Frosties, the Lucids, like Renegade's right up there. Don't forget that on Cloud9, they won back-to-back LAN events and were the favorites going into Kansas City before, obviously, Sentinels came about. Falcade, who I call the most underrated player that we have in the game. It's criminal. It's downright criminal that Falcade consistently stuffs the stat sheet and ends up top slayer multiple times in the stat, as far as series, as far as entire tournaments, and we still don't talk about him enough on that old FaZe roster, and even now he gets overlooked. And then Spartan, the Spartan shot is nasty, and he flies at you. I got to play him against him in the 8's lobby, and it was not fun. This man is all over the place, and with that passion, you gotta love it. And then, like I said, with Snipe Down, I think the one thing that people underrate with Snipe Down is his gaming IQ. Whether it's Apex, whether it's Halo, for some reason they don't look to him to be a leader in the comms, which really surprises me, because if you hear him talk about, you know, high level Halo, even high level Apex, no matter what it is, he definitely has a phenomenal mind for the game. So I think that's one thing that gets underrated. So look out for Snipe Down to really play a little bit of a leadership role on top of the IGLing that Spartan's going to bring in, especially when it comes to the objective, because as of right now, they're seemingly to struggle in the oddballs.
That's a role that's up for grabs, it seems to be, on this FaZe roster. That IGL you talk about, because we've seen Active having a bit of back and forth with Spartan, mentioning, you know, there doesn't seem to be an IGL, nobody's calling the shots, and Spartan is almost forcefully having to take that role because nobody else seems to be doing it. That's not in his wheelhouse just yet, and he's still trying to work through it and try to get to the best he can be. But you mentioned Snipe Down. Do you think he's a player with the experience that he has, dating back all the way to Halo 3, that maybe he's the player that needs to step up and take the role called, take that in-game leader onto his shoulders and push this team forward?
Well, I mean, that's the one thing with Snipe Down, you know, as far as his as far as being a, you know, advanced level communicator, I think he's very clear and very concise with his communication. It's useful, it's in, it's out, and then sometimes he goes to the Snipe Down mode where he locks in, he gets a little tunnel vision. At that point, I don't even hear him call out for a couple minutes because he's just slaying everybody. But either way, what Snipe Down brings to the table cannot be doubted. If Snipe Down is your 4th slayer in on your team, you're set up for success. Now it's all about execution. Now it's all about putting it to work. The blueprint is there. You just have to follow it.
Can they execute the game plan? Game 1, Street Strongholds. Oxygen Esports will not go gentle into that good night. That much is for damn sure. They're here to make things very difficult for any team they play in the pools. FaZe will have to be careful and come out hot. They can ill afford to drop too many games just for the confidence alone. And it's Nemesis who's picked up that drop shield and the Bulldog, and he's patrolling over on the pink side.
First to 250 points takes the win. And at this point, we're going to find out. It takes 2 to tango, so we're going to find out who can hold on to these strongholds as long as possible and then push in for the trip cap, because, you know, both of these teams have that in mind, as Bravo and Charlie early going in favor of FaZe. Nemesis and Bohm going to be the first ones to go down, and FaZe take early control.
Takes 2 to tango, and it's FaZe Clan who have started to dance already. 11 points in their favor. B being contested now, though. Bomex does not know. Snipe Down's behind them with that stock rifle, locks in 3 shots, and immediately whips over to the player sitting top railings, and Renegade's on hand to ensure that kill gets locked into. Triton last alive inside B, and it looks as though FaZe are going to try and get the stop there too. They've got A and C in control, and they will continue to score. The perfect start here for FaZe Clan.
Well, looks like Charlie is about to change hands. Bohm and Common able to work on Sparty, and just like that, we do see a double cap going in favor of Oxygen Esports. FaZe going to try to push up and stop Bravo. The Bulldog coming in from mid-range, shredding the shield to Snipe Down, somehow able to stay alive. Renegade comes in to clean up, and love I just stared at that nade right there. He knew what was happening.
He knew he hadn't got long left, and that fuse has been lit. But now all of a sudden, Oxygen Esports flipping the script. They've got a triple cap and locked in tight onto FaZe Clan. Renegade tries to create an opening for his team and does so successfully, locking in a double kill. Snipe Down trying to give Common the wiggles, and he wiggles back with the perfect 4 shots. He's feeling it.
Oxygen Esports were able to put a trip cap, and with that, a large lead has come in favor of the boys in red. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. Now we're seeing try and take height, not able to get the kill, and that's going to be pivotal. That's going to be critical to FaZe's success as Renegade stops Nemesis from stealing those rockets, and FaZe are back in the driver's seat.
Pivotal, critical, but will it be criminal? We're about to find out. Falcated with the boombox over his shoulder. They've got B and C. Bomex shoots those spiker grenades and takes Renegade all the way out of the game for the next 8 seconds or so. FaZe continue to score, but those rockets have not been used. Falcade has dropped them before being able to fire even a single one. They've come back to bite them as Nemesis has used them against them. And they've now turned their attentions to B.
You have to take care of those rockets. You simply have to. That is devastating for FaZe.
FaZe, although they lost the rockets, they've now lost B and C, and again, Oxygen threatening another triple cap. It's FaZe stepped inside of B, but they're losing A in the meantime, and I like this play from Nemesis backing out of there. You can leave them at B and fight them elsewhere, prioritizing staying alive, because right now they're in the driver's seat, but just like that, C is in control. It's being converted of FaZe, and back again, they step inside B, and Sparty loses his life, so A and B now, they've got a much better setup and a much better grip on the game.
Oxygen Esports are upping the tempo on FaZe, trying to make them as uncomfortable as possible by changing the pace. FaZe are expecting Oxygen to come out a bit slower, and Oxygen are flying across the map, and now we're going to see if they can adapt to this newfound strategy for Oxygen Esports. On board now with Nemesis, the shots going in across map, goes right after Renegade. What a kill by Nemesis.
It's not often you see Renegade lose a 1v1. Great shots though. And Oxygen Esports really cranking the pressure here onto FaZe. And is FaZe the kind of team that will thrive off momentum and confidence? And when a team like Oxygen pushes back, will they crumble? They have not had too many tests so far. Relatively new roster. And Oxygen Esports trying to make it a really difficult task for them.
Oxygen Esports having that 104-59 lead still, as Bravo looks to be taken over, stopped in its tracks. Nemesis also pushing over toward the Charlie side, so you have Oxygen dedicating resources to both Bravo and Charlie, putting FaZe on 2 down, but Renegade responds off of spawn.
Renegade does go down though. Try and ensure Sparty hits the respawn screen, and a double kill for him. Snipe Down answers back. It's a 2v2 on the map. Some more wiggles been implemented, but it's going to be Falcated comes out on top this time. Renegade currently sitting at 13 kills, 4 assists, and 9 deaths. The rest of his team lagging behind him considerably. Will we see Renegade head off into the clouds? Can the rest of his team stick with him in the slaying category? Because right now, it is Oxygen Esports who have the lead, but FaZe Clan looking to change that here.
Love this play by Renegade. He knows that 3 members of Oxygen Esports coming off a spawn onto the subway side, so he wants to lure them into a false sense of security. And with that, Nemesis Doesn't look both ways before crossing the street. Renegade gets the shots into the backside. Ends up earning himself an assist. 3 down go Oxygen Esports. And this was the opportunity that FaZe were looking for.
Door open. Renegade walks in. Picks up a kill. Red room for Triton. And he is also the latest victim to Renegade. Plasma grenades go up, trying to stop the A conversion. Unable to do so. Oxygen will get it. But B and C still in control of FaZe, and they continue to score points and eat away at this lead.
Sparty going to try to take height here. Over toward the Stalker Rifle spawn. Bravo still being held down by FaZe despite not having the numbers. And luckily, too quickly going down in favor of FaZe. They're finding those slays. Sparty has slowed the game down here, holding that height. And as rockets are coming up, this next battle is going to change the tides. Oxygen Esports want to get a hold of this. They've already lost the lead. Those rockets could be what they need to get it back.
FaZe regain momentum. 2 go down once more for Oxygen. It's not silly season just yet. You don't have to desperate things. You're still very much in this game. Rockets are up. They will be instrumental as they often are. Falcade has tried to go down that way. Bulldog in his hand. Tries to clamber up, just tipsy toe his way out of dodge. Doesn't do so successfully. Rockets now secured for Oxygen Esports. First one will fire, it's a swing and a miss. The second one will connect, but a trade, and that is not using the Rockets to their ultimate and optimum efficiency. Nemesis, one nade down towards Commando, will not find a home. Tries to use that Commando, and does so to take down Snipe Down.
Coach of Oxygen Esports, Trey Try, said, "We aren't satisfied with our previous performances, and we aim to show what we are truly capable of with this newfound upgraded roster. And I'm loving what I'm seeing at them as they now take in the lead. A trip cap being locked down here by Oxygen Esports, but a God Spawn coming in out of Sparty, and Nemesis doesn't care. Nemesis goes right at him, wins the piv. 2 down go FaZe, and Oxygen are controlling the pace of the game.
Dictating it. Manipulating FaZe to exactly where they want them. Not for the first time they locked in that triple cap, and really making FaZe bleed here. Cuts. The wound is wide open. But will it be fatal for FaZe? B and C in their control. They're going to lose A in the meantime, but they're going to continue to score and crank that pressure all the way up.
The pressure is definitely being cranked right now, and FaZe are feeling it as Oxygen are still holding on to that double cap. FaZe either find their way over toward the B or the C side. It doesn't matter because Oxygen are still holding on to so much time. Finally, numbers go in favor of FaZe, and what happens? Oxygen simply out-rotate them and are now working on Alpha.
Oxygen playing the numbers game expertly. When they're down in the fight, they prioritize rotating, getting other strongholds where FaZe are not set up. And that is why we're seeing them maintain scoring here all this while. We're seeing Falcade step in though. 3 go down for Oxygen. Is that the opening now for FaZe to really grab this game by the scruff of the neck, because they're letting it go by so far?
That's exactly what FaZe were looking for. Double cap now back in favor of them. They know that Oxygen is spawning over toward the A side, but they're just watching every angle that could be created toward the B. But meanwhile, off the screen, Common and Nemesis breaking through the subway side of the map, and now they're going to make waves over towards Charlie. Falcon is trying to make a play, ends up taking down one, but the numbers just too much. Oxygen are collapsing on FaZe, using those numbers, and with that, the objective efficiency is coming in. This is clean Halo being played by Oxygen Esports.
Oxygen cutting off the game, cutting off the air for FaZe, making them feel really uncomfortable. And you can see that in the stats line. Spartan currently sitting at 8 kills, 10 assists, but 18 deaths, -10 in the KD spread. Needs to be better if they're going to take it down a team at the caliber of Oxygen. 1v2 though, and it's FaZe that come out on top. Opening pick goes their way. Spartan in the world of hurt though, but comes out on top as he sticks that spiker grenade to the helmet and keeps on moving. 246 though. Oxygen only require 4 more points.
I had nicknamed this FaZe roster the God Squad, and as of right now, looks like they'll be going to church on Sunday because they're looking for answers right now. Charlie going to be stolen once again by Oxygen Esports. FaZe Clan are being hunted down, and with that, they don't have the numbers, they don't have the resources. That's going to be it. Oxygen Esports already upsetting in game number 1.
Well. I'm looking around and I didn't see that one in the script. There's been upsets all over pool play so far, and our Oxygen Esports going to crank that pressure even further onto FaZe's shoulders. Going down 1-0 now is FaZe, and Oxygen looking so good.
FaZe stock is falling right now. And that's not good because I invested. Oxygen Esports looking good. I'm about to buy me some merch. Game number 1, heavily going in favor of Oxygen Esports. And this wasn't just like a lucky win. Maybe they got a couple rounds of slays. Like, no, this was clean Halo, like I mentioned before. This was watching every single angle. This was great communication, playing for each other, winning pivotal battles like you saw on that replay with Nemesis going up against Renegade. Oxygen Esports rocking a brand new team and sporting a brand new attitude.
The scary thing is, this wasn't one or two misplays made by FaZe. This was Oxygen in complete control at times, locking in triple caps at will, it felt like. And that's where FaZe really felt the hurt and felt the burn. They have a long road back now. Live Fire Slayer is game 2, but looking at the tail of the tape here, Tony, talk me through it. What jumps off the page?
I mean, right off the bat, balanced slays across the board. But where does that come from? It comes from those assists. You got double-digit assists out of 3 members out of Oxygen Esports, and even Trade who's right behind them with 8. But might as well chalk that up to double digits at that point. The assist led to the kills, led to the timing, and led to the objective for Oxygen Esports. It's as simple as that. And now we're seeing FaZe Clan on their back foot, having to find an answer in game 2.
Connecting the dots on the opposite end of the scale. Spartan having a game to forget. 9 kills, 19 deaths. He did have the 10 assists, so he was involved heavily in the game. But with a stat line like that, it's a tough ask to beat a team, like Oxygen. And he needs to turn it around because FaZe need him now more than ever.
Well, luckily, Renegade's still coming out hot. 20 kills, not bad. So still looking good in the slays department. And I think Falcated right behind him with that 17 to 5.7 KDA. So they still did well in the slays. Obviously didn't convert as much as you would want to in the strongholds, but it's still a fairly close game. 250 to 178. That's what, maybe 2 rounds of slays that go in favor of FaZe, and maybe they come out on top. But it's still surprising. Oxygen Esports definitely the underdog in this matchup and up 1-0 in the series. FaZe Clan go into Live Fire Slayer. And in my opinion, this is a must-win game for FaZe.
The scoreboard lights up in green, 250 to 178 strongholds, streets, like Tony mentions. That next game, it's a Slayer. And we thought Oxygen Esports had the capability, had the opportunity to take a game just like Need an Org did. But now, conversation almost intensifies, Tony. Do they have enough in the chamber to take down FaZe in this best of 5? Because I'll tell you something, I've been very, very impressed by what I've just seen.
I mean, Strongholds is a tough game type. Strongholds is a game type that you have to control the slays, but then on top of that, you have to always be moving, be willing to out-rotate your opponent. So if you can do it in Strongholds, in my opinion, you can do it in Slayer. You know what the blueprint is. Play for each other, bait and switch. Do not get isolated against these absolute monsters that are on FaZe. And on top of that, for God's sake, keep that S7 sniper out of the hands of FaZe Clan, especially Renegade or Spartan.
And to put this into perspective, FaZe currently 1-0 in the pool. If they lose this, they'll be 1-1, which doesn't sound too bad until you find out their next opponent will be C9. And with the way they're playing here, they're very well and truly in danger of falling into the elimination bracket when we get there. Still, a long series left. And with this Slayer, perhaps they can turn the tide, turn the momentum. But opening slays, once more, gone in favor of Oxygen Esports, as they not only are ahead in the game 4-1, but they've got some of the goodies, like the sniper rifle.
And the key to live fire is not just about the slays that you get, but what do you do with them? Are you able to identify where the spawners are coming from, and are you able to keep putting pressure on them? When FaZe spawn over toward that B side, don't give them free access to the garage. Don't give them free access to nest. You have to collapse. You have to make them feel your presence. That's how you win on Live Fire Slayer, and that's how you win against a team as strong as FaZe.
2 shots of the S7, one to the back and the final one to the back of the dome. We'll lock in that kill for Nemesis onto Sparty. And 8 kills to 3, and Nemesis, the confidence flowing through his veins. You can see him doing spins, 180s and 360s, and backflips, and front flips, and somersaults, and handstands. He's vibing right now. He's feeling it. And perhaps an upset is on the cards. If confidence can remain with this team, if the wind stays in their sails. He recognizes he doesn't want to make any mistakes here. Falcade makes that jump, but straight onto the lap and onto the plate of Bohem, who had the knife and fork in his hands, and said, thank you very much. That's one more to my kill column. 11 kills to 6. Auction Esports with the perfect start.
You know, I thought we were playing Halo, but with all the moves you were naming off, clearly we're playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 or something. I don't know what that was. Bohm on screen, immediately dropping the drop wall. Now going to put Renegade in the sandwich right between two players. Snipe down, going to try to rotate over towards the cut side. Once again, Auction Esports moving with confidence, moving with swagger. There is no hesitation, and I'm loving what I'm seeing out of them.
Bohm and the rest of Auction Esports strutting around the map now. 15 kills to 6. This is very quickly getting away from FaZe. They're in trouble. They're reeling. They're on the ropes. They're on the back foot. Renegade, last man standing. Positioned over towards dummies and indeed over shield. And how they could do with picking up the power up, getting that OS. It won't be coming quick enough though, and there's not enough of them on the map to claw away at this lead just yet. Down by 9 as it currently stands.
Auction Esports have doubled the enemy's team scoreline right now. This is an incredible display that Auction Esports are putting on against FaZe, who, I mean, this was my pick to make it in 4th place in this entire tournament. This is a squad that was built again to win championships, and Auction Esports are putting on a clinic. You got Triton right now sitting at 6 and 5 with 3 assists. Loving what I'm seeing out of Bohm. 3 kills, 7 assists to go along with this, so he's engaged in 10 and the most engagements that are for his team. This is a double-digit lead. This is crazy what we're seeing out of Oxygen Esports.
Nemesis registers his first death of the game after locking in a killing spree. 5 kills, 1 assist, 1 death. That's the perfect kind of stats to be putting up against this FaZe roster. Snipe down having a game to forget right now. 2 and 7 with just the 2 assists. Needs to slow down these deaths because already Auction Esports are at that halfway point. They're at that stage where they can already trade their way to victory. FaZe Clan have got to get a grip and start to dictate the pace of this game, because right now they're passengers in this series. And Auction Esports are in no mood to change seats.
Common Auction Esports now set up perfectly over towards that overshield side. And with that, you're seeing Snipedon trying to answer back, but they've just gone 3 down. Oxygen Esports. It's funny, we call them Oxygen because they're not allowing FaZe to breathe at the moment. They are absolutely controlling this game here on Live Fire and continuing where they left off in Game 1.
We spoke about it for FaZe. They're the kind of roster that can fire up at a moment's notice, but Oxygen choking the air out of them right now. You can't start a fire without a spark. It hasn't come here in Game 1, nor in Game 2 thus far. Auction Esports playing this one perfectly. 31 kills to 21, a 10 kill differential as we head into the latter stages of this game. And Auction Esports continue to apply that pressure, continue to get the kills in their favor as Spartan desperately tries to run away, Rat Tunnel. But the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are not down there. You will not find Master Splinter. Nothing but death awaits.
No rats over toward the tunnels. FaZe are being cleared out and being put down onto the black screen. Oxygen Esports now having 35 kills. At this point, FaZe Clan needs to start valuing their life. Things are getting a bit out of hand here. They still have a chance to bring this back. Not that it's going to be easy, but it's going to take plays like that. The baiting and switching coming in. Falcated coming in absolutely dominating. Putting Oxygen Esports 3 down like you're seeing. If they can continue with the same energy, maybe FaZe tie up the series.
FaZe do get that fresh round of slays. 4 dead without losing anybody in the meantime. They need a few more and a bit more of that. Add it to your cart. I don't care how much it costs. Don't care if you have any discount codes. Get it there pronto. A 6 kill game now. All of a sudden FaZe starting to click. Things are starting to happen for them. Those kills are getting cleaned up. Snipe down in the 1v1. Tries to give them the wiggles. But Bohem X in no mood to dance. Still remains a 5-kill game, but this could be the pivotal chance. This could swing the pendulum back in FaZe's favor if they've got the overshield.
Like you said, a 5-kill game, and at one point it was actually up to 12. So we do see FaZe start to take over. Off-screen snipe down, gets himself a double kill. Falcated going to strip away this S7 sniper rifle from the opposition. And now we're going to see if FaZe can make something happen here. Only down by a few kills in striking distance. Oxygen Esports now looking to slow the game down finally. But is it too little too late because FaZe are looking hungry?
Game down to a crawl. Slays have gone against them though. That heat wave has been pivotal. Falcade seen a couple of pixels whiz by him, but not enough to lock onto the face of anybody. Body's one. BR will do enough. Body's another. Teammate on hand. He's praying for somebody to step up and take down that kill. Lands another body shot, but it's not enough on this occasion. And Oxygen Esports extend their lead by 1. But just like that, back within 3 kills. FaZe are not out of this just yet.
This game's been back and forth action this whole time. On board now with Nemesis. Excellent shots over towards Sparty, but Renegade comes in. And that's just too much from the double push out of FaZe. And with that, Oxygen Esports now is momentarily on their back foot. And FaZe look to aggress, look to take advantage. You're now seeing yet another double push. Renegade stealing away 1, running in tandem, running to another one though, as Nemesis takes down 1. And it's like, boom, gonna follow that up. So back to 3 kills. Oxygen Esports, 1 squad wipe away from taking this game.
Oxygen bagging and tagging players right now. You need those 4. All members of FaZe set up over towards that garage. First kill has gone against Oxygen. Will they look to step back? No, indeed they don't. Nemesis picks up 1 onto Renegade and they come out soaring. He tries to pick up that overshield, does try it, but it does go down. Falcated on hand. Can he pick it up and scoop it into his chest? Common looks as though he's giving up the goose. He's giving up the ghost. He's letting them have it, knowing they need just 1 more kill to double their series lead.
Oxygen Esports now need to play around that overshield player. Do not let them come in. And hold on, Common gets caught.
Oh!
He tries to go in, but ends up getting a remote detonation. Oxygen Esports pull off yet another upset. They're up 2-0 in the series thanks to that remote detonation that I just saw in the feed. Oxygen Esports may just do it.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oxygen Esports are up 2-0 against this newly formed FaZe roster, which we thought were going to be a top 4 contender. Many people put them in the top 4 in their predictions, but they're a wild card. There's definitely things that they leave on the plate, and Oxygen, they're hungry right now. And they're well and truly in the mixer here to get a 3-0 clean sweep, something that was unfathomable at the start of this series.
Spartan was very humble when he talked about the struggles that FaZe have been finding this newly found roster. They have not hit the ground running, which again, I say this before, normally it's not a big deal. However, with the way G1 have been looking with their newfound success, you know, the way other teams have, even this Oxygen Esports implementing 2 new players and how they've been able to bounce back. There's other teams that have gone through changes and are looking absolutely incredible. And as of right now, FaZe still having a lot to work on. I love the fact that Spartan was humble with it, but this is not the FaZe that we were expecting to see when they first put this roster together. They're going through growing pains like many do.
Teething issues in the FaZe camp. Renegade, 11 kills, but putting up 16 deaths. It's a lot to ask of your team if you're putting in that sort of death column. Nemesis on the other side, 12 kills, 8 deaths, going positive 4. We've seen him going to work, putting on a clinic with the sniper rifle. And his plays that he made that were instrumental in ensuring that they have doubled their series lead here. But Common, he also registered 16 deaths, but on the thing that he had in his favor is his teammates around him, they really picked up the slack.
Up and down season for Oxygen Esports. They were riding high when they had Swish and Name on the roster. Ended up dropping down a little bit. The moment they stole Trian, that's when I started to, I was like, hold on. Trian fits this mold perfectly coming over from that old Complexity roster. And now they brought in Nemesis and Boom, 2 very capable players that we have in our league. And Oxygen Esports are looking more than just the best options available coming together. They're looking like a team. The communication's been on point. The coordination, I've been absolutely loving it. And they're doing it against one of the best. I'm talking FaZe. If Oxygen Esports win one more game, they are pulling off the biggest upset here in this tournament.
Renegade, a back-to-back champion with Cloud9. Sniped Down has won multiple championships across multiple games, and now they find themselves one game away from getting clean swept by this young, hungry Oxygen roster. It's King of the Hill. It's on recharge. And will this be the final game of the season, or can FaZe turn their fortunes around?
They need to. FaZe needs to find they need to find something. As of right now, they are still struggling. Another 2 down. Make it 3 for FaZe Clan. Falcated trying to come off a spawn, trying to challenge Common, ready for it. Early shots in, a little bit of time in progress for Oxygen Esports, but not much. So FaZe can easily answer back.
Answer back. But right now, nobody's picking up. Try it with the shock rifle. Over towards Sneaky. Ultimately thinks the better of it. C-Plat will be where he's going to plant his feet and look to go to work. He's clocking in. First shot will whiff by Renegade. But you can see Oxygen Esports have already made more progress on hill number 1 than FaZe have. Sparty's hit the respawn screen, currently sitting at 0 and 3, as is Sniped Down. These are not the sorts of numbers we think about. And Spartan makes it 0 and 4 as Triton shocks him to the respawn screen.
Triton shutting FaZe down with the shock rifle. Continue to eyeball the pipe side because they know where the pressure's coming from. Nemesis spawn trapping perfectly with that remote detonation. FaZe not only going 4 down, but Oxygen Esports are getting in their face. Oxygen Esports have absolutely taken control here on recharge.
FaZe are in the blender right now. Screaming, crying out for help. And Oxygen Esports showing no mercy, as they are well over halfway now through, scoring their first point in the hill. And will that be the final nail in the coffin for the confidence of this FaZe clan? Falcade has got the camouflage, but can he be influential with it? They need to win this game.
Camouflage in the hands of Falcated right now. This might be the turning point that they're looking for. Despite all the successes that Oxygen Esports were able to find in the Slays department, they haven't been able to steal away this capture. In fact, FaZe have an enormous amount of time and are now, just 1 tick away from maybe stealing this away. FaZe Clan are still in it, and they still have the opportunity to steal this Hill 1.
Falcade baiting the hill. Spartan will step up and put his body on the line. Not enough though. Falcade will step out once more, pick up 2. But Common answers back. 3 dead for FaZe. This could be the opportunity for Oxygen Esports if they can get some good clean time. Sniped Down desperately tries to get himself towards the hill, but he does lose out on most of his shields. This one's down to the wire. Just requires FaZe Clan to slide on in. Renegade helps the cause by picking up 2, and Spartan puts his body on the line once more. Can Oxygen Esports get there? They've managed to get the contest, but no. FaZe have lost out on the hill, and Oxygen somehow, someway take the lead.
Both teams were just a sliver away from taking that hill number 1, and Oxygen Esports absolutely stealing it away from FaZe, and now already in their setup for this long haul side. Common in the hill. Nemesis covering his back. Wasn't in position just yet, so tries to get up there, but
it's a
Triton comes
bloodbath.
right back. Double kill going in. Renegade gonna steal away 1, but Oxygen Esports continue to find the kills that they need.
No doubt. FaZe's heads are down right now, and Oxygen Esports capitalizing on it. What can he do here though? Boehm gets shocked. Is that the opening then for Renegade to step in and help his team drive them forward? They desperately need him to put on a display here. Spartan 3 and 10. This has not been the series we expected to see from him. The heartbeat of E United has come over to FaZe and is having a struggle here in this game 2 of the pool. Sniped Down all of his years of experience. Currently sitting at 7, 7, and 7. Make it 8. And now they're starting to find some success. Now they're dictating the pace. They've got control of this second hill over towards Long Haul. Renegade locks in 2 more. Signs of life still there for FaZe.
And I hate to try to come up with excuses here, but I will say, Sparty did talk about his controller breaking before he was moved, before he flew over to Texas. and have had to replace his controller 3 times so far. This is not the Sparty that we know. Clearly something's wrong, and that might be playing a part here as FaZe doing the final 3 down they were looking for. Renegade starting to take control, taking matters into his own hands.
Spartan's controller breaking. FaZe look to be breaking in front of our very eyes, crumbling here. They have managed to restore parity though, 1-1 in the game. They answer back. Is this the spark then? Can they build upon this? Bomex will look to quell the fire now. Extinguish the flame. Slides in, tries to lock in too. His teammate ensures he doesn't have to. Sword now in the back pocket. And he'll look to play defense if he needs to. Renegade picks up 1, but it's a trade. And it will not do much for him. But Snipe down. And Falcade, last 2 members surviving on the map. Having to wait for the cavalry to arrive. And that's going to mean more uncontested time for Oxygen.
Normally the primary slayer is being Bowman Triton for this roster, but we got to show some respect here for Nemesis. 18-9, 4 assists to go along with it. He is absolutely obliterating the defenses of FaZe as they get a clean sweep once again, and Nemesis gonna let somebody else take control of that zone. He has some more kills to add to the board.
Clean sweep, and very careful here because the dustpan's gonna come out in the series. If FaZe are not careful, it's 2-1 now. Oxygen retake the lead.
Nemesis is going to try to make a play with the green gun here. Not able to find one. Kind of lead that play forward for his teammate. Immediately goes toward the cross shots down to 1 shot, trying to stay alive. Meanwhile, off screen, Triton does end up getting the slay onto Renegade. Boom is flying in. The long haul players are starting to come in, and looks at that. Triton finds another one. Now we have Nemesis trying to get the kill.
Oh.
Not gonna happen. 3 down go Oxygen Esports. So some more life being shown here from FaZe.
4 dead then for Oxygen. FaZe rally back. Looking to tie us up once more. 2 minutes and 37 on the clock. Of course, the clock will stop whenever a player steps inside of the hill. Oxygen now have to break this setup. What have they got? They're over in the goal spawns. A very difficult position to get close to this hill. As far away as possible at the moment. And FaZe Clan keeping them at arm's length, but only for a moment. The snipe down is going to be that opening pick for his team. Can Renegade and Spartan pick up the slack? They've picked up 1. Renegade gets himself out of the hill, but only for a moment. He looks to re-peek. Somehow stays on the map. The repulsor play will not do the job as intended. He clambers his way right back into the mixer, but 2 go down as BoMX falls off into the drink. Cannonball. But has the damage been done? FaZe have got quite enough time here. FaZe desperately clinging on to their pool play life here.
2-1 lead still in favor of Oxygen Esports. Switching gears over towards Triton, finding yet another kill on the main Slayer Renegade. Nade starting to fly. Triton trying to stay alive. Finally he's hunted down. Sniped out picks up a double kill. Both of these teams leaving it all on the line here. And of course, Nemesis shutting things down, putting his 20th on the board.
FaZe backs to the walls. What are they made of? Oxygen putting them in uncomfortable positions. Not easing up on the pressure either. They've now caught up almost completely to that initial time FaZe kind of put down, and you've got to feel if this next hill goes towards Oxygen, the series will follow. Snipe down. Back C. Will that Nemesis plasma grenade stick to the man? It will not do so. But the repulsor play will send him flying with the force push, and Snipe down hits the back wall before ending up in the drink. Nemesis though and Renegade both repulsor one another, but it's 2-2. FaZe right back in it.
Do not count FaZe out yet. If there's any team that can pull off a reverse sweep against this Oxygen Esports roster, it may just be FaZe Clan, but Nemesis finding the backside of Sparty. He's gonna go down. Nemesis, no feel whatsoever. Mike Tyson with the punches.
Bobbing and weaving. 22 kills and 12 deaths. 9 assists. Oftentimes you see someone getting heavily slayed, but they'll have little less on the assists. He's keeping right up there with his team. He's having a game to remember. Looking to cause the upset here. And they've got almost half the score they need for this final hill.
Oxygen Esports once again looking good, and yet another swing hill here. They want to go up 3-2. You can feel it. But Nemesis and Boom go back-to-back deaths. FaZe go all 4 down. So once again, Oxygen Esports taking control. Camouflage coming up, and luckily that spawning player was able to deny a free camo coming out of Triton. But FaZe Clan not only need to get Oxygen out of the hill, they need this camouflage.
Camouflage has been scooped up. Looks as though Snipedown is going to be the man to pop it into his chest. The game could be in his hands. Nobody stepping inside of the hill this time. Using it as bait instead. Renegade bobs and weaves, but straight into the crosshairs of Triton. That shock rifle will connect and connect hard. And the Camouflage player goes down. All 4 down for FaZe Clan. Oxygen Esports cranking up the pressure.
FaZe are running out of time. They are running out of options. Oxygen Esports have answered everything that FaZe has thrown. Grenades, shock rifle, active camo, the kitchen sink. It's all being turned out as Oxygen Esports are now 1 hill away from pulling off the most incredible upset here in this tournament.
Will they play time? 1:04 on the clock. FaZe have stepped into it to stop that clock though. Will Oxygen Esports turn this into a Slayer? It's back down bottom middle, which can be a mosh pit at the best of times. Looking to turn it into a Royal Rumble here. Down long haul. Renegade picks up 1. But he's the last man standing on the team, and it looks as though Oxygen have made the play. They made the call. Step outside. We're playing shot clock now. Renegade somehow trades off 1 and has opened the door for the rest of his team to follow on through. Doing what he can here, currently sitting at 22 and 19. But Nemesis, 27. What a game these two are having. Back and forth this game has been. But Oxygen Esports, they're soaring right now.
Less than 40 seconds on the clock. Oxygen Esports just need to simply get FaZe out of the hill like you alluded to before. They're playing the time at this point. But as of right now, FaZe answering well beyond the call of duty and might just tie this game at 3 apiece. This game going absolutely down to the wires. We switch gears towards Renegade. 25 kills going toe-to-toe with Nemesis on the Oxygen Esports roster. FaZe continue to find himself in the hill. Falcated finding 1, Sparty getting 1 on the feed. Now we're seeing Renegade going in for the challenge as well. And just like that, 1 cap will determine this game.
A reminder, folks, overtime rules have been modified in King of the Hill. If we stay tied up, we will go to a full and complete reset. If we stay tied up after that, it's first team to capture 2 points. And it's not out of the realms of possibility. That is exactly what we're about to see. But can Oxygen Esports hold out? There's only 7 more seconds. Can one of these teams hold this long haul for the duration of this game?
FaZe do immediately find themselves into that early side setup. We do see multiple Oxygen Esports members looking to push the glass side of the map. Common somehow finds his way in. Snipedown ends up going down. So the Charlie side of the map is being locked down by FaZe, but they're not watching both angles, and because of that, Oxygen Esports find their way toward the zone. 5 more seconds on the clock. At this point, FaZe don't even have to win. At this point, you're looking to force a sudden death and ultimately send this into the overtime rules that you just explained.
Renegade in the hill though. They want to end the game here. 2 seconds on the clock. They're not looking to go for that reset, but unfortunately, the pie chart has come up. It's sudden death here. You have to stay in the hill. Both teams have to stay in there. They've stepped out for a moment, but Snipedown goes in, but only to land on top of a frag grenade. BoMX though steps in once more. The grenades though ensure he will not be in there for long enough to really eat away at this hill and progress it, but FaZe have numbers advantage. Camouflage is about to pop up and they have control of the hill.
And forget the overtime. FaZe have found the slave they're looking for. They're going into the end game. Now Oxygen Esports are forced to come off a spawn, and they need to desperately get Falcated out of the zone. Renegades watching that angle toward the glass side, and nobody at Oxygen Esports able to get there in time, despite how good they look towards 90% in this game. It's FaZe Clan that literally sweep the rug right under the feet of Oxygen Esports.
Oh boy, do we have a series on our hands. And somebody I want to highlight in that game. We talked about how Spartan was struggling. Currently, he was like 2-8 or something along those lines. He brought it back, Tony, 21 to 23. And that is exactly what FaZe needed when Spartan starts to play well, when he starts to get the confidence, you can see how big and important and influential he can be for that FaZe team. And he went off big there, ensuring that they win the game 4-3, and they're right back into this series.
I mean, if you're going to shout out Smarty, I got to shout out Nemesis. Man, Nemesis staring down the three-headed monster that is Falcated, Renegade, and Spartan, knowing damn well what they can do in the Slays column. And he was running the recharge. And a large reason why Oxygen Esports were almost able to pull off the sweep here was because of that man Nemesis. Watch out for this. If he can carry that momentum, that energy into this next game, I still believe Oxygen Esports might be able to pull off the upset.
What a game we just witnessed unfold in front of our very eyes. You mentioned Nemesis, 28 kills, 21 and 13. In the Slays column, very, very evenly matched. And in the score column, very much the same. But can Oxygen Esports count themselves feeling a little bit unlucky that they did not win the series here and there? And will they now rue to... Maybe those mistakes will come back to bite them.
You don't want to give FaZe an inch, because I promise you they'll take a mile. And as of right now, FaZe having something to clean on, something to cling on, some kind of life here. After that game 3, going into game 4, we'll see yet another objective. And maybe, just maybe, FaZe can send us into a game 5. It shows I don't care who wins. I want to see a game 5.
With FaZe clinging on in there, of course we want to see a game 5 for every single series we watch. That's how much we enjoy this game. We love Halo. But they have managed to push this game even further. And up next, Tony, Aquarius Flag is where our eyes turn to. The stage will be set. With the way this series is shaken out so far, who comes out of that last game feeling a little bit better?
I mean, out of the last game, I gotta say FaZe. And even going into Aquarius CTF, I still think FaZe have the advantage on this. So, Renegade not only is a main slayer, but I think his objective flag game is highly underrated. Renegade's always in the face of his opponents, and he's one of the fastest flag runners that we have here in Halo Infinite. On top of that, you have Sparty and Falcon who also lead for the front lines. These are not players that are baiting. These are players that are getting into the face of their opponents. The thing is, Oxygen Esports, they're also not afraid to up the tempo. They're also not to play at a level of speed that we expect to see out of FaZe as well. Oxygen Esports playing scrappy Halo, and it's working. Game number 4, Oxygen Esports going up against FaZe, still wanted to pull off the upset. Meanwhile, FaZe wanted to show that they are the squad that we expected them to be, top 4, top 3, and maybe ready to win this tournament. They got to get through Oxygen Esports though.
FaZe have made the first step towards that reverse sweep, and the double kill for Renegade is the perfect start for FaZe. He has lost 2, make it 3 teammates in the process though, and somehow Oxygen Esports claw out the better opening strats here. Renegade desperately hustling back to find and chase that kill. He's angry, he's irritated, he's in this position, and he's looking to change his team's fortunes here and now as Falcated locks in 2 more kills. Map control favors FaZe.
Double charter Falcon is going to open up this entire map. Renegade flying right toward the utility side. Putting the commando to work. I know mines don't work like that, but Renegade masterful with this weapon.
And ultimately, if FaZe can come back and win this game, win this series 3-2, nobody will care about how close it was as we head into Saturday and indeed Championship Sunday. But I'll tell you something, Oxygen have made this very difficult, but the first flag capture will go towards FaZe. They draw first blood here. Is momentum swinging back towards the red.
And for the first time in this series, FaZe Clan actually starting off the game off the opening strat in an advantage. It was Oxygen Esports that seemed to be dictating the pace time and time again as Bohm ends up finding the kill onto Falcated. That's going to put FaZe 3 down. All of FaZe now spawning towards the utility car side and looking to push through.
FaZe looking to up the tempo. That heat wave though has done the damage on the snipe down. 2 kills go in favor now of Oxygen Esports. Can they descend on the base? Flag has been pulled out to the front side. Omex looks to link up with his teammate. Renegade goes down, snipe down, isolated front base. He will join Renegade there. But can they get this touch onto the flag? It's being baited just out in the front base right now. Falcade also goes down. The Slays have been staggered, but it's been enough for Nemesis to pick it up, scoop it up, and move it over towards his closet side. Are they about to tie up this game? The answer is yes, indeed. We're tied up 1-1.
At one point, it was Auction Esports that were staggered in the early game, but they bounced back. They may have been knocked down, but definitely not knocked out. 9 minutes and 38 seconds on the clock, and Oxygen Esports need to continue to ride this momentum. They cannot let their foot off the gas.
Nemesis, 1v1 with Renegade. And this time, it's Renegade who comes out on top. Sliding around top middle. Trying to get angles for his team. But it's cut short. It's cut down. Game remains 1-1. Falcade soars out front base with the help and the assist of that thruster pack. Can help close the distance, can help change angles in a moment. 2 members down car 1. Sparty makes sure Triton is gone. OMX will join him, but it's going to be a trade there. Numbers advantage in favor of FaZe, and as a result of that, they're looking to move the flag. Renegade, though, gets up close and personal with 1 and ensures Nemesis will no longer be a problem for the next 8 seconds or so.
You cannot make those mistakes against FaZe. They would simply take advantage as multiple do end up going down. Luckily, Oxygen responding well, able to not only clear out the base, but also secure the return. Falcade going into the utility side. Common not going to have any part of that. Renegade flying in, going right into Common. So once again, numbers in favor of FaZe. What do they do with it?
Oxygen on the ropes. FaZe have had them push back now for a while. They're dictating the pace. Oxygen just clinging on there, boxing clever, trying to make it really difficult. Triton locks in 1 for his team. 2 go down for FaZe. Have they defended this push successfully? Snipe down still alive on the closet side. A couple of nades go down, but it's not going to be enough. Tag Triton up. It's Renegades on hand. 2 traded out. And he needed to. Nemesis drops car 1. Camouflage into the chest. This could be very influential for Oxygen if they're going to get themselves back into the lead here.
Oxygen Esports overwhelming this P side of the map, and now we have Nemesis going cross map here. They're definitely not going to expect this as FaZe, but Renegade finding the slay onto Boom, not what you want to see. Nemesis finds a kill onto Falcade, but 3 down go Oxygen Esports right as FaZe are starting to move this flag forward. Already tied up at 1 apiece, but nobody in position. Getting it to the 30, the 20, the 10. Flag cap coming in out of FaZe.
Touchdown then. 2-1. FaZe Clan. Back on top of this Aquarius CTF game. Renegade winning a 1v1 engagement he had no right to against the camouflage player. Soaring out on top of the fridge. And you can see why he was positioned over there, because he's got ice in his veins. Cool as a cucumber. Winning those huge pivotal 1v1s when his team need him to. And it helped them now stamp their authority once more. For Oxygen though, they're on the back foot and in real danger of going to a game 5 if they cannot snap out of it.
FaZe are controlling the car side of the map. This is where you want Oxygen Esports to be. But hold on, Triton getting a double kill of his own. The game before, the last game was all about Nemesis and what he was able to do in the slays department. But as Coach Trey Try, coach of Oxygen Esports, said, watch out for Triton. He's gonna make some nutty plays this weekend.
Renegade has roared to life in this game. Spartan doing the same. Currently sitting at 11 kills, 8 deaths. Positive 3 for the moment. Oxygen Esports need to try and cut those 2 off. Shut them down if they're going to see success for the rest of this game. But killing spree for Spartan. Double kill before he hits the respawn screen. Triton throws the flag out, but it's merely to turn the attentions of FaZe. He got his wish, but they turned around and lit him up.
I don't know if that's the attention he was seeking, but he definitely found it. And FaZe Clan once again putting Oxygen Esports 3 down. We have Boom now trying to rotate back towards his teammate. They want to control the car side. They have Snipe down in their sights. Snipe down over toward the car 2. There's a pivotal battle, and another win goes in favor of Oxygen, but 3 down and both Oxygen Esports and FaZe.
Nemesis and Spartan in a 1v1. They were the last 2 remaining members. Nemesis makes sure he locks in those 4 fresh shots to the face. The former United man. Waiting for those sizzle sticks to pop up. They can be so influential when used to clear out bases for any nooks and crannies you're trying to flush FaZe out of. 1 goes back base, as does the second one, getting tick damage all the while. 1 goes down now. Numbers advantage though, still evenly matched here, 3v3. Renegade has got the flag over on the P side. Nemesis recognizes that, moves his flag car side. We're going to see a standoff, barring any player being able to get a stop on that P side.
And notice how Nemesis is running right up the utility. He might end up running into Snipe Down, and there it is. Snipe Down able to find one, but Common making an ultra rare play, dropping down, finding the back smack. This flag has made it towards the base, but we still have a standoff. And Common, high IQ play, drops that off of one of his spawning teammates and wants to continue to aggress over toward the car side. If he can stay alive, his teammates will be able to catch up, and maybe they can get the return on this flag.
Spartan on the other side, babysitting his flag, trying to nurse it, make sure it stays safe, rocking it back and forth, maybe some lullaby if he needs to, but 2 grenades come out. Nemesis ensures that kill for his team, and it's a scramble now over on the FaZe side, as one flag has got sent home, but Oxygen desperately trying to get over to do the same thing here.
And that might be the lullaby to put them to sleep. Oxygen Esports do end up going 2 down, but FaZe gonna fly in there, get that flag off the base, make it towards the car side. So now in a baitable position, switching gears over towards Common. Common making a play with the sidekick, taking down Smarty, and now the nades are starting to come in, sending everything at the utility side. Falcon able to sneak away, threading the needle for that kill.
That kill so important. Spartan had the camouflage and was descending on the base. Huge kills for Oxygen to pick up, but once more, it's a flag standoff. Can FaZe get the return and double their lead here? Or will Oxygen be able to survive and hold on and get a return of their own and tie us up? But now we look towards that clock, as we often do. 3 minutes it reads.
All his friends are dead, says Snipe Down. As FaZe do it momentarily, go 3 down. Luckily, Falcon coming right off the spawn, able to find the pick onto one. Triton, though, gets a double kill both on Sparty and Snipe Down. And now you're seeing Triton work on the third. 29 kills for the main Slayer.
29 kills for Triton. It was Nemesis in the game before. You see one player heavily slay. You really hope that the rest of the team can slay around them and do the things that they need to do to ensure that they get a win. Nemesis, when he was the top slayer, ended up taking a loss. Will we see a similar situation play out here in front of our very eyes with Triton? 3-1 now. FaZe double their lead.
And now with 2 minutes on the clock, time definitely becoming a factor in this one. Oxygen Esports have about a minute per flag cap in order to tie things up, or at least put him in a position to be able to force a sudden death. Snipe Down overextending onto the P side. He is met with some resistance. Renegade finding a slate onto mid. I believe he was able to get away with either the thrust or the camouflage right there, so watch out for Renegade. That flag in the back base. Common pushing it in. Common might be able to punch this one in, and just like that, only down by 1 cap is Oxygen Esports within 20 seconds of FaZe capping their own.
2 beautiful bank grenades. Smash into the visor of Renegade and make sure he will not be a factor. He will not be influencing this game until he comes back off the respawn screen. It's a 1 cap game. There's 1 minute 20 on the clock. It's going to play a massive factor now in the decision making that FaZe make. Do they continue to apply pressure to the enemy base? Do they turtle up? Only they will know. Snipe Down has control of the enemy closet. He's done it on time and time again. Falcated will lock in that kill that he's done the damage to initially. We have one player scrambling away over on towards that P side. Gets away with his life. But Snipe Down and co, they're moving a flag to ensure that even if Oxygen Esports get a pull of theirs, they will ensure a flag standoff.
Snipe Down on screen right now, sitting toward the flag side. The long-range shot started to connect. He knew that Nemesis wanted to extend to pull that flag off. Great anticipation coming out of Snipe Down, adding his 15th kill to go along with his 10 assists. Triton finding yet another one, working on a 40 bomb right now. And time is dwindling down, just half a minute left.
Incredible. So close to picking up 40 kills. But finding yourself down in the game, screaming, what more do I have to do to win this series? Flag gets sent home. Is there another player on hand to get the touch? 14 seconds left in the map. Oxygen Esports need to get a touch, need to move this flag, or we will be going to a game 5. And it looks as though 3 go down for Oxygen, and BoMX in no position to get the flag touch. We are going to a game 5. FaZe Clan secure this 3-2.
FaZe didn't start off hot in this series, but they have recovered so well. And now we're seeing the FaZe clan that we expected to see throughout this entire North American Super. $125,000 on the line. No excuses. This game 5 to take it all, and it's going to be on a Slayer.
These two teams have been back and forth. They've gone to war, and we said it after game 2. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep for FaZe to come out on top. And they've put themselves in prime position to ensure that is the case. One thing we can say is Oxygen have already won a Slayer, Tony. They just need to do it again, but it is momentum very much against them.
I mean, say just do it again, but I mean, you can do it against FaZe. That's Falcated, Renegade, Spartan, and Snipe Down. It's not easy to steal away 1, let alone 2, but to try to close the door on this star-studded roster is going to be so tough to do. FaZe clan going up against Oxygen Esports. Oxygen Esports still trying to pull off the upset. They have one more chance.
Forrest Gump's mom always says life's like a box of chocolates, and indeed FaZe seem to be the same thing, a real mixed bag. We do not know what we're going to get. We do not know what to expect. We sort of find out on the fly. But they've got themselves right back into this series and into the driver's seat now, because they need to win this one to ensure they at least get top 2 and remain in the winner bracket. It's the same situation for Oxygen Esports. They're already 0-1. They need to win it. And I tell you something, there's nothing more fitting than going to a game 5 to settle this dispute.
Renegade once again having a standout game, top slaying for his team with 31 kills, 9 assists to go along with it. But I think the man of the hour had to be Triton, coming over from Complexity. 36 kills, 10 assists, a 17.3 KDA. Like you said before, he must be sitting there thinking, what do I have to do to beat these? What do I have to do? Do I have to drop 50? Because damn it, he'll drop 50.
Would 50 have done it? He's screaming at his friend and his teammates. But it's the same thing. We've seen Nemesis in that King of the Hill recharge. He had a game where he popped off, but the rest of his team couldn't keep up. If we could just get these Oxygen lads all playing at the same level at the same time, what a force they can be. But maybe there's a chance that they can do it here in game 5. But FaZe, they looked as though they've turned the corner and they found that gear, Tony. They're singing from the same hymn sheet. This is going to be a massive game.
Oxygen Esports, FaZe Clan. This is what we were waiting for. I said it before. I want to see a game number 5. And little did I think Oxygen Esports would be playing as well as they did. I knew they were already a monster roster, but come on. FaZe? We're going to find out who takes the win here on Catalyst, where we're going to see most likely a bit of a reset here, but that just gives us time to just appreciate what Oxygen Esports have done. Again, going up 2-0 in the series and forcing FaZe to have to pull off the reverse sweep in order to come out on top.
You spoke about it before the series, Tony. You said FaZe might drop a map here. They might drop 2 if they're not careful to Oxygen Esports. And we have seen that now in the flesh. We now have pushed ourselves into this game 5. Do you think Oxygen have enough now from what we have seen? They've already surprised us. Why not do one better? Why not win it in this game 5?
Why not be reckless? Which you have to ask yourself sometimes.
Right.
Oxygen Esports, they have the capability of winning. They showed it. Like you said, they already won a Slayer. They were masterful in that game number 1. But when the lights are brightest, I just think the best of the best figure out a way. And when I think of the best of the best, I think Renegade. I think Spartan. I think Falcon. I think Snipe Down. And no matter what the obstacles, I think they find a way to come out in this game number 5 and pull off the reverse sweep. Loving what I'm seeing out of Oxygen Esports. However, they may be falling 0-2 in pools.
The situation stands then. We're 2-2 in the series, folks. If you're just joining us, FaZe Clan went down 0-2, but they have rallied back to push us to a game 5. We had a King of the Hill. It was a war, 4-3. FaZe hung on in there. They got the win. And we did just see that Aqua flag. That was going the distance, but FaZe come out on top. Catalyst Slayer is the next stage as we get the lobby set up. Tony, talk to me about the keys to victory here for FaZe and indeed Oxygen Esports, because we've seen both of them playing in parts, playing in sections where we've seen one team control the sandbox and really press home their advantage. Is that going to be the difference between these two teams in this Slayer?
I think the easy thing to look at is controlling the sandbox. I think it's easy to say the sword, grapple, The combination of the two are absolutely deadly. The repulse that can counter the sword really well, and then the skew and that overshield, which is so important. We know that. What you have to be careful for Catalyst Slayer is those dynamic spawns. It's so it's when I think of live fire streets, I think of how easy it is for you to influence the spawns. You know when you influence PD. You know when you're influencing those cafes and those corners of the map. But Catalyst, they'll throw a curveball at you. They can come over to the window spawns, opposite window, over toward the back flag bases, plaza. You don't know where they're coming from, so it's so hard to lock down the entire map of Catalyst Slayer. It's gonna take coordination, anticipation, and communication out of either one of these rosters if they come out on top.
I'd like to pick your brain a little
Am
bit.
I a rapper? I didn't even know. I didn't mean to rhyme, I swear.
You were in flow state. I was just enjoying what was happening. There was magic in my ears, and I wasn't letting it happen. Something I want to pick your brain with, though, is that I've seen a lot of teams here have success, particularly in Slayers, where they will all four run together and try and outgun teams. Because you speak about those dynamic spawns and how they can catch you by surprise. A player can spawn in front of you sometimes and catch you by surprise. So is that a recipe you see with the early meta? 4 players pushing one side, whether it be the gold side, whether it be over towards Ivy. That is the recipe, that is the blueprint for how you win this game.
With normal maps, no. I think stacking in a 4-person spot, even 3-1 splits are really tough to be able to pull off on a normal map. But Catalyst is anything but normal. I truly believe that stacking one side might be one of your keys to success, where if you do a 3-1 push, maybe that one person goes up towards top mid to catch an angle, and you do send 3 people towards the skew. It's just the way the map lends. It's really tough to lock down, and it's really tough to try to spread out, because if you spread your resources too thin, you're now going to get isolated and run into those 1v2s or those 2v3s, which is not what any of these rosters want to do. So Slayer, usually a much simpler game type that we have in our meta, but Slayer Catalyst it really is its own beast.
And if you're just joining us, FaZe currently 1-0 in their pool. This game here will decide whether they can go 2-0 and unbeaten. And up next for them is going to be C9. So a tough task. Auction on the other side of things, they've already played the top dog. They've already lost to C9. But looking to make it really difficult and looking to ensure this was no easy feat for FaZe. And they have done so. And they might even cause the upset if they can take them down here in Game 5. Common, Triton, Bomex, and Nemesis. They've all been playing so well at different increments. Can they put the pieces together here to really challenge FaZe in this Slayer? We're about to find out. Shields up, weapons out. We're underway with that man Nemesis.
And this is the battle I want to see. I want to see the battle between Nemesis and Snipe Down. Because I think both of the teams, their success goes the way they do. Snipe Down aging like a fine wine, meanwhile I'm aging like a bad hairline. Snipe Down is seemingly getting better and better over time, and if he has a pop-off game, FaZe win. And I think the same for Nemesis. I think if Nemesis has another pop-off game like he did before, dropping 15 or 16 kills, there's no way that Oxygen Esports lose this out.
The pace of the game, slow to begin with. Only 5 kills have been registered in the opening 50 seconds or so. Slay is going down though, left, right, and center. 2 members go down for Oxygen. We're all tied up 4 kills to 4. Renegade looking to lock in one more. Trying to help Falcade stay alive. That plasma grenade will not do so though, as it takes a teammate down. No shields. They have got the skewer. They've got the kebab maker. Falcade fires one. It will not connect, but Triton's in the respawn screen. They have got the numbers advantage. Looking to press it here. But it looks as though they run straight into the blade. And he picks up 2. Nemesis locking in 2 for his team. 6 kills to 5 in favor of Auction Esports.
And it might have been just 2 kills on the stat sheet, but that's momentum being swung wide open for Oxygen Esports. What a play by the sword. Nemesis gonna feed off of that energy, finding the kill onto Renegade. Now goes in for the challenge. 3 down go FaZe Clan. And once again, it's Oxygen Esports that find themselves within the driver's seat.
Nemesis doing a fantastic job of staying alive there, just milking his life, making it a really difficult kill, and he managed to somehow escape. Still standing, still being able to run. Sword set up, waiting for a player to push top gold. It might be Snipe Down. He's the closest to him. Can Nemesis smell him coming around the corner? Is he going to get a little bit overzealous and push out? Snipe Down waiting, peeking back and forth. Opposite shoes. go over towards the Ivy side with the rest of his team, but it looks as though FaZe are being collapsed on. The Vice is coming down. It's 3 dead. Make it 4 once more. It's 15 kills to 7, and Oxygen Esports are on a roll.
The pinch by Oxygen Esports forcing FaZe into the choke point. And now to continue to apply pressure like we talked about before. It's not about just getting the kills, it's what you do with them. And Oxygen looking to ride this momentum, but as I say that, numbers momentarily slow down, and so do Oxygen Esports. They still have that sword. Triton now gonna work a little 1-2 combo with Common. The nade's gonna start to fall here. Sparty and Falcon are forced to back down. Common ends up going down. That leaves Triton by himself. The bait and switch just too much coming out of Snipe Down and Renegade.
Here is Renegade, the big game player. He was brought in, expected to be the catalyst for change for this team to propel them forward. The slingshot. What can he do for his team? Currently sitting at 2-6. We'll have to keep a close eye on him in this layer. Will he have the effect that he wants and indeed FaZe desire? As he pushes in towards the base but thinks twice about it. And Falcade backs up, and no doubt that audio cue is coming through. Gotta watch out for the nades that come flying in. Bomex is the first one to send his nade. Repulsor play will send them back to force push, but it's not enough for his team to get the kill. It still remains a 6-kill game. Sword comes charging out. 2 players descend upon him, and Snipe Down goes down. It's 22 kills to 15, and Oxygen are doing all the right things here. Repulsor play onto Renegade, sticks one to his dome as he sends him return to sender.
Beautifully played by Common. 9-5 right now. I said it before. He does everything his team needs him to do in order to succeed. And right now, they need him to be the leading slayer and to lead from the front lines. 26-16 lead. A double-digit score line by Oxygen Esports. Don't want to see them get sloppy here. Keep winning these 4v4 engagements. Keep making sure FaZe Clan are the first ones to fall. Keep stealing away Overshield like you're seeing Nemesis do. FaZe Clan are struggling. They're staggered.
And Oxygen have the swagger. The underdogs are proving that their bark is just as bad as their bite. 29 kills to 17. FaZe Clan on the ropes, and no doubt increasingly worried that this game is about to get out of the hands and the upset will come to fruition. And the storylines could already be written, but it's important for Oxygen Esports not to think about the headlines already, not to get ahead of themselves. We've seen them have a 12 kill advantage in the first layer, Tony, and FaZe Clan managed to rally back. They cannot let that happen again.
And with that, Oxygen Esports perfectly fine with slowing the game down once again, and you're seeing Common, because of it, get a large flank, but off the screen, Falcon and taking down Triton. Common able to isolate the one-shot player, and Snipe Down ends up getting the kill, gets himself an assist as well, and once again, FaZe go 3 down. Oxygen Esports have ascended to a level that we have not seen them before. Their coach said this is the best roster that they have put into a tournament, and I believe it.
Whether you believe it or not, coming into this series, they're making believers here and now. A 1v1, Snipe Down will come out on top, and how he needed that. Like we said, FaZe were down by 12 on Live Fire Slayer. They managed to rally back. Oxygen Esports will have that fresh in their memory, realizing they're not down, they're not out just yet. Overshield about to pop once more. Nemesis got his hands on it the last time, but will FaZe be able to secure it this time around? Snipe Down should have an easy kill, and somehow BoMX turns around, gives him the wiggles, and puts them in a blender.
Boom absolutely decimating, absolutely just drowning Snipe Down right there, turning on him, and with that, this might be too much. Snipe Down getting turned on like that. Renegade's currently 4-11, nothing going in favor of FaZe Clan at the moment. Oxygen Esports are at the finish line. They can see that red tape, and they're about to push through it.
End the series now. You can only hope the rest of the FaZe members did not see what happened to Snipe Down there. That was filth. Renegade. Sword, though, can still be an influence here. Not out of it just yet. Down by 10. Couple of clean wipes, and they're right back into things. The only issue is Repulsor's in the hands of one, and Renegade's only good for one pick. It's a clean trade. Falcade fires to skewer. It will not connect, and Triton makes sure he pays the price. It's 39 kills to 27 as we head into the final 10 kills.
And with that, I believe Oxygen Esports were able to get away with the sword as well. Falcon and Spartan trying to push over toward the sword side of the map. Falcon does find the pick, but at this point, Oxygen Esports can clearly just play for trades and they'll come out on top. It doesn't feel like FaZe have an opportunity to come back in this game. It feels like Oxygen Esports are just counting the moments as Boom takes down Falcon and works onto Sparty as well. And now just 7 more kills needed for Oxygen Esports.
And again, FaZe come out worse for wear in those trades. It went 3-2, 13 kill game. Renegade locks in 1. But is it too little too late? Snipe down to no shields, has to back away to recharge. Renegade pops out and is a victim of a nade shot. Triton, 1 nade down, 1 bullet to the face. And now Oxygen Esports only require 6.
And FaZe requiring a whole lot more, and I don't think it's even possible. The 45th kill has been attained, has been acquired. Renegade does end up finding a pick, so I mean it's a big one indeed, but it's just 1 when they need literally 17 more at the moment before Oxygen Esports are able to put 5, and now Boom having the sword. That should net them at least 1 kill, even if they trade out. Flies in, Falcon is gonna go down immediately, backing down to play his life. Oxygen Esports, 14 kills, 11 assists, only has died 7 times as Boom. They're taking turns popping off.
Oxygen looking to rip the hearts out of FaZe here and put them 1-1 in the pool and really apply the pressure and ensure that FaZe have to win against C9 to stand any chance of staying and remaining in the winner's bracket. They're 4 kills away. The game has slowed down to a crawl here. But it's Oxygen Esports who have all the goodies to play with, and FaZe Clan are only delaying the inevitable, it would seem.
We do have 2 swords on the map. Renegade with 1. I believe it's Bone with the other. Would love to see a little sword cancel action over towards the mid, but it's still Oxygen Esports that are firmly within the driver's seat, and FaZe would have to climb not just an uphill battle, but a mountain in order to steal this away. And this is game 5. There's simply no more chances. Oxygen Esports not only have the chance to pull off the upset here, but to put them in prime position here in the pool play at a 1-1.
And if we do see that sword versus sword action, I'd be remiss if I didn't do some Star Wars music. So forgive me if that happens. But I'm warning the chat now. You will hear some Sith music of some sort if we do see the sword and sword collide. Snipe down with the skewer in his hands. Eyes trained over towards that goal side. The first pick has come. Nemesis goes down. The problem is FaZe do not want to give up any numbers whatsoever. Spartan puts in another. They close that gap now to 8. But Bomex has come with the sword, the skewer, and the overshield. And Spartan has to get out of dodge. The sword's coming. Spartan's in big trouble back base. Has he got an avenue to get out? Can he get out with a grapple? He hasn't got one. And it's Oxygen who complete the upset 3-2 in the series. Incredible.
Oxygen Esports, they were absolutely lights out in that entire series, going up 2-0 in the series. FaZe clawed their way back into it, and they needed that ice. And that's exactly what they brought. Call them butter. Oxygen Esports are on a roll.
What a performance out of Oxygen. You spoke about it, how they're choosing to go off in different games at different times. We've seen the players going off in game 3 and in game 4, but they did not come out on top. This time, there was a difference. When that player popped off, they ensured that they got the win. What a performance out of Oxygen Esports to cause the upset. Many people had FaZe in their top 4 predictions. Oxygen come into this game, come into this tournament as the 10th seed. And they've caused the upset. And it was not a close player, Tony, by any stretch of the imagination. They won by 12. And it was Bomex registering 16 kills for his team. Unbelievable.
I talked about this before. FaZe have not had a hot start to this newly formed roster. They're going through some growing pains. It's not going to come easy. I talk about it time and time again. The only time success comes before work is in the dictionary. FaZe Clan are a new roster. They're going to have to put in that work in scrims. In tournaments like this, they may have to get torn down before being built back up. Oxygen Esports, though, they have to be feeling good.
Speaking about being torn down, it was Oxygen Esports who came in like a wrecking ball. 250 to 178, 50 to 48 in the Slayer. They went 2-0 to the good. FaZe rally back. They answered the call. and they tied us up and pushed us to the game 5, but ultimately fell short when Oxygen required somebody to step up. They had players in abundance, and they get the job done over FaZe. Tony, talk to me about it. We thought Oxygen might take a game or two, they might make it difficult, but somehow they've come out on top.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Don't like that.
I've notoriously have not been a fan of Oxygen Esports and their older rosters. The moment they moved from Swish and especially name, I just wasn't a fan. This roster is the real deal. This is the best Oxygen Esports roster that we've seen, and they've done the near impossible, taking down FaZe Clan.
Well, that's all for us for this game, but up next we have got Pioneers and SSG, who are on very similar trajectories. Pioneers already going down, and Underdog has already gotten the better of them. Both those teams scrambling to try and survive and get themselves back into that winner's bracket. We've got that coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with your North American Super $125,000 on the line. Why not be reckless? AK, why not be casting? I'm joined once again with my man Tim. Tell him something.
Oh, my name is Active, and I'm a content creator for Halo and a caster as well. As you can see here, Tony, we've got Pool D, and Tony, it's a 4-way tie in Pool D right now. Absolutely incredible. Every single team 1-1. This is a huge series in front of us.
Yeah, I believe Lions was able to go to Game 5 with Pioneers, where they came out with the win, where G2 took Pioneers to Game 5, and Pioneers end up clutching it out. So we're going to see now. This is going to be the turning point. Pioneers going up against Space Station Gaming. I was asked who I thought would be the favorites out of this pool, and I said this is the pool of death. You can make a good argument for any single one of them coming out on top, and that includes your Kansas City Pioneers and Space Station Gaming.
It looks like you were right. SSG as well got revenge on Lions. They beat them 3-0 today, and if you remember, 2 weekends back, Lions are the team that knocked them out of qualification. They beat them in a Game 5, 50-49, mortally going 20-10 that game. So SSG already looking better in this tournament, and it looks like Pioneers is as well. They've kind of grown as the tournament's gone on, Tony.
They really have, and I'm excited to see Pioneers continue to find success, but it's not going to be easy against Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming, they're supposed to be that top echelon. They're supposed to be contending for top 4 and above. This roster with Collect, and you have Suppressed, and Tylenol. These are 3 players that can absolutely drop bombs on the stat. I'm talking 40 kills on a dime. And then even Ace steps up. You can give Ace some of them power weapons, and he might drop 40 himself. And they're going to need all of that energy on Oddball Streets. One of the Kansas City Pioneers' best maps that we have in Halo Infinite.
Ace is my X factor on this Space Station Gaming roster, and I say that because when he plays well, this team does really well for themselves. They normally win the games, but Pioneers looking really good. And what I'm noticing out of this Pioneers roster is that when they stick to their aggressive play style, even with Nick on the team, they start to perform. When they bring back that confidence that they've had in previous tournaments, that they had in KC, they start to perform. And that's the kind of switch I'm seeing so far in this tournament for this Pioneers roster. And SSG obviously looking really good. If they're coming in and 3-0ing the team that knocked them out of qualification, they're looking to make a statement. And Tylenol is another player on SSG for me. Number 1 on his team during Kansas City in every single category: damage, assists, deaths, least amount of deaths, and kills. That tells me Tylenol has got the skill, and I've said this since this game came out. Before on Halo 3 on MCC, I said Tylenol was a man to look out for. Elamite picked him up, and this kid has a lot of potential.
And luckily for Space Station Gaming, they're having much better success than we've seen here in this pool play as opposed to at Kansas City. You remember Kansas City, they didn't have the best pool play. And same thing in Anaheim as well. But now coming in, you're tied up 1 apiece. You're in striking distance of maybe coming out with a huge win over the Pioneers, which might be able to propel you to first place here in pools, and an amazing springboard into championship bracket that's going to ultimately happen. Meanwhile, Pioneers, you're looking for the same thing. Pioneers started off so well in the season, and everybody's seemingly catching up to them. Now you have Pioneers that are they place top 6 in every single major tournament. I don't want to see them drop from there. In fact, I want to see them improve on that. I want to see them move into that top 4. But it's going to be tough, and it starts here.
I really thought Nick would be the difference maker for this Pioneers roster. They did start off weak in this tournament, but Pioneers have this speed, and it's usually only one speed. They play aggressively, they just push forward, and never really change the pace of the game. And I thought Nick was that player to maybe come in, be that leadership role, and change the pace of the game for this Pioneers squad. I really like the aggressiveness out of this Pioneers roster, and Nick was the player for me that kind of held them back a little bit, was able to, in a sense, give them a manual transmission, right? So they can change paces in the middle of the game when the option is necessary, depending on the situation. So that's what I thought would happen. And again, they started off weak. They're looking real strong right now. I think they've got a lot of time to work on this before, of course, Orlando and Worlds coming up. But this is kind of their time to make a statement right now. This series is huge. This series gives a team the lead in pools.
Map number 1, gonna be Oddball on Streets, and I'm hearing that it's actually ready to load up. Game number 1, oh so important in any best of 5 series, and we're landing here. Pioneers going up against Space Station Gaming. Name one player that we should be looking out for going into this matchup.
I'm gonna look out for Druck. In his previous series, they were down 0-2. He had a really weak performance, but then guess what? He brought it back in that game number 3 and went, I believe it was, he had a KDA of 20. I want to see him bring that same energy here for KCP. I know what he's capable of, and I know what he can pull off. Right now, though, we're going to start off with Nick, who's fighting for these Rockets in mid.
Nick fighting for those Rockets here, having his teammate with them. It's going to be Druck and Talik pushing right up the mid. Talik trades out his life there. Meanwhile, King Nick finds a spot over towards the flank, but Tylenol shutting it down with the rocket launcher.
2 dead for each squad. The objective for Ace is to get that ball out of ATM, but look at that, Talik winning a pivotal 1v1. Space Station going to be on a little bit of a staggered spawn while all 4 Pioneers are up, so they got to take advantage of this, but it looks like they decide to play back and take advantage of it by getting that ball time.
King Nick on screen trying to create that opening with Druck, ends up taking down 1, 2 more to go. Tylenol gets it, and so can Ace. Look at Nick with the shots, get himself a double kill. Tylenol going to clutch things out to equalize the situation as Pioneers end up going 3 down, and Talik coming in with the people's elbow.
That was big by Tylenol right there. He was helping Ace on that cross shot, got down to no shields, decided to get out of dodge, and because of that, he had Pioneers 3 dead momentarily. But we've got a very low-scoring oddball games thus far. Only 7 seconds and counting on the board for Pioneers. They're trying to set up here on this tram side, but the push is coming strong from the streets.
4 members pushing up toward the B Street side. Suppress gonna be the first player to get first damage in, but the bait and switch Soul Snipe takes him down. Ace and Colette gonna answer with back-to-back kills of their own, and with that, Pioneers going 3 down. The setup has been broken by Space Station Gaming.
So right there, Tony, when you break that setup, right, you're pushing all 4 on the B Street side. The goal is, you've pushed 4, you're probably gonna get that break, but take as least amount of damage as you can so that you can set up on that tram. But unfortunately, Space Station Gaming took so much damage, and because of that, they were cleaned up so quickly, and now it looks like Pioneers looking to take advantage of this right now.
Oh, collect. Putting Talik on skates with that thrust, beautifully played. And just a 4-kill game, 4-point game right now. Not really much to work with. Luckily, Collect having the Stalker Rifle, having a Bulldog in his back pocket. Now gonna add a thrust to it. Collect cannot die. He cannot let all this resource into the hands of the Pioneers. And he puts the shotty to work immediately. Gonna earn himself a killing spree. Druck, the final player, finds the pick over toward the arcade side, but that information comes towards his teammates. They hunt him down. SSG once again in their subway side setup.
They did have the information, but I like the kill from Suppress there. Druck did have the potential to stay alive with that Bulldog, but because Suppress killed him out, that Bulldog's still going to be on that B side. And I believe it's in Collect's hands once again, but the push is coming through, and Tylenol with a beautiful double now has the Bulldog in his own hands.
Tylenol putting the assault rifle to work. We know that's the hardest gun in the game to use here in Halo Infinite, taking the most skill. 36 bullets of pure skill gap coming out of Tylenol. And with that, putting 33 seconds of good ball time on the board for SSG.
Looks like Pioneers have snuck through on the B Street side, and not sure who was watching that cross, but unfortunately they do get through, and now they've broken this setup completely, but not before SSG have mapped up 45 seconds on the board.
Tyler gonna break through. The leading slayer of this roster gets himself a Bulldog and some ball time, but Nick ends up being the first one to go down. So with that, Space Station Gaming are now gonna chuck a few nades, break right through the subway side. Pioneers simply not having the numbers to be able to stop that push.
Yeah, I never thought that I'd see SSG with more aggression than Pioneers in this game, but we're seeing it right now. SSG making the correct pushes in order to break multiple setups. And they're getting a lot of time on the board once again, but Just a constant back and forth. No one team is able to really defend for a long period of time, but the scrap ball time is coming out. The play ball goes through. 61 seconds to 15 is the lead.
And with this back and forth action, like you said, it's still SSG that managed to have the lead right now, managed to have control, and now with a clean 4 down, forget the scrappy time. These seconds are going to start to turn into minutes. Space Station Gaming absolutely slaying out the Pioneers, anticipating the push coming from the B side, but it looks like Pioneers actually going right up the purple street. Tylenol finding the pick onto one, suppressed, putting the Rockets to work on the feed, and Pioneers once again going 3 down.
SSG looking like the team that knocked out Sentinels in that Pro Series. This is what I like to see out of these guys. Collect is 11 and 6. Tylenol sling as well. Ace with a lot of assists. And Collect also with a lot of ball time. But look how long he's had this Bulldog. It is such an impactful weapon. But Nick gonna take him out. And now Pioneers have the power weapons.
That they do, when Nick knows what to do with it. Reloads that shotgun, ready for action. Suppressed off a screen, going right after Soul Snipe. The nades started to fly. One shot goes his teammate. It looks like Tylenol puts his body on the line to at least get that trade off. And now Druck gonna steal away that shotgun and ball time. 3 down for SSG. Pioneers will be taking advantage.
Coach Elamite Warriors got to say something here. They've got to go for a little bit of a reset. They're getting staggered due to the fact that they only need 6 seconds to close out this first round. That reset has to come through. They've got to slow down, wait for a pick. Looks like a push comes out on the C, but Soul Snipe being in this cafe is going to be a nuisance, and those rockets just dropped.
SSG looking to slow things down. Meanwhile, Pioneers, they only play at one tempo, and that's speed, 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 baby. Fast, fast, fast. Soul Snipe flying in. Space Station go 4 down. Once again, Pioneers find themselves with some good ball time, but they're just one mistake, one collapse away from throwing away round 1.
Druck's got a little bit of defense with those rockets on the purple side. I believe he does throw one out, so he's got one left. Having rockets at this point in time, especially when you're trying to come back in this game, is actually huge. You see him watching that mid side right off the bat. They've got to make a push, but they've got to be careful because it looks like one of them's going to step in the targets of Druck.
Soul Snipe now forced to drop that ball and go right into action. Isolates one, gets the second one, a triple kill. Standing right next to one of the Space Station Gaming players, sitting side by side, and Soul Snipe literally doing it all, breaking down Space Station Gaming.
I'm not sure if SSG didn't have information on Soul Snipe, who was on heaven right there, but that play was ridiculous. That literally just turned the momentum of this game and swinged it in such a fashion that might be unrecoverable. Unless SSG can make a last-ditch effort push here, this looks to be gone, but look at that as I say it, 4 down for Pioneers.
A bit anticlimactic with that one, but you have to remember SSG were only 6 seconds away from coming out on top, and even though Pioneers dropping bodies and dropping numbers right there, it was only a matter of time, one break, and SSG stealing away round number 1. However, I will say that's a lot of ball time being accumulated over toward the late game for the Pioneers, and I think they could feed off of that. I think momentum still somehow in favor of KCP after that one.
Gotta hammer down on the one word you just said, momentum. It's gonna definitely be in KC Pioneer's side. What are they able to do with it is the question, though. SSG still scrapping this little bit of ball time. You see Collect pretty much alone on this purple side. His teammates fighting the battles in the front lines and comes out to help as well. But look at that again. 3 down for KCP. Have SSG found the answer?
And with that 3 down, Space Station Gaming will be taking advantage. A 26-0 run out of SSG. And look at that, now Pioneers have to formulate some kind of coordination, some kind of option, and they're being met at every turn. 3 down go the Pioneers. Collect now looking for that 4th and final player who somehow ends up towards the PD side. While all this is happening, Pioneers is with 3 down. Can anybody grab a hold of this ball?
Ball will finally be picked up, but a little bit too late as the push ensues. Look at Collect with a beautiful double there. Once again, I have to point it out, this Bulldog is really the big factor in this game. The fact that Collect has pretty much had it for the entire duration makes things really difficult if you're Pioneers in this situation.
Collect can immediately try to take height here with this Bulldog. It's his responsibility to stop the push from Pioneers from making it over toward the B side. Finds himself a pick. Now gonna break through over towards Talik, taking down the leading Slayer. But as I say that, Space Station Gaming losing all of their numbers and everything going in favor of the Pioneers. Finally, that Bulldog player will go down, and it might change hands over toward the Pioneers, who put first points on the board.
Yeah, that was a big kill by Druck there with the Disruptor. A lot of people don't utilize that weapon, but it's got some tick damage. So if a player gets out of dodge like Collect did right there and has got the movement to get out of dodge, then you can clean him up with the ticks after you hit the shot. Look at this. Druck utilizing it once again to try and get this rocket. This rocket is going to be huge for either squad that gets it. SSG has a lead, of course, in the game. They're up by 1 round, but they also have a lead in this round as well. But look at that. 4 down once again. Space Station Gaming really starting to slay out here.
Druck was forced to desperate his life for that to try to make something happen with the rockets, but Space Station Gamer were just simply using it as bait. Tylenol having that ball in hands, 14 kills, 14 assists to go along with it. Love that stat line out of Tylenol, and this league continues to grow out of Space Station Gaming.
I love Tylenol's play style. He plays on an incredibly high sensitivity. I believe you said earlier 8.5. He did the same in Halo 3 as well, and it allows you to kind of have that style of a mouse and keyboard player, being able to flick quickly onto targets, and you see he's doing it all. 14, 14, and 11, 75 seconds and counting of ball time. SSG look to close this out. They only need 25 seconds more.
They try to rotate the ball over toward the purple street side. Looks like Suppress gonna try to get in there, and now that ball is being played. Meanwhile, off the screen, Ace finds a melee kill. Ace is now going after Talik. Now challenges Soul Snipe. Hold on. Ace suppressed, and the boys going absolutely out of control right now. Pioneers bleeding resources, and SSG still in their setup. Pioneers need to break this. They're running out of time. They're running out of options. Pioneers need to get this ball out of the hands of Ace.
Look at this stat line right now. 26 and 15 out of Suppressed, 24 and 17 out of Ace. Everyone on Space Station Gaming playing on every cylinder they can to make this win happen. And only 3 seconds separates them from game number 1 win.
Another 3 down for the Pioneers, and looks like that might be all she wrote. Somehow Druck making a last-ditch effort to take down the ball carrier. Some Hail Mary grenades coming out of Suppressed. Must be Aaron Rodgers out here. And now challenging Talik, who's one shot, can't find the pick. A little bit of sloppy shots, but Nate gonna finish him off. And it seems like it's only a matter of time before SSG find himself them last 2 seconds that they're looking for. Tylenol's in position to grab the ball, but there's 2 KCP members forcing him out.
It's a good play by Tylenol to back off that situation. He was getting pushed from both purple and the front C side as well. Decided to play his life and fight another day, and because of that, they're going to be all 4 alive, now able to make this last push they need in order to close out this game.
KCP once again finding himself in the same predicament that we saw in round number 1. It's too little too late for you to make a run right now. You slay them out, you get all the numbers that you need, but at this point, SSG again only needed a couple more seconds to come out with this game. One false move, one mistake, and that's going to be it. Same story that we saw in round 1.
One mistake is all is right. And I like the way SSG is playing with this in response. They're up 1 round, they know it. They need 2 seconds, they know that as well. All they need is a couple slays, they get 2. And they get the 3rd as well. All 4 dead, and that's gonna be it. SSG are gonna win game number 1.
Woo! 2-0 for Space Station Gaming, and look at those stats. I think I saw 31, 10, and 10 assists out of Suppressed. This guy's moving anything but quiet. Let me tell you, he getting loud. They need a suppressor on him. He getting loud in that stat sheet. SSG looking confident, going up 1-0 against the Kansas City Pioneers.
I love that word, Tony. The word confidence. It is such a big factor in Halo. The mental game, such an incredibly large factor in Halo. I talk about it all the time. Confidence is one of those things. If you think you're the best, you will play like you're the best. And right now, SSG look like they're the best. Ace slaying out. The global champion. The veteran of the squad. And Tylenol with some incredible assists and objective time as well. This SSG roster looks much different than what we saw in the Open Series.
Well, look like we might see yet another upset here. You know, Pioneers automatically qualified based on the points that they had. They have a high seeding going into this tournament. Meanwhile, SSG couldn't even make it through the qualifier. Were forced to have to play through that open bracket, find themselves in this pool D to begin with, and are now going toe-to-toe with the Pioneers. And not only going toe-to-toe with them, but looking successful while doing so at 18.3 KDA out of Suppressed. You even have Ace coming up with 27 kills and 13 assists to go along with it. Everybody on Space Station Gaming just playing winning Halo.
I'm telling you right now, Tony, SSG is looking to make a statement, and I knew it right off the bat when I saw them beat Lions 3-0. They literally lost to them in the qualifying tournament in a Game 5. We did not expect it. Lions is not a bad squad. A bunch of great talent on that roster. But SSG showed them who's boss when it all mattered the most in this $125,000 HCS Regional Super.
How much money you say? One more time?
$125,000 on the line, Tony.
Ooh. That gave me goosebumps right there. Oh, man, $125,000 on the line here, and it's game number 2, SSG. Already up 1-0 in the series. It's up to the Pioneers to answer back right here, right now, because the last thing you want to do is find yourself in an uphill battle, having to pull off a reverse sweep just to come out on top. Let's start on board with talent.
Now, right now, we're pretty much looking for what we saw last game. We're looking for the slays to come through. But again, we've got to make a big factor of this, Tony. There is only a few things to control on this map. You have the camo, the heat wave, and the thrust. That's pretty much it. It's about BR fights. It's about clutching up. And that one person right there that I know can clutch up, it's Tylenol. Starting off the game already 3-1.
Drug taking some heavy damage after his team going back-to-back deaths here. Going to try to answer back onto the B side. But now we're seeing Pioneers begin to get a little bit stuck here. This is a choke point, and it's being watched. Ace flying right in along with Collect. Collect gonna actually pick up a double kill. Tylenol and Suppress gonna break through, and that's another 4 down for the Pioneers.
Seeing something really unorthodox from this KCP roster. Right there you saw Druck in a situation where there's no aggression. You know, he can't be aggressive because of the pressure that SSG is putting against this KCP roster, and I love to see it. SSG, when they're aggressive, they play confident. When they're confident, they play aggressive. It's just continuous loop over and over and over again. You're seeing it right now. Tylenol having an incredible game, and Ace having a great series to start.
Tylenol going right up the car side. Does have a teammate with them, so want to work a little 1-2 combo. Collect takes down one. Talik now being left alone to defend that utility closet side. Luckily, Soul Sniper is going to push up towards him, but SSG having firm control here. They have more than 3x their opponent's score line. I think I even saw he might be in position to get a camouflage too. If Pioneers don't stop SSG from grabbing this next camo, it's going to be bad. It's going to go from bad to worst, in fact.
Agreed. I mean, Pioneers have a chance right now. If they can pick up this camo, get a couple swing kills, they'll be back in this game. But like you said, 3x, it's 15-5, and finally Druck gets an opening kill, but they trade out for Soul Snipe, so with 3v3, this camo's still up. They're looking for more slays.
Collect going right up the mid, able to grab himself with camouflage. The P-side player will end up picking him off, but look at the opening that Collect was able to make. Tylenol comes in with a double kill. Now he challenges the player over toward the car side, even being at a height disadvantage. Tylenol playing lights out 6-2 with 2 assists to go along with it.
That is a beautiful point you brought up about Collect, creating that opening. So many players put so much weight on KD in this game. Collect's death right there just got them 3 kills. A net 2, if you can't do math. And that is beautiful if you're SSG, but look at this. Finally, Pioneers starting to slay out, but SSG always has an answer back every single time they do.
I'm be honest with you, I ain't that good at math, but I can tell you that 23 is more than 11. That much I do know. And Space Station Gaming are absolutely running Aquarius, picking up exactly where they left off in game number 1. Pioneers struggling at the moment. They're being broken down. Space Station Gaming are playing chess. Pioneers can't even find the board.
Maybe they got to get one of those life size boards. Help them find it a little better. This is not the KCP roster we're used to. And I saw some improvement out of them. Honestly, they looked real good against G2, bringing them to a game 5. They looked solid. They won the game 5, I believe it was 50-44. But right now, they're looking flat. And it might have to do with the fact that SSG is just so aggressive and confident. I mean, look at the scoreboard on the right-hand side there. Everyone having a great game, and everyone pulling their own weight.
27-17 lead, going in favor of Space Station Gaming as they added 28 to the board. Talic's gonna end up going down once again. Pioneers can't find anything, can't get anything going for them. SSG are winning the pivs, they're winning the teamwork battles, and they're robbing them blind, literally taking change out of their pockets right now. This is not looking good for Pioneers. I'm not seeing anything that can tell me they can not only come back in this game or in an entire series. It looks like they're ready to get swept.
I mean, maybe you have the question here, like, why is Pioneers losing so much? Just pay attention to the map. Look at the fact that they're being staggered. All these kills that SSG are getting are 1v1 or 2v1 kills in favor of SSG. They're catching them out of position. They're catching them making mistakes. Finally, they get 3 dead here, but now they've got to establish map control. That's the next step at this point in time. If they do that, they could potentially bring this back, and like we already see, 33-26, Pioneers starting to wake up.
7-kill game, it's not impossible just yet. Pioneers immediately making their way toward the car side, and there's the teamwork that we want to see. Talik and Solstice running in tandem. The nades start to go in. They run into a duo of their own. Suppress takes first damage. Collect gets the first death, and with that, the collapse being executed by the Pioneers and executing Space Station Gaming. They did, but I'm looking at the score line. You're still down by 8 kills. It was a good run, but it was not enough. Because here comes Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, this is the problem, Tony. SSG are capable of just pushing in and getting trades. Pioneers can't do that at this point in time. They've got to get clean wipes with no trades or few trades so that they can catch up in this game. This is the hole they've dug themselves, though. And it's going to be tough to get out of it.
Tyler going to go down as well, so we have Space Station Gaming quickly approaching the 40 kill, and there it is. At this point, this is the end game. This is the 4th quarter. Pioneers need to find themselves out of this double-digit deficit, and with Tylenol popping off with the heat wave off the screen, gets himself a double kill. Another 3 down. Go Pioneers. I don't want to say it's over, but I'm about to start singing.
Let me tell you something. I've listened to Coach Elamite coach this team, and he times the thruster, he times the heat wave, he times that camo. And you can see that SSG have been on top of every single one of those. Those are 3 advantages you can have on this map. The only 3 you can have. And SSG have been so on top of that. And because of that, 4 kills is all they need. And they'll be up 2-0 in this series.
On board now with Suppressed. The entry fragger always has most damage on his team. And even this time having most slays to go along with the Collect, finding himself a nade that's going to clean up the pieces. And with that, only 2 more kills needed for Space Station Gaming. Collect finding his way over toward the car side. These dynamo grenades going to be so important. Here they fly. Interlink coming in as he puts damage onto multiple players for the Pioneers. And that'll hold them off, at least for now, as SSG look to advance forward. Druck goes down. Talik takes down Collect. And finally, SSG finding the 50th kill and also finding himself in prime position to sweep the likes of the Pioneers.
Now, I'm not going to agree with you just yet, Tony. They were down 0-2 against G2 when everyone thought it was over. And they came back, and they won in a reverse sweep best-of-5 Aquarius Slayer. I think they're capable. What kind of things are they talking about, though, in those comms? What things are they saying in order to make that happen the same way it did with G2?
They have to figure it out. They have to figure out a way to, first of all, get the slay that they need against SSG. They need to stop losing these pivs or simply stop getting into them. Then from there, you have to find a way to start punishing SSG. There was multiple times where you saw Pioneers trapped and pinched by SSG, and we simply did not see the same. Even when Pioneers managed to find that 2 down, even those momentary but rare 3 down situations, they didn't do anything with it. SSG come right off a spawn, end up over towards top control as if they never went down to begin with. They need some energy right now. They need some life going into this game 3.
Someone do me a favor and fly the KC Pioneers crowd from KC over to these guys' houses or over to where they're landing right now because they need it. We know how they do when that crowd is on their side. But they don't have that, though. They've got to pull the energy from themselves. It takes a lot. But like you said about Ace, the man's probably levitating right now. He's playing incredible this series. It's so great to see. Definitely took some ice baths before the tournament, and it's definitely being shown. Up next, we got Live Fire Strongholds. Tony, what do you think about this one? We've obviously got the sandbox on the map, but Pioneers, they've got to answer back here. This is it.
Ace showing that anything's possible once you touch grass, and I see a little grass on the screen for Live Fire. Maybe that's what Pioneers need to do. Dig deep, find the grass on Live Fire, touch it, so you can come back, because as of right now, Space Station Gaming 1 game away from pulling off another upset that we'll see on stream, taking down the Pioneers.
You've really got to just step back here. They've done it before against G2. A G2 roster that, in my opinion, looks very strong with Barcode on it. And it's early. They haven't had many reps with Barcode, but they look really good. They did it against them. SSG is no different. You can't look at any team any different. You got to go in and give your absolute best and play your absolute best. I know every player on this Pioneers roster is capable, but we've got to see something.
King Nick starting off with the heat wave, uncontested, right up to the seaside. Did anybody know that Nick was going to push in like that? Great play by the Pioneers. There's one player that looks to contest them, but it's too little, too late. A momentary AC hold for the Pioneers, and they're already rotating for that Bravo side.
I talk about this a little bit, but you can almost see kind of an energy when you watch a player's point of view. And right now with Nick, we're seeing just that little bit of spark in his movement, that little bit of spark in his kills. This might be exactly what they need as they continue to try to go for this triple cap. They've got C and B locked in. Of course, C will be traded. But Pioneers showing some life right now, Tony.
They're one of the best strongholds teams that we have in the league. Seeing some sky nades being thrown by Nick. If those land, I'll be quite impressed. Talik finding the headshot off the screen with that sniper. I would love to hop on board with him. He's already 3-0 and has the most dangerous weapon here on Live Fire. Of course I cursed him. That's on me.
Why'd you do that? 3 go down for KCP and Druck, the last player alive. I like the angle he's playing. Doing his best to make sure that no push comes on to B, but he decides to play aggressive. Maybe they have info that suppresses the only player here, and Talik does take him out, so this C is all theirs.
Aggression is all that I know whenever I watch the Pioneers. Don't matter if it's Slayer, 49-49, or early game in Strongholds. They create that pressure. 47-1 lead in favor of the Pioneers. Now it's SSG that are struggling to deal with the constant pressure that Pioneers are able to create out of nowhere, it seems like. Onboard now it's suppressed. It looks like they're gonna like to punt that overshield because there's nobody in sight, and Druck is gonna be able to steal it away.
Suppress not in a position to stop it, so decides to go for the heat wave for a potential trade or even a lot of damage on this overshield to make sure it's null and void. No one really knows where he is, but he's got an angle here on the Talik, gets one, and look at that, the overshield melted instantly onto Druck.
Pioneers are coming to play here in the third game. They are not looking to lose out in this series. In fact, they're looking to take things home in another game 5, but in order to get there, every reverse sweep starts with that game 3 win. That's exactly what they're looking for. The dub cap still being held by the Pioneers. The lead just continuing to increase. SSG have not found a single slay in order to break this setup. In fact, they're going 2 down. Tylenol taking much more than he intended to chew. Forced to back down, play his life, and I'm pretty sure Pioneers are ready to push once again.
What makes a great player is your ability to play your absolute best when your back's against the wall, and Talik is the man that I'm focused on right now. 9-2 to start this game, and it seems every time I watch KCP come back in a series, it's one player or another player popping off. Talik's that man right now. Can he continue that, though? Can he continue that endurance and that momentum for the rest of this game?
I keep telling y'all, stop hanging out with Owen. My man Tylenol was 0-4. Luckily able to find the kill. I keep telling them, don't stop hanging out with him. Coach Owen don't know what he's talking about. Tylenol finally finding his first pick here in the game. About time, 129-7 lead in favor of the Pioneers. Talon gonna try to make a wave with the sniper rifle. This is bad. SSG are bleeding
profusely. Let's see what kind of an impact Tall can make with his snipe. He anticipates a dummy spawn, but that overshield is up right now, and SSG in a position to grab it as they're all on that side of the map. Ace, though, goes for it, gets taken out instantly. But 2 go down for Pioneers, make that 3, so that overshield is free.
That's a big pick by Space Station Gaming to be able to at least slow down the Pioneers, but I mean, they're still working on Charlie at the same time. They're still once again getting a double cap that you want to see. Space Station Gaming looks to try to rotate over towards Bravo, but without having the 2 down, I'm down to be able to secure it. And as I said, it does end up changing hands. So great for SSG. Collect finding himself a pick with the heat wave. Suppress gonna answer right back. Tyler gonna go down. So from all 4 up for Pioneers, somehow weren't able to defend the Bravo side, and now we see a trip cap for SSG.
You saw in that last play right there, SSG was playing together. Tolic did miss that snipe, which allowed SSG to turn on him, but regardless, the communication is there. They're actively listening, and that's what's important. 3 go down once again for KCP. A is being taken, but he's allowing that to happen as the spawns will be there, and they can watch those spawns and potentially stop this push.
Suppression's anticipating the push out of the big door side of the map. Just ratting it out right now, waiting for anybody to extend. And now finds opportunity, goes right after Druk. That's going to be an assist being earned. Ace just drops a triple kill on the feed thanks to the cluster luck with that grenade. And that's all created from the pressure that suppressed, and Ace were able to create an angle out of nowhere. A triple kill and momentum going in favor of Space Station Gaming.
In my opinion, this is the best Ace has looked in Halo Infinite. He's playing very phenomenal, and you know, you're looking at his stat sheet saying 12, 2, and 10, yeah, but the plays he's making are the impact plays that are allowing Space Station Gaming to come back in this game. They've now got a triple cap on the board, and they're approaching the tie at 156.
What did Ace eat? What did he drink this morning? 14 and 10, 2 assists to go along with it. Absolutely dominating with the heat wave as SSG get themselves a trip cap. Look at the comeback. This was once a 150-7 game in favor of the Pioneers. What happened, Tim?
I don't know, to be honest, Tony. Pioneers looked real good. I was nervous that another reverse sweep was gonna happen. Call them reverse sweepaneers. They've been doing it. But again, SSG, all 4 down for Pioneers, and SSG looking to take advantage. They trap him on A again. They know exactly where they are. They can set up and slay, and that's all they need to do. It's like playing that duck hunt game back in the day on Nintendo. Just shoot him in the air and snipe him out, and that's it. Look at that. Another perfect by Ace.
SSG not only climbing, but being able to steal the game, stealing the lead right now. Pioneers once again struggling, like we saw in the first 2 games. Another triple cap going in favor of SSG. 2 down go to Pioneers, and we're on board with the veteran. 17 kills, immediately taking height with the repulsor. Pioneers might just get swept here.
I mean, what do you do? KC Pioneers just deflated right now. You had the chance. You were up 150-9, I believe it was. You had the chance to come back in this game and potentially set yourself up for a reverse sweep, but now you're in a triple cap situation for multiple slays, and you just can't get out of it. Finally, you get 1 cap onto A, but it's not enough because SSG, the stranglehold is just too tight.
And they have a tight stranglehold on the broom right now as SSG are looking to clean things up. It's coming in. It's coming fast. Howlick and Soul Snipe end up going down. They try to work over toward the Bravo side, but it's not going to happen. SSG now grabbed himself an overshield. The dub cap does go in favor of the Pioneers, but they don't have the overshield. They don't have the weapons. They don't have a chance.
What do you do, Tony? It's like Khabib Nurmagomedov. It's just suffocating. They just keep pushing you. Anytime you get a little bit of advantage, that's it. And look at that, SSG gonna sweep the Pioneers 3-0.
You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the hell up out of here. Pioneers, get them out of the lobby. SSG pulling off the 3-0. SSG have come to play and are now making a statement.
It's all about the individual players, in my opinion. I understand the team aspect. I get all that. But when you have 4 individual players playing to the top of their ability, nothing can stop this squad. We talked about it on our podcast. There was a moment in there where the locker room, there was something going on, right, Tony? They figured it out. You can tell they had a talk. They look good. Let's take a look at the scoreboard and see what transpired. But, I mean, the slays on this SSG roster are phenomenal. 17 and 10 out of Suppress and 18 and 11 out of Ace. This is incredible.
And even Tylenol, 11 assists, having more assists than he did kills, and Collect couldn't follow them up with 15 on the board. This was a full team effort that was needed to take down the Pioneers and arguably their best game type here in Halo Infinite. And Space Station Gaming have figured it out. Space Station Gaming are looking good. And there's a chance that maybe, just maybe, SSG come out as the #1 team here in this pool.
There is a potential of that. They look real good right now. G2 did beat SSG 3-0. But I mean, Pioneers beat G2 in a best of 5. So different play styles, different teams. I get that. But SSG looked the best they've looked all tournament. And I think they look the best they've looked in a long time. Especially Ace. Player I want to point out, he is playing phenomenal today. If he continues this, and if all 4 players continue this, they could really go far. And I'm all for it. I love to see the success story of SSG, especially with everything they've been through.
Space Station Gaming and G2 were 2 teams that struggled here in the early seasons. And there were 2 teams that at times looked lost. A couple of team changes here, a couple of philosophy changes there, and now it's G2 riding high with Barcode, and now it's SSG looking great with Collect and Suppressed added to the roster. And now both of these teams find themselves in the same exact pool. And again, and this is the moment that you want to see the springboard onto the championship bracket by coming out first in your pool. Beating KCP was huge for SSG. How will that turn things out towards the end game? Ooh, I got goosies right now acting. We called it. There's a reason why we called it the pool of death. There's a reason for that. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we're going to have Sentinels going up against Complexity. I know you guys want to see that.
Hello and welcome back to the HCS North American Super, and we have got a banger of a series coming up to close out the day, and indeed close out the pools. Sentinels coming up against Complexity. Tim, I cannot wait to sink our teeth into this.
I am very excited about Sentinels. They're currently 2-0 in their pool, and they look phenomenal in this tournament. As you can see, the pool is right there. United is going to be 1-1, Complexity 1-1, and Native 0-2. Which, you know, we looked a little bit at them earlier today against the Sentinels and had some close games, but Sentinels in the end closed it out.
And United already beating Complexity, and Complexity now, if they can take down Sentinels, depending on the map count, can perhaps sneak into one of those top spots. It's still all to do. It's our number 1 seed coming into the day, playing against our number 9th. So still all to play for, and Complexity have a long road ahead of them to take down the reigning champions of Kansas City. Frosty, Lethal, Royal 2, and Snakebite so far have only dropped 1 map in pools to United, and looking now to put another 3-0 on the board and head into Saturday all guns ablazing. But Complexity looking to throw that spanner in the works. An oddball on streets will be our game 1. Tim, talk to me about the keys to success.
We got a little bit of look at the series layout there. Oddball is, Sentinels was actually 2-0 in this map and gameplay combination in Kansas City. And then the next game type is actually Aquarius Slayer, where Sentinels was also 2-0 in Kansas City. So, Streets and Aquarius are apparently their maps. It's all going to be about that power up and control. Obviously, we have to talk about that. But I really think that, Royal 2 in that power position is so impactful and so powerful in these games. If somehow Complexity can maybe bring, find a way to take him off those power positions on top C or B rail or on top A, then they have a potential of maybe taking this. But again, he's going to open up the map in order for his teammates to get those power weapons with his anchor ability.
You speak about Royal 2, and rightfully so, but a player that almost reminded us of how good he was in Kansas City was Frosty. He was so influential for his team, and I don't know why he sort of slipped out of the conversation as one of the best players in the game. Everyone was talking about Renegade. Everyone was talking about Lucid. But talk to me about Frosty, how good he is for this team.
Frosty is my MVP for this tournament. I had Sentinels winning as well, the entire thing. And Frosty is my MVP because just like you just said, he always, for some reason, flies under the radar. And I think he kind of likes it because then he can perform and be like, hey guys, you remember me? I'm here. And he's going to do that again today. Frosty is not to be messed with. He's got an incredible individual skill, incredible movement. We'll see what he's able to do in this first game.
You're talking about Streets Ball. You said that this is a proven ground for Sentinels, one of the game types they really, really like. So talk to me about what they do that maybe some of these teams need to look out for.
You saw it in Kansas City, the clutch factor. At the very end of the game, APG had ball into Tram, and they were able to collapse on him so well. Frosty, with that, ability to get 2 kills to clean it up. It was very, very close, but they like to hold that Tram setup and to get the anchor. Royal 2 is always just putting in shots, and the thing is, Jersey, he doesn't miss. So what do you do when someone's cross-map, not missing a shot, is number 1 in damage? Clutch said he's the best point-and-click player in the game. What do you do against someone like that? They've got to take him off that anchor position. Complexity, that's got to be one of their number 1, goals in this game. But the problem is they've got 3 other players to deal with that are also an issue. And one player I've got to focus on. You called him the General, Snakebite.
Snakebite, one of the best in-game leaders in the game, it must be said. But I've also seen Frosty take that mantle. You've seen some of the games, especially when you get that listening. I've watched a couple of the documentaries that Sentinels have put out. If you're interested in that sort of thing, please do head over to the YouTube. They have got some banger content. A lot of the partnered orgs have banger content, including some of the teams that are not partnered. At the likes of G1, and indeed Kansas City Pioneers. They put out some incredible content. But talking about Sentinels, I've seen Frosty take the mantle now. He's describing to his team. You can hear the comms. He said, we know exactly the way we need to play. And you can see against Cloud9 in Kansas City, they put it all together. They didn't have that practice time perhaps in Anaheim, but it's all come together in Kansas City. And when many people doubted them, I had them in Kansas City finishing top 4, and that was about it. That was the best I could think that they would come up with. They somehow managed to come out on top. They clutched up, and to beat Cloud9 in grand finals 4-0 clean sweep, this team is very, very dangerous. All of a sudden, they're right back in the conversation. They're right back in the driver's seat. And on the other side of things, Complexity, Monster, Vetra, Neuronical, Cycle, they have it all to do against these big mammoths, these behemoths in front of them.
Yeah, and I've got to go back to Sentinels and talk about Lethal, okay? Lethal, at Kansas City, he had a big question mark on him. His performance, was it enough for the Sentinels roster to succeed? And he shut everyone up and won the tournament. And still after that, Bravo had said, there's no question anymore about Lethal. The question has been answered. But then again, we heard some things that maybe it wasn't. And Lethal coming into this tournament looks so good. The little gameplay I've watched of him, and I can't wait to watch this series, I've seen that he's playing with confidence. He's taking fights that, maybe he wouldn't have taken a few months ago, and he's winning them. And you know what? The confident Lethal is the one I want. The guy that's going to do the dirty work. Number 1 in assists on his squad, consistently top 2 in objective and assists on his team, and the number 2 top Halo player in the world.
One of the best players, not only in Halo Infinite, but of all time, across all of the games. Lethal always comes out for his team, and recently his form has started to light up once more. And on the other side of things, in the blue corner, we've got Complexity, who have it all to do. Monster, Vetra, Neuronical, and Cycle. These boys, they coming in at the 9th seed. They're the underdogs in this series. They dropped Hysteria coming into this. They have it all to do. And now the joke was going around their young Complexity. What do you expect to see from this team, Active?
Tony and I talked to Coach Mikrin, and one of the things he said, and a player I'm focusing on, is Cycle. He says Cycle has an unorthodox playstyle that makes him difficult to play against. Let me tell you something. I played a lot of playstyles in my day, and that annoying playstyle like Pistola on Halo 3 on the top of Onslaught is horrible. The ability to stay alive, the ability to put the damage in and then just get away, it's so incredibly annoying. And then not knowing where he is at all times, not knowing if he's pushing on a flank or if he's pushing his, with his team or with the one member of his team. Cycle's my player to watch out for in this tournament. He's very young, I believe 16 years old. The guy's got a future ahead of him.
And we've seen upsets already. We've seen Oxygen take down FaZe. We've seen Kansas City Pioneers also getting taken all the way the distance. And indeed, they're now 3rd in their pool. Who would have thought that coming into the start of the day, that the top seeded team topples down to 3rd? Complexity, they have the possibility, the chance to do the same thing. Do you think the pressure's off them here so they have a clean slate to maybe attack Sentinels right at the heart?
It's going to be tough. Sentinels look really strong, and they always have late starts, and that's why Native, it looked pretty close in that very first series that we cast here on twitch.tv/HCS. But let me tell you something. At this point in time, 6 hours into the tournament, they're all warmed up, and it's scary. Sentinels looks really good, and you know what's even more scary, Shurzy? Talking to Snakebite or hearing Snakebite talk on his stream, he says they're not ready. He says that we're not where we want to be. And they're 2-0 in pools. They're performing as well as they are, and they're not ready. Maybe we'll see them, go against the likes of Optic, and maybe we'll start to see some of their weaknesses be revealed. But right now, looking very strong.
That's the scary thing about it, right? Because in Kansas City, he spoke about they showed signs of being their old selves, that dominant roster that we expected. But on Friday and Saturday, they really struggled. It seemed like if you played against Sentinels, you went to Game 5. Now, to their credit, they won the Game 5s. They beat the likes of the Knights. They beat the likes of Quadrant on the Saturday when they could have gone down the elimination bracket, but they clutched up when they needed to. And if he's saying they're not ready, and they're now 2-0 in pools when before it was looking a little bit squeaky in Kansas City, that's going to be a real tough ask for anybody in this tournament. The likes of Cloud9, the likes of Optic, where they might consider themselves the favorites. Sentinels are right there in amongst it.
They're called the Sleeping Giant for a reason, and even against Optic and KC, it was one play. If you watch the Optic documentaries, like you talked about earlier, the documentaries are great. It was one play that checked the entire Optic squad, and it was that play when Formal had camo and sword to close out the game, literally the game in his hands, and Royal 2 turns out of nowhere and snipes his head off with a shock rifle. That, to me, that's a clutch player. Royal 2 is my clutch factor in this game and on this team, and anytime it really matters, he's going to show up, and let me tell you something. It's 125K on the line. Today matters.
And you speak about the mental, and you say it's a massive thing in the game, but if you were a teammate of Royal 2 and you're watching him perform them shots, no doubt he got loud when he hit that snipe shot.
Oh, yeah.
Like everybody in the arena did as well. We've seen that wig getting peeled right the way off, and Formal, the oddball game was a problem for them, but then you seen after that headshot connected, Formal was going 0-9, 0-10. He just couldn't seem to get anything going. How important is it to have a player like Royal 2, that clutch factor that can turn a game on a dime? That's
literally it. Like you said it perfectly. It's the mental right there. Your teammates doing well, you're maybe not doing so well, but your teammates doing well, you're like, you know what, I'm going to pick it up. World 2's carrying us for a little bit of distance. It's now time we all get together and help him out. And that's exactly what happened in Kansas City. And you saw the momentum. You saw the power of momentum in the Sentinels roster. But let's get into game number 1. Lethal already, the Rockets in hand.
Rockets in hand, and he's done something I have not seen before. He's tossed it up to a teammate. Unbelievable play there. Goes down, puts his body on the line, and then picks up the ball as well. 3 go down for Complexity, and the Rockets in hand for Sentinel. All run off hot, not looking to leave anything out on the table for the boys on Complexity to pick up. Leaving no scraps, leaving no stones unturned. Royal 2 picked up that Bulldog, but Monster finally takes it out of his hand, clutches it out of his cold, dead fingers. 2 go down over towards the L though. 3 dead for Sentinels. That early start has been completely cut apart, and Complexity have the opportunity now to put some score down for themselves.
Yeah, they shouldn't be too mad about that. They had a perimeter on the purple side street, and, you know, it was a little spread thin, and because of that, Complexity saw the weakness and, you know, exposed it. And now they're getting, or they were trying to get some ball time. They only got 1 second on the board after slaying Sentinels 2 down. They get them 2 down once again. Let's see if they can capitalize on some ball time. But as I say that, they're rotating the ball. That is Sentinels rotating the ball to their spawns on A.
Think of your Monster, you're looking around your teammates saying, listen, I have ball time. Where's your ball time? Everybody else needs to start contributing to the team. 1 go down a piece though. Snakebite with the ball. Rotating it towards the PD, at least trying to. That sticky grenade will get the job done and make sure he has ran his race for the moment. 27 seconds to 1 then to score. 4 minutes on the clock. Every time you pick up the ball, do not forget the clock will stop. Frosty though, with the Pulse Carbine. Ball was down in PD. We've seen that when Snakebite last had it. But now Complexity have a little bit of a setup, and if the Slays can go their way, they can put some serious points on the board.
Sentinels go 3 down, but at a pretty rough time as Rockets are coming up in 5 seconds. They're going to have to scrap for these. They are going to potentially spawn on that red side. You see them all spawning on B Street. So these Rockets going to be pretty difficult to get. It looks like Frosty did pick them up. He's going to go down instantly. But again, Sentinels still have the lead, Shurzy. They're still up in this game. They're getting kind of outslayed a little bit here. It's pretty even, but it's kills like that from Snakebite. They're going to turn things around, and he gets a double as well.
Both these teams then. Just feeling one another out. No team able to get the advantage just yet. Back and forth, both just throwing jabs for the moment. 27 to 16, as you rightfully say. Score in Sentinel's favor, if only for a little while. But they are starting to rotate the ball through tires. Frosty's got it in his hands. Vetra trying to do as much damage as he can. Royal 2 out of the PD. Comes a sliding. Gets a couple of shots in his back to run away with. 4 clean shots from Vetra into Lethal. 3 go down. Now Royal 2, last man standing in the arcade. No change for him though. And that's 4 dead momentarily for Sentinels. And now Complexity have a little bit of a setup if they can rotate the ball, excuse me, down towards Tram.
Lethal played a little aggressive there when he saw his team in trouble, but I was hoping that he would back up and maybe get his teammates spawn on Cafe. They ended up spawning on Cafe anyway, so this ball is going to get rotated towards Tram, and it's up to Frosty right now to make a play, but he's got 2 players in front of him, and he realizes that, and this is the confidence I'm talking about, the ability to still take this fight, even though there's 2, he gets 1 trade, that opens things up just a bit, 2 dead for each side.
You highlighted Cycle before the game, currently sitting at 7 and 6. You highlighted Royal 2 before the game, currently sitting at 7 and 6. Both these players giving as good as they're getting for the moment. No player, as of right now, has taken the game by the scruff of its neck. None of the teams really able to dictate the pace, not having it all their own way. Royal 2 though, back Tram picks up 1 on the Veteran in the feed. Snakebite slides out, wins that one against Neuronical. 2 go down for Complexity. Rockets pop up, but it's Lethal once more, looking to get greedy, looking to get his hands on them, but he pays the price. 2 go down though for Complexity, but it's 3 for Sentinels. Rockets still down bottom middle. You can see the drop shield, and Frosty's been able to scoop them up, but unable to fire them and put them to use. But now Snakebite will get that information his way and leaving them for a teammate this time around. Monster over towards that ball. It was Lethal once more. Came back off the respawn to pick them up, put them to use. Boombox over the shoulder, escorting his ball carrier into safety. He's managed to pick up another one in the feed. 38 now to 24. And now we're starting to see signs, seeing little shades of Sentinels clicking into gear.
It was about 45 seconds ago, but I want to point out something very, very important. You saw Royal 2 at the bottom of C anchoring for that rocket spawn. And Cycle actually was able to spot him out, got him off that anchor, but Frosty still got the rockets. You can't let that happen. If you're taking out an anchor player and you have a numbers advantage, if you're Complexity, you got to take advantage of that and get those rockets. Because they didn't, you know, Sentinels has now gotten the lead, and they're up by about 36 seconds, which is not good, and it's all due to those rockets that were not taken by Complexity in that moment.
Fine margins. Could be the difference. Not getting those rockets. I mean, Sentinels pull away. You pick them up, and now you could be talking about having this lead. That's how impactful the power weapons can be. The sandbox is always influential. You see Frosty set up over towards Commando. Back Tram now. Trying to make sure Snakebite's back stays safe. Insurance policy is there. He's won that 1v1 against Neuronical. And that will now give Snakebite the green light. He's got his ticket in his hand, looking to get back Tram.
No, we watched it. They had a 10-second lead that was Sentinels in this game. And because of the slowdown, because of the structured setup, they have now won round number 1 convincingly. And that's the difference between a staggered Sentinels and a focused and structured Sentinels. You saw it right there.
We spoke about how both teams were just throwing jabs, feeling one another out. It was cagey at the start. It was a little bit tentative. Another team wanting to make too many mistakes, but when Sentinels got control, boy did they make Complexity pay. Round 2 already underway. 2 go down. Veteran Monster slowly coming back into the fight, but Lethal locks into 1. He's lost Snakebite in the process. Looking at the stat line, Frosty has just locked in 2 more kills to add to his already impressive tally. Currently sitting at 21 kills, 7 assists, and 10 deaths. Complexity go 3 dead once more. And I fear now that Sentinels have found that final form.
Final form is right. Look at that scoreboard. You can paint a picture for pretty much everybody. You got Lethal, objective-minded, also making some plays, you know, not going too negative, only -2 at the moment. Frosty the Slayer, Royal 2 with the massive assist, you know, that anchor player putting down damage long range, and of course Snakebite, like you said, the General, 10 and 10 with 75 seconds of ball time. I mean, these players are all playing the roles. I know roles are not really a thing in Halo Infinite anymore, but the structured Sentinels have a comfortable role that they play on this team. And, you know, right now they're all playing that, and that's why they're convincingly winning this game. But look at that. As I say that, Complexity get the lead in round number 2.
Frosty shoots those spike grenades. Gets another kill for himself. Monster tries to slide out and stick that grenade. Unfortunately for him, the fadeaway won't do the job. It will not land. Not enough sticky tape attached. Complexity have 3 members up now after initially going down 4. What can he do here? They're right back in things though. 32 seconds to 22. Not out of the realm is a possibility that they can win this round. If they can string a couple of things together. If they can get the likes of the Rockets, the Bulldog, and hold Tram. But it's Sentinels here who are keeping Complexity at arm's length. And that Stalker Rifle doing all the damage.
There's also Snakebite on those B stairs right there. He got a couple shots into Neuronical, pushing on the purple side, and then turned and got a kill on the Monster when he was like half shields. And it's plays like that that really kind of set your team up to continue to get ball time. Once again, Sentinels approaching that 60-second mark. Cycle doing the best he can. 15 and 15 right now in this game. Definitely slaying to his ability, but the objective efficiency out of this Complexity roster, not as clean as we see on Sentinels, and that needs to change if they want to win this first game.
We spoke about the Rockets. It was Cycle who picked them up. Went down driveway, locked in 2 kills for his team. And as a result of that, we're now seeing some control for Complexity. After the early stages of the round went very much against them. Now starting to close that gap. And what if Sentinels got to break this setup? Veteran not comfortable with the situation and decides to throw that ball down towards the garbage, and you can see exactly why he was not comfortable. Complexity have gone 3 dead. And that should mean the Sentinels can put some more ball time on the board. We're seeing Lethal hit those shots, winning those pivs. He's holding down the pink side for his team. May opt to stay alive in a moment. Has done so this time. But a player has dropped down from the L. That's going to be Neuronical. 3v3 on the map. Sentinels continue to hold the ball, continue to score points.
Royal 2 is impressing me incredibly right now. 20 kills, 17 assists for his squad. That is a player that is just putting in so much damage, making everything so easy. If you're on this Sentinels roster, and Snakebite Once again, going to try and rotate this through, but the individual skill and the confidence is there, so he tries to take the fight. Finally, a break of the setup from Complexity. The question is, can they hold it long enough through a cycle of spawns from Sentinels to potentially take this lead?
Royal 2 falls. We perhaps will not be privy to the Royal 2 bark that we heard in Kansas City that sounded a bit like ho, ho, ho. The rockets have popped up. Ironical has eyes set on them. Royal 2 is going to be his victim. They remain on the podium, ripe for the picking. Ball down, front base, over towards the palm tree. And Ironical on those spiker steps, looking to get a little bit frisky. He stepped out of his comfort zone, but Snakebite's got the boombox over the shoulder. Soars down, picks up one, fires a second one in anger. It won't connect, but it doesn't matter too much as 3 go down. Cycle the last man standing for Complexity.
Yeah, that's going to be all she wrote. Once again, the Rockets play a factor. I know you're probably sick of me saying that over and over again, but the impact they bring, the amount of time they put on the board as Sentinels is going to win game number 1 versus Complexity and potentially looking to be 3-0 in their pools.
Clinical, it must be said, from Sentinels. They didn't leave anything out there really for Complexity to deal with, to work with. They were feeding off scraps at times. They tried to get some things together. They were in it for the early stages of the rounds active, but it must be said, Sentinels, they found that extra gear. They're already running, and it's not even Championship Sunday yet. That's scary.
Yeah, you said picking up scraps. I actually love that reference because, honestly, they got 3 dead, maybe 2 dead for Sentinels. They were trying to push that advantage, get some ball time. You saw at the very first play of the match, they got 1 second off of a 3 dead. And that's just due to the pressure that Sentinels is able to bring. The knowledge of that last player, the one player alive on Sentinels that's able to position himself in a way that he gets his teammates advantageous spawns to push that ball. And, you know, I think that is a big factor in why Complexity weren't able to hold the setup for a long period of time.
Is that something then we're looking at Complexity they need to work on? They've gotten 3 players dead, but they haven't picked up the ball. They've only gotten 1 second. And when you play against a team like Sentinels, you need to milk that ball for every single second it's worth. But if you keep leaving the ball down, if you keep trying to prioritize slaying, your stats category at the end of the day doesn't matter. You've lost 283. Get the points on the board. Your KD will not be a factor at the end of this. This isn't a Slayer. You need to get the ball time on, and that's something the Complexity need to maybe consider next time they play against a team. Any team. It doesn't even matter if it's Sentinels, but looking at the stats, you spoke about Royal 2, the 18 assists, but looking at Frosty, 30 kills, 14 deaths, and 12 assists. That man was popping off.
That's what you like to see out of Frosty. Like I said before, he's my MVP of this tournament because I truly believe he's one of the best players in the game, contending for that number 1 spot. Up next, we've got Aquarius Slayer. And Shurzy, I'm curious here. I mean, I gotta say, we did start off the talk saying that Sentinels was 2-0 and Aquarius Slayer at Kansas City. But do you think maybe on a Slayer game type that Complexity, maybe not maybe the most chemistry on a squad just yet, you know, which they have time to do, very new. Maybe they have a chance to take this next game away and tie the series up.
Well, you spoke about how Streets Oddball was a really strong game type for Sentinels in Kansas City. That proved to be true in that last game. And you also mentioned just there 2-0 in Kansas City. So I see it going no other way than Sentinels winning it here. But I'm prepared to be proven wrong. I'm prepared for Complexity to show us something that we didn't see in game 1. Have they got the spine required to take down a big team like this, or will they hide away in game 2?
Fortunately for Sentinels, Lethal's gonna get that very first camo. Punches it in, and with a 2-kill lead and a heat wave in hand, that spells danger for this Complexity roster. So to answer your question, I don't think so. The looks of this, it's dangerous right now for Complexity. They've got to make something happen. They've got to kill Lethal, who looks so good, by the way, in this tournament.
It's incredible when you watch rosters like Complexity who are so good at Halo. And then you say, oh yeah, by the way though, there's another level. And then you look at Sentinels, you look at Optic, you look at Cloud9, and the things that they're able to do. They make teams the likes of Complexity look average. And I promise you this, Complexity are not an average side. They're the 9th seeded team in North America. Them boys know how to play this game, but somehow Sentinels can just turn around and do this to anybody. It's 11 kills to 5.
Complexity looks so good and definitely individually looks very strong, but This Sentinels roster's hungry. And I always say, like, and I think it's Bravo or Onset that said it, the Sleeping Giants. I always say they always come out to play when it matters the most. Snakebite's going to start the game 0-4, but I'm pointing that out because I want you to realize that 0-4 does not talk about what he's done in this game so far. He's allowed Lethal to get that very first camo. The next camo is coming up. He's been that player to put his life on the line, to distract, to, you know, make sure that they get these extra kills. And because of that, 19-11 is the score. And as I say that, Snakebite puts 2 on the board.
I know what's happened. See, I've been playing another FPS title with Snakebite, and I know exactly why he started off 0-4. It's because he had no light ammo. You have to feed the man ammo, and that's how he gets the kills. I know it from first hand. You feed the man ammo and he gets kills, he starts to fry. But it's 21 kills to 14, and the scary thing here was Lethal, who picked up the camouflage first time around. And it was Frosty who got it the second time. Although not able to put much together, he makes sure that Complexity do not have one of those win percentages on the board. Something that can turn the game around is the camouflage, and they're ensuring Sentinels take this game very, very seriously.
Yeah, the camo is definitely a win condition, and you know what? It taking out of a team or an enemy team's hands is absolutely all you need. Even burning it, the value that comes out of camo, very difficult on this game. As you can see, 240 FPS. Camo is very visible. Back in my day in Halo 3, you weren't able to see camo at all. It was so difficult on that 30 FPS. So you got to play a little bit different nowadays. A little bit of a different play style with that camo. 2 go down, 4 Sentinels, and as we're sitting here talking, Complexity has brought this within 3.
Double kill for Royal 2, though. Ensures that he puts even more breathing room between the chasing pack that is Complexity. Lethal currently sitting at 12 kills and 5.
Oh.
Is he a changed man? Super impressive from him. That's exactly what we require from him. That's exactly what we called upon. Whenever I thought about Lethal, this is the kind of player I expect him to be. To put down stats, put down damage, whenever his team required it.
This is why
When they've called upon him here, it's been so good to watch him get back to full form.
it absolutely has. This is why Sentinels was a dynasty. This is why they'll continue their dynasty. It's players like Lethal knowing when to step it up, knowing when to put in that extra work. Guaranteed he's been practicing. Guaranteed they've been obviously scrimming a lot as well. And it's showing right now. Like you said, 12-6. It puts a smile on my face, Jersey, as I was sitting in KC just hearing talk about how Lethal was the question mark, and now we're seeing it. Maybe it's time it's answered. Maybe this time the answer is clear. Lethal coming out to play.
Is he no longer the question mark? Is he the exclamation mark? Is that what he's turned himself into now? Has Kansas City awoken something in him that was long lost? Complexity down 3 members, 38 kills to 31. While we've been jibber-jabbering and waffling across the way, the game has been back and forth, but it's now a 7-kill differential between Sentinels and Complexity here.
The way Sentinels push out on situations, they always make sure they have a player on the cross so they can get that trade. And right now, I talk about it often, all they need is trades. And you're approaching that 40 kill mark, you can just kind of push, be aggressive, get the trades necessary, or just be Royal 2, take a heat wave, get a killing spree, and slay the whole lobby.
The game is very easy when you kill everything that moves. Royal 2 is doing just that. 14 kills, 9 assists, and 7 deaths. The man is frying. Lethal. That nade will catch him, and that'll be enough to send him to the respawn screen. Complexity not out of it just yet. If you get a fresh 4 dead, they can definitely put a question mark on this game. Vetra picks up one on the Snakebite. Ventures out the P side. Ultimately decides to backtrack, put it in reverse. Both players down to no shields on that P side, but again, now Sentinels only require 5 active.
Yeah, but it's not over yet, though. They got to 38, and the momentum swinging just over and over again. The pendulum going back and forth. Look at how Sentinels plays this right now, though. They've got them stuck in here, and they just need to slay. That's it. They've got them stuck in a little hallway. They slay them out, and now only 1 kill needed, Jersey.
I've already quoted Elvis. Why not do it again? You're caught in a trap. And Sentinels have got you once more. Locked in. 50 kills to 38. They doubled their series lead and are 1 game away from going unbeaten in pool play over in Pool A. And that will give them the top seed. It was what was expected of them. But having already seen teams fall by the wayside and underdogs take games, Sentinels, they've clocked in, they're going to work.
This is the best complexity roster I've seen thus far since the beginning of Halo Infinite. And I said a lot of good things about these guys. Their individual talent, their ability to clutch up, Cycle being a young player. But Sentinels, they're firing on every cylinder right now. And, you know, it's only pool play. And I say only pool play because they're pretty much guaranteed that number 1 or number 2 spot at this point, right? They're not playing for tournament life here. Tomorrow is where we play for tournament life, in the bracket play. And they're still putting up this much, these numbers and putting up this skill level. It's great to see. And it's, again, great to see Lethal at the top of the boards. I love it.
It's worth noting, nobody is getting sent home today. But it is important that you have a good pool play to ensure that the games that follow are a little bit easier, a little bit less tough, and you avoid some of those big dogs. And Sentinels ensure that they will avoid some of those bigger and tougher teams, the likes of Cloud9 and Optic, until the latter stages of the tournament. They're one game away from topping the group, like we say, in Complexity, who are already 1-1, with E United already beating them, who currently sits second in the pool. This will mean that, at best, they can finish third, and they will be going to losers round 2 tomorrow, unless they can pick it up here and perform a reverse sweep against the best team in the game right now.
What's crazy is you see the $125,000 on the line, and you're like, wow, that's a lot. That's a lot to play for. But they're not only playing for that. The teams from the winners quarter finals will be securing pool play spots in Orlando, the very next LAN. I better see all of you there. It's going to be amazing. But regardless, I mean, that's another thing to play for. Like you said, it's very important to get those pool play spots. It's very important to get the placing here so that the teams that you fight aren't as difficult as they should be. You can kind of have an easier bracket depending on how you do in these pools. And Sentinels, they're performing really well. I'm expecting more of this complexity roster, and I'm not calling it just yet, okay? We've got 3 more games potentially if they can perform a reverse sweep, but Live Fire Strongholds is going to be the next map. What are you thinking about this one, Shurzy?
Well, you're not prepared to call it. I'll tell you something, I am. Calling Time of Death 10 minutes from now. It's a 3-0 sweep, I think, for Sentinels. Strongholds Live Fire coming up next. It's not a brave call by me by any means. It's just how good Sentinels look. It's not a diss to Complexity in any way, shape, or form. I think Sentinels can do this to any team in the tournament. We've already seen them do it to a team like Cloud9. It's how they're playing. I've seen a different beast in them lately. And in this Strongholds game, I really feel like if Complexity can put up a fight, it has to be early doors.
You said seeing a different beast in them lately. I agree with you. It's like they're fighting for something more. Something more than the pool play spots at Orlando. Something more than the 125K. And it's that one more thing that potentially is in their head to prove everyone wrong, or essentially to just prove themselves to be the dynasty that is driving them and being the driving force here. 2-0 on the first map, 50-38 on the next. Shurzy, I'm actually curious. What are you thinking for this prediction for this Strongholds Live Fire game?
It looks as though we've had a misfire. No harm, no foul. We can talk about it, the Strongholds game, a little bit more. You ask for a prediction. I think I'm going to see a Sentinels win. I think with the way the last 2 games have gone, I think it's going to be somewhere in the realms of maybe 250 to 100 and so. I think we will see Complexity get over that 100 points threshold, but I did watch Sentinels lose to Optic and KC on this very game type, but they spoke about how it was Optic's best game type, and they performed admirably.
Right.
I just feel like Complexity don't have enough in the tank to take down Sentinels here. You can prove me wrong. Maybe you can raise a point that I have not seen just yet.
I'm going to be honest with you. I can't. I don't have any points.
Try, Tim! Try!
There's no way. There's no way. I mean, listen, this Complexity roster is phenomenal. Like I said before, their individual skill. I mean, every player on this squad, Neuronical, the team IGL, the power weapon efficiency out of Vetra. They call them the mini Lucid on their squad. There's a lot of things this team brings, but they're also very new. And you either go through a honeymoon phase, or you're like FaZe and you have to work real hard to get where you want to be. And we saw that with FaZe recently. Even Spartan said he's got to work really hard. They're very behind. Maybe that's the case here. I love this roster. I don't want them to split up. I think this is like a perfect roster, but you're playing against the number 1 seed. A number 1 seed who's hungry for blood. And they're showing it right now. And to see Lethal once again. Well, this puts a smile on my face. See him once again slaying like that is just such a blessing. It's great. Great job, Lethal. Let's go.
You speak about a honeymoon period for teams, and then you mentioned FaZe in the same breath. And is that like a divorce, or is it shared custody, internet bride? I don't know what's happening on over there, but they've got some things to iron out. But listen, they know it. Before Complexity, finding themselves 0-2 in the series, and with Sentinels already looking the dominant force. I don't want to harp on it too much because Complexity have well and truly earned their right to be here.
Absolutely.
This isn't some 20th seed, 19th seed, or one of these teams that have just gotten in off a fluke or a chance. These are the 9th seeded team in North America. They can hang, they can play with any of the big dogs, but right here, right now, Sentinels are just showing their class.
Yeah, and they got Coach Mickerin on their side. I mean, the guy's very knowledgeable about Halo. He plays a lot, I believe, with Frosty. So, I mean, they've got all the pieces to the puzzle, Shurzy. They've got everything they need. Maybe it just takes a little bit of time. Maybe that time is right now. This little bit of a reset that we just had. I'm not saying that they can perform a reverse sweep over 40 seconds of time talking to each other, but there's maybe something that can be said to maybe reset this team mentally and get them prepared for this Live Fire Strongholds match. I believe Live Fire Strongholds is one of Sentinel's weaker maps, if I'm not mistaken. And if that's the case, if Complexity can take advantage of that, we might see a win out of them here.
I think the only issue I have is we always talk about the lower seeded teams that they're going to cause an upset. Winning the Slayer is massively important for them. That
I agree.
The old cliche, anybody can win the Slayer, but Sentinels looked so dominant in that game too that I feel like they're not leaving anything on the table. There's no mistakes being made that Complexity can capitalize on. And you're saying it's a relatively new roster, and I think even if you were well practiced, you still need to try and catch this Sentinels team cold. You need to catch them sleeping, and they're all business today.
I 100% agree with you. Like, I have no qualms with what you just said. I think that Sentinels have come to play.
Find some qualms, Active.
There's no qualms. We're not arguing here. You and I, we're not. This is you're. If I agree with you, I'll let you know. And I do agree with everything you're saying about the Sentinels roster. I love this. I love that they're playing this way. And in pool play. Imagine tomorrow. Imagine in bracket play when they come up against Optic, where they've always shined true to win those games in a best of 5 or regardless. It's going to be great. But again, we gotta focus on this one. You're right. I think 250 to 100. And before you said that, I actually had the number in my head, Shurzy, and you took it from my head because you're a mind reader.
Well, you asked me for a prediction. I just fired one off the top of the dome. That's all I did there.
But I like that prediction. I agree that Complexity is a roster that can get that 100 points, but Sentinels is going to close this out right now. 3-0 sweep.
Something that impressed me by what Sentinels were doing is controlling the power weapons. We always spoke about how it's the keys to success. It's one of those things that you have to do. You pick up the rockets. We're seeing Lethal dropping down, picking up the rockets, throwing them up to his teammate sitting in top tires, and doing things that no other team, I haven't seen any other team employ that tactic. You pick it up, and because normally when you drop in the bottom middle, you're in such an exposed area, you get lit up when you drop the rockets. They're starting to recognize, okay, well, the best way to get those rockets out of danger is throw them up to safety. And when they're doing things like that and they're working is the most important thing. That's going to be confidence for them. And
I love that. And I'm sure, IGL Snakebite is in the comms saying, okay, rockets are coming up, and you see this. You'll see the setup. You'll see like roll 2 coming from B Street, going towards bottom C, and just being that annoying anchor to prevent that rocket from being picked up. But again, I talked about it in the last game. I talked about it in game number 1. I'm sorry. Cycle. He was ready for Royal 2 being the anchor. He was searching for the anchor player. He wanted to slay Royal 2, and he did. But his team just still couldn't capitalize on those rockets in mid, and that's because they were being pressured from multiple angles. But again, it's going to take a lot out of this squad. Is it possible? Yes. Potentially. I never thought I'd be casting on the HCS channel, but I'm here because I believed. And, I don't want to call it right now because I'm sure this squad has got a lot of metal and is ready. We'll see right now. It's going to all come down to this. This is Complexity's life on the line.
Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? No. But we're going to find out. Here and now. 2 go down for Complexity right off the rip. Veteran Monster hit the respawn screen and have to watch their team duke it out with some of the best in the game over towards C. 2 players positioned top tower, and Cycle gets taken out, but not before taking Snakebite along with him for the ride. So that means opening engagements now. Royal 2 is going to help secure C, but B uncontested. Complexity have started to trickle over there. Overshield popped into the chest once more. of Lethal. They've secured the first power-up of the game, but Complexity have chosen to take A and B.
That was a good play by Complexity, though. They were very spread thin. They had one guy on B. They had two players pushing that overshield, but they were spread thin on this side of the map. They didn't get the OS, so they decided to push back. They've now got control of B, but that A is being taken as well.
Sentinels turn their attentions towards A. Complexity trying to out-rotate them here, outwork them. They've gone to C. That leaves Neuronical all alone, exposed, isolated on B, and that means Royal 2 will descend and put him away. The call has come to push forward and go for that triple cap and keep Complexity in a world of hurt. Keep the pressure on them. Neuronical picks up one of the feed, gets the first pick. Monster gets 1-2. That could open the door now for Complexity to apply some pressure of their own. They've got B, they've got A, they continue to score, but oh no. Royal 2 has got the wig wobbler in his hands, fires one, it won't connect, and Cycle will ensure that's the end of his run.
That was a great kill onto Royal 2. They secured the sniper rifle, and they get spawns onto A and have solidified B as well, but unfortunately, Vetra not aware of that A spawn, and because of that, he gets perfected off his spawn. Back on the spawn timer he goes. And again, off a spawn, once again, Frosty searching for Vetra. Vetra is checked mentally right now. What do you do? But wait!
Whoa. A and B then will be converted. You spoke about Vetra being checked. All of a sudden, Monster came out of the sky like the bat signal to come up, and he was screaming vengeance. 37-20 though. All that meant nothing, because A and B remained in control. The boys in red and white. Double kill for Neuronical, looking to change things here and now. Currently sitting at 5 kills and just the 2 deaths at the moment. They've got B and C now locked in. But again, they've lost that opening pick, and that's going to be a numbers advantage for Sentinels, and they usually make you pay, and they've done so yet again. They descend on B.
What do you do when you work so hard for that double cap, and then all of a sudden Sentinels just comes in and breaks it instantly? We saw it in the first game. An oddball on the streets. We're seeing it again here. Monster, though, does have that sniper rifle in hand. Maybe able to make an impact here. I like the kind of, the awareness to just check C-Plat, and he gets the kill onto Lethal as well. Monster has a chance to change the game right now.
Fires one into the back. BR will do the rest. Cleans that one up. A and C will stay in their control, but only for a moment as Sentinels try fight tooth and nail for this C. They get C, but they might lose B in the process, and Monster could turn his attentions now to picking up C once more. Recognizes a player back tower. That audio cue will be enough to let him know he is not safe where he stands. One grenade goes back tower. Royal 2 fires another one back his way. 2 dead for Sentinels at the moment. Complexity. They're really making Sentinels work hard for this one. 83 points, 26 with a triple cap, as well as Monster puts the Snowman into the dirt. And Complexity are showing signs of life.
The poor Snowman has melted, and Monster has the overshield, and still a little bit of sniper to work with. Loving the movement here, but is he a little bit too over-aggressive? As he overextends, all of Sentinels just melt him to pieces.
Gets lit up like a Christmas tree. Neuronical tries to get into B, tries to contest it. Has done so unsuccessfully though. Monster on A plat. Frosty will pass that information over, and you can see immediately Monster recognizes his card, his number could be up. He drops down the ups to try and stay alive. Has done so. Frosty's got B though. That's all they need to continue scoring, B and C. But Complexity sitting at 118. They've already done better than we expected, than we anticipated of them. But can they continue this momentum? Can they continue to hurt and cause Sentinels a little bit more pain?
That's the big question mark, right? Is the endurance of the squad. You're able to play this way, right? You've gotten this lead, but can you continue to hold it? It's little plays like this from Lethal with the heat wave in hand, potentially getting this kill onto Cycle that kind of switch up the game. But there you go. There's that 5% kill I always talk about. There's a 5% chance that Cycle gets that kill, and he's able to turn it around. A very clutch kill, but then cleaned up by Royal 2 instantly. Regardless, 123 to 50 is the lead for Complexity. This is not what we expected.
I'm not entirely sure if Active's maths check out, but what I do know is he did get that kill. And he has perhaps given his team a little bit more of an opportunity to score. But as I say that, Frosty puts 2 away. Neuronical won't be long joining them. Overshield's about to pop up and Lethal's out there. But the issue is he's all alone, being met with 3 members of Complexity. But here comes the cavalry. The General and the Snowman combined, link up. And they take down 3 combined. Neuronical last man standing. And the Overshield, although it might have been burned, the damage has been done.
That's what I was a little bit worried about right there, Shurzy. Monster overextending for that Overshield. Gets caught out instantly, and then all of Sentinel's able to focus on only 2 players because of his death. And because of that, they're going to have that control and a 2 cap on the board as well. Neuronical was alone on to B, so the spawns come out onto B, and they end up trying to push A off of that. Sentinel's momentum definitely in their favor right now.
Sentinel's a little bit uncomfortable at the moment. You spoke about how it's not a particularly strong game type for them. Complexity may be showing that they can hang with the big boys once more, showing us exactly why they got into this situation in the first place. Vetra has the wig wobbler and he's taken down Snakebite in the kill feed. That'll open the door now once more. Grenade goes down top middle. Monster, though, will get the Canadian in Royal 2. And ensure sees a much tougher ask to convert. But they continue to hold A and B, and they're tipping away nicely here. 160 points to 87. Complexity are not out of this series just yet.
A great job by Lethal trying to play his life there, making sure to get shields so that he can assist Snakebite on this top center push. But little do they know, there's a 3-man push on to C, and Lethal all alone as Frosty misses the jump up to C plat, and he misses it twice. So because of that, Lethal gonna go down real quickly. But 2 go down for Complexity, so they've got a little bit of numbers here as that spawn comes out from Vetra.
Snakebite with the heat wave in his hand, though. They've got C. Every single time they fight tooth and nail for a stronghold, Complexity just out-rotate them. Playing this one expertly, recognizing when they're down in numbers. It's very easy to rotate where Sentinels are no longer, while they're not holding. Every time they push all their resources into one stronghold, they take the other. You can see it again. They got C, they lost A. They get A, they lose C. Exactly the way you're supposed to play strongholds. Overshield in the hands of Snakebite. He's ensured he's able to get 1, but he does lose all of his Overshield in the process. 3 go down for Complexity. That could be enough to open the door for Sentinel to take control.
Yeah, they've got to be careful here. The spawns are obviously coming on to A, and look at the reset instantly and the collapse. This is where Sentinels get scary, though. Look at them already trying to push towards C. They want this triple cap. They don't want to go for a double cap anymore. The triple cap's so difficult to hold, but when you got Slayers just like you do on the Sentinels, it does become a little difficult. Looks like we do have a disconnect here. We'll get back to you on the ruling on that one, but regardless, Sentinels really looking to come back in that game, and it was off that triple cap and the pressure as well that came from Sentinels. It was an incredible job by them.
We're getting word that the game still continues to go on.
Okay.
The observer has actually crashed, so we might get a scoreline and be able to update you on exactly what has happened. But when we left, it was Complexity who had just gotten control of C, and a triple cap was in full effect. We'll see what the ruling is. I'm assuming the game should continue because we don't want to be the ones that step in there and maybe change the influence of the game. It was looking as though Complexity were in the driving seat. We don't want to make them reset. All of a sudden, Sentinels go in there and upset the apple cart. We'll let that game play out and we'll get a scoreline. But what we can talk about is we written them off. Well, you kind of opened the door for them to have a little chance. I'll be honest. I called the time of death and everything. I was confident. I was confident the last game was over. But Complexity, they surprised us. They started to hang.
Yeah, individually they were starting to win their pivs, and you know, when you're Sentinels like that and you're 2-0 up in this series, you start to take a little more 1v1s. You're not as cautious about your life, and I think that played a little bit of a factor. But we saw at the halfway point of the game, Sentinels got that triple cap, and they were starting to perform a chokehold on that A side and then rotating directly over to C right off the bat. I mean, they were ready to continue that triple cap, and honestly, I think they're still continuing the triple cap right now. They looked really strong in the second half of that game, Shurzy.
That's the scariest thing, right? Because for teams like Complexity, you're in the game with Sentinels, you take the lead and you get ahead of yourself. You think, oh, we're in this, we can win this game. And
Right.
the whole time, all it takes is for the pieces to fall into place one time for Complexity, for Sentinels then to get that triple cap, and then that 100-point lead, that 50-point lead that you had, all of a sudden it gets diminished. Now all of a sudden Sentinels are on top and they're starting to build that lead, and it's very hard, it's very difficult when you get put into a triple cap situation when they keep slaying you, they keep numbers advantage, and they keep you on staggered spawns. And I hope that is not what we've seen for Complexity and they were able to turn the tide in that game. But you're right, it did look as though they were converging on that C hill to continue the pain.
And it's the staggered spawns you talked about. That's like my number one focus of everything you said is being able to kill players on their spawn, and then, 2 seconds later, their teammates are going to spawn, and then you kill those guys. It's complexities. Complexity in that situation has to be able to stay alive. They've got to be able to play their life, play back. Even if you give up a triple cap for a little while, you play back, formulate a pushback, and you can potentially take back control. But it looked real ugly at that point. Sentinels, that's difficult to do. To have them, like you said, on a staggered spawn, and to be able to continue that timing, you have to have it all in here. And Sentinels is definitely a team that has that. One other thing that they had, Shurzy, was the overshields. They had the last 3 overshields in that game, and I think that really started to cause a snowball effect to happen.
Because you're right, what we've seen, you almost criticize a monster for overextending to try and get close to that overshield, and you can see why he has to do it, because he knows that the overshield is going to be so impactful, so influential, that he tries to put his body on the line to ensure Lethal can't get it. Now, they get the burn in the end, but it opened the door, and that whole domino effect, the whole game starts to crumble, because 1 or 2 deaths, you start throwing them away frivolously, and you hand the keys, you hand the driving seat right back over to one of the best teams in the game. And for Complexity, it's a very difficult task to try and break out of that setup.
Absolutely. I am getting word that we're going to get the results to you guys as soon as possible, so please hold tight for that one. But regardless,
we're in charge.
Absolutely.
We do what we want. We'll get the scores when we're good and ready. All right.
It's been a pleasure casting with you, man. These matches have been phenomenal. I really want to keep harping on the fact that Sentinels look really good right now. But again, that story may change tomorrow or potentially into Sunday. It all depends on who they're playing in bracket play. But Complexity also look very good. And I really hope that, like I said, that team stays together, because they've got a lot of potential and, a little bit of changes here and there. It's like 2 mistakes or 3 mistakes that can really change the entire game in Halo. And it comes down to just trying not to make those, or trying to make fewer of those mistakes that'll give you success.
But in the same breath, it's almost that can bring you confidence if you're a team like Complexity. It's like, all right, lads, listen, we were so close up until point A here, point X. This is where it all went wrong. This one mistake that we made was the reason why we lost that game. And although a series might read 3-0 and everybody will remember it, the history books will remember it as a 3-0 and it was easy, there's moments in those games where you can turn it around and get the job done. We're hearing that players have also lagged out, so we'll be able to jump in once again. This maybe I pulled the internet cable, whatever you want to say, but we might be able to get back into that Sentinels game. We're going to get a ruling as to exactly what score is required from both teams. We'll get full confirmation of exactly what's going to happen very shortly, but please do bear with us. We know we have some Sentinels fans in the chat, we have some Complexity fans in the chat, and also I want to give a shout out to Complexity content creator Hunter JJX, who
I love him.
I think still has the potential to play on the sticks and be on one of these top teams, but maybe he doesn't think so. Maybe he doesn't have the time to invest. But get back on the sticks under JJX. That's all I'm saying.
Actually, talked to him at KC. I talked to him about that exact topic, and I said, "Hey, you've got the skill. You've got the skill to be competing with these guys." He's like, "No." He's like, "I'm hanging them up." He says, "I want to help these lower AM players, see their potential and rise up and be better players. I want to help these guys do what I experienced. I already experienced everything I wanted to, and I want to help these guys do the same." And it's very honorable by him. I think he's a very intelligent player, very skilled as well. So great on him to kind of bring up the younger crowd.
It's also going to be a very difficult decision to make, you would imagine, as a player that has that passion and that drive. It's always something that you want to do, compete, and you realize that you don't have the best, you don't have the ability anymore. We're hearing that we're going to have a replay and Complexity have a 70-point lead. So that is going to mean that Sentinels still required a 250, so a big, massive advantage here for Complexity to get the job done with a 70-point advantage, but we will be restarting once more. But Complexity active, there's a chance here for them.
There is definitely a chance here for them. A 70-point lead is nothing to squawk at. And you know what? The thing I'm looking at, though, is that Sentinels was able to kind of read them towards the latter half of that game. And if they can continue to use that knowledge in the beginning of this game, I think they may have a way better start. But again, 70 points is a lot. We'll see if Complexity can use that and potentially take this next game.
Very, very impressive indeed that they had managed to get that 70-point lead. And of course, they'll require 180 when we do jump back in. But speaking of Complexity and only requiring that 70 points, if they can get the decisions made and if they can minimize those mistakes that they were making, the likes of the overshield, because you said it was 3 in a row there for Sentinels, but this break might be a blessing in disguise.
It might be. I think that the overshield for Complexity needs to be an important factor, a more important factor than it was in the beginning of that game. I think maybe setting up around it, something the Sentinels did. I talked about it before. They set up around the overshields. They don't just, get a couple dead, staggered, and then go for it. They set up for it, and potentially some of the times they go for it and they only have 1 dead. It just depends on that setup, the pressure that you're able to put on that side of the map to prevent the team from getting angles or sight lines on that overshield, so you can pretty much get it for free. I think that's got to be a focus for Complexity here. Overshield control, and also the heat wave. We saw the heat wave pretty much in the hand. Like Sentinels were married to the heat wave mostly the entire game. So I want to see a little bit of Complexity controlling that power weapon. Potentially the sniper. We saw what Monster was able to do with that. So if they can control those power weapons as well, we might see a little bit of a different game. But I want that same start I saw in this last time we played this game.
I'm glad you mentioned the heat wave, and it's one of those weapons that can be so impactful. And talking to some of the European players when they finished after KC, I was speaking to some of the lads from J Lings, and they spoke about how the North American teams use the sandbox better than any team in Europe, because usually the players in Europe, they rely and they settle for having just battle rifle shots. Now, of course, they'll pick up the heat wave and the bulldog, but it's the ability that the North American players have to stay alive when they have those weapons and not just hand them straight back over to the enemy team. So it's very important that weapon, the heat wave, and you spoke about how it was essentially attached and glued to the hip of those Sentinels players. So that's something Complexity need to address.
Yeah, so I was in the pilot program in the beginning of Halo Infinite, so I got to play Halo Infinite really early. I'm definitely blessed with that. But one of the things that we noticed right when we were doing that is that how important that sandbox was, and even then till now, some teams and some players don't really fully utilize it. Some players you'll see, their equipment slots empty, and that's not good. You have to make sure you at least have something in your equipment slot, a thruster. I mean, it comes up, I believe, every 45 seconds or 30 seconds. You just got to get on top of that. The thrust can literally change a PIV instantly. And then, of course, like you said, staying alive with those power weapons, that utility does that for you. Utilizing the repulsor to stay alive or the grapple to stay alive. And again, we're seeing this develop, and one of the players I have to highlight that's been good at it ever since the game came out is Lucid. He's continually been very good at making sure to get those timers on those weapons and the utility and use it to its fullest potential.
And something you said you like to talk about, and something that you'll be harping on quite a lot, is the mental game that goes along with it. We have this break now, and we know that it can make or break a team. You have Sentinels who were on a heater. They were 2-0 up in the series. Now, of course, that final game not exactly going according to plan, it must be said. Complexity were starting to put some things together and really starting to apply the pressure. Who do you think this break will best serve right now?
It's gonna serve the Sentinels, and because Sentinels were down in the beginning, so Complexity were doing what they do right, and then Sentinels were able to kind of realize what they were doing and then change the game plan, pivot to another, maybe being more aggressive. And I think in that case, the Sentinels are gonna favor here because they know what Complexity were doing at the start of the game, and now they're going to be able to kind of punish that. I feel like Complexity were very staggered at the start of the game. I think that's my factor. Very staggered in the sense that they were kind of all across the map on that B side, top center, and OS. And if Sentinels can take advantage of that, they're going to have a really good start here, and it's going to be a different start than what we saw previous.
It's an interesting point you raised, and I think something that we can talk about is how well Sentinels were playing, but also on the other side of things, how Complexity showed a mental fortitude that we didn't think that was going to be possible for them. They find themselves down 2-0 against one of the best teams in the game, but that third game, they came out firing, and they really put Sentinels under immense amounts of pressure. They put them into triple caps and put them into situations that perhaps they weren't expecting, considering how the first 2 games went. So I think it's going to be so important in the restart for Complexity. If they can start off and put a couple of points on the board and maybe get control nice and early, like they did at the start of that last game. They might have lost the overshield, but they intended and they chose to prioritize getting A and B, and that worked and paid dividends for them. active.
Yeah, they weren't. Yeah, Sentinels weren't able to break at the very beginning, and they repeat the same thing, and Sentinels don't have an answer for it still. I think they'll be in a good spot. So potentially both ends, depending on how they look at the situation. Depending on that is who's going to kind of have a greater start here. So that's definitely something to look for when this game starts, is a kind of where players are positioned on the map and what they're doing and where the kills come out first, all right? Because those first 2 kills on one squad will really turn the tides for the other team, and that's going to make a very big impact in this game. But I've got to stress the fact again, 70 points is what Complexity has. 70 points to work with here. That's a large swing. Getting 70 points in having a 2-cap for 70 points is not an easy feat, especially against Sentinels, and they're essentially getting that for free. Not really, but essentially getting that for free. So I think that's a really good thing for them, and they have to make sure that they utilize that the right way and that they carry that throughout the game.
Now what we can do is just step out of this series for a moment and talk about the tournament so far as a whole active. We've got some of the teams starting, some of the pools starting to take shape. We know some of the teams are going to be in that top 2 territory, with Sentinels looking as though they're going to top their group. What's your expectations as we do head into Saturday and indeed Sunday? Who do you think is going to make that top 8, that top 4 push? Give me a champion.
A champion is going to have to be the Sentinels, but honestly, I'm a little sad about FaZe. I know they need a lot of work, but I've seen their improvement in this tournament thus far. Even from when they started till now, they've made massive improvements. They were in a $1,000 Halo tournament previously, made massive improvements. They need time. Are they going to be ready by Orlando, ready by Worlds? I'm not sure. I had them placing 4th this tournament, and obviously it's not looking too good, but we still have 2 more days to play. So hopefully FaZe can get it together. I believe Sparty broke 3 controllers, or had 3 broken controllers that he wasn't able to utilize. And if you're a professional player, that controller is a big impact. It's like having a deflated ball in the NFL. Patriots, it's the same thing. You the way
Football
it feels.
I don't understand.
I love the Patriots. I was just joking. So that controller, the feel of it is very, very important. So maybe that's kind of affecting him, or did affect him in the beginning. But it looks like he's starting to get a little more comfortable here. So I hope FaZe make a comeback. That's my hope. I'm a little biased in that sense because I love this roster, but we'll have to see.
It's an interesting storyline that we will have to keep an eye on for sure. I think for FaZe, I think when I remember reading one of your tweets saying that you predicted them to win Worlds. I think that prediction's looking a little bit far-fetched.
It is a very far-fetched prediction. I understand. I think I've kind of changed it to potentially win Worlds, maybe can contend for Worlds. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think they've got the potential. These guys know what to do. They know how hard they need to work. And let me tell you something. I don't want to go into this too far because I've got a lot to say. They've got the whys. And the why is the most important thing in life. And of course, in esports, the why will carry you where you need to be.
We'll have to see whether FaZe can bounce back, whether they do head into the lower bracket and see if they can go on a momentous run. No doubt about it, their work is cut out for them. But now, as we do shine a light back on this series, we are ready to go. Sentinels currently hold a 2-0 series lead. Complexity, however, in Game 3 hold a 70-point advantage as we head into this restart, meaning they require 180 points if my mathematics is correct, which, let's face it, it might not be. I go cross-eyed many times. I can smell wood burning. I think my brain might be about to explode.
Here we go. Shurzy, you set it up real well. This is game number 3. Lethal on your screen. I don't think he's a question mark anymore. He's definitely performing really well, but you saw right off the bat, I talked about this first break. All 3 dead for Sentinels, but the trade-off is Frosty has this sniper, and he's watching for that overshield.
Has a sniper. And indeed, they have control of A and B. Immediately turn their attentions. Whoa! Frosty, hello, fella. Welcome back. The restart has done them the world of good. Taking out 2 scalps before turning to Veteran, but the overshield will get away from them. But just like that, they have got 33 points and rising.
Yeah, you've got to get this snipe out of the hands right now. You've got to get this snipe out of Frosty's hands, because let me tell you something, he's going to make some marks with it. There it is. Finally, Cycle, the young Cycle, takes it out of his hands, and Royal 2 answers back. This is what I mean, Shurzy. The answer back on so many of the kills, the trades that they're able to perform on this Sentinel squad. One player goes down, they make sure to take care of another on the other squad to even out the odds. But it looks like Complexity's starting to slay out just a tad.
That advantage Complexity have at the start of this restart almost completely deleted. 56 points to what would it be 73 now. And Complexity continue to go through the gears and have now started to find their feet and stabilize a little bit after that initial break. 3 go down for Sentinels.
Just to keep you up to speed, remember, Complexity only need 180 points right now. Sentinels need all 250. We're in a reset match. So pay attention to that bottom center of the screen. And pay attention to this man on your screen as well. The General, the IGL, I think one of the best communicators in the game. It's going to be Snakebite.
What can he do, though? Turn his team's fortunes around. Heatwave shot will connect for the second time of asking. Cycle might be the latest victim and is double kill for the General. As he locks in 2 for his team. Will ultimately get cut down in the end, but the damage has been done. As they now hit the 70-point threshold very, very quickly. We see Complexity then just holding that 33-second advantage now, so almost completely gone. It was that initial restart advantage.
Yeah, Sentinels is playing very aggressive and confident right now, and they're always in a position to bait and switch with their teammates. You saw it right there as I said it. Frosty being in a position to help Snakebite, gets the kill, and because of that, 2 go down for Complexity here. And Monster going to try and stop the bleeding as best as possible with this A-cap, but that sniper coming up in about 5 seconds.
Frosty hovering around that sniper rifle. We already seen he can make people widows with it. He picks up, but doesn't land in his hands for too long. Sniper is going to stay down top middle. 3 go down for Sentinels. Complexity start to grow back into this game. Grow in confidence once more. 97-44 in the game, but remember, Complexity have that 70-second advantage and only require 180 to win the game. Triple cap locked in, and that's going to do Sentinels' hopes and dreams a little bit of a misery here, because they need to stop this break. You speak about stopping the bleeding, they need to do it here. 2 go down for Complexity, and they will step into both B and C at almost the exact same time and flip this game back around once more.
This is not the player, if you're Complexity, that you want on this top tower, and this is not the weapon you want him to have. That overshield coming up in about 7 seconds. That's got to be the next focus here. Cycle the very first victim, but look at the team shot out of Complexity. There we go. You find a player staggered, you take care of them, you're able to fight off the rest of them, but look at that Snakebite once again. That overshield on the top of the platform. It's going to be a question who's going to get it, and it looks like it's Vetra.
Vetra secures it for Complexity. Snakebite in a 1v1, desperately trying to stay alive. Monster ensures that will not even be a trade. Sniper rifle. And indeed the overshield in the hands of Vetra. Putting it to use immediately as he cuts down Frosty. Royal 2 tries to do the damage. Will opt to get the overshield evaporated. Does so successfully. Monster again. Picks up 1 onto lethal. They've got A control. And now they've got B. And they've got Sentinels on the back foot.
Vetra an impressive scoreline right now, 10-6. And again, Coach Mikrin from Complexity called him there lucid. The power weapon control out of him is incredible, and he shows it right there with that sniper rifle. Ends up losing it at the end of the day, but very impressive stat line out of him, and 10 kills passes Neuronical as well. He's 10-10. And Complexity finally have a little bit of a hold, and they also get that lead as well.
Complexity only needs 60 more points to win this game and push this series 1 game further. Snakebite steps into A. Neuronical behind the pillar, bobbing and weaving, floating like a butterfly, stinging like a Spartan. But A will be secured, as is C. They have a per man set up. This is perhaps time for Sentinels to step into B before Complexity can secure C and continue to score. Monster down to no shields, make it no life whatsoever. Heatwave comes out, but it does not come out in time. And B and C remain in control of Complexity. Sentinels need to go. They can ill afford to lose any more points.
You can see the reason that Complexity is doing so well here is they're finding players, like I said before, a couple seconds ago, they're finding players staggered. They're finding players by themselves on the Sentinel squad. OS and OS and Sniper are coming up right now. Both of them need to be prioritized, and the number 1 person to be scared about was Frosty, and look at that, Neuronical takes them out instantly. And Sentinel's putting some time on the board, but Complexity, they only need 180 seconds here. They're close to closing this out.
They've gotten 2 successive overshields. That's helped the cause no end. They've got A and C. Sentinels recognizing that and trying to play complexity at their own game, rotating when they don't have the numbers. Lethal isolated from the rest of his team, and he's got the wolf pack surrounding him. He's not got long left, and indeed hits the respawn screen. Monster, though, will join him as Frosty puts him away. 1v2 for Frosty, but help arrives through the fire and the shape of Snakebite and Royal 2. The old duo combined to really make a fist of this fight here. Over towards B. They continue to score now. Remember, complexity require 180. Sentinels require the full 250.
You saw in that last play, Sentinels were able to bait and switch and play together. Frosty was back B. He got some assistance from Snakebite, and because of that, they were able to stay alive, get 2 caps. They've got to continuously play like that. That's the best Sentinels I've seen. Is the Sentinels that play together, make sure they're holding angles. And it seems like Complexity done a good job in the beginning of this game, kind of like you said, isolating them. But now, looks like Sentinels have a triple cap, and they've got Frosty on the top of the tower with a snipe.
Frosty sitting top turnbuckle, dropping the hammer. He loses C, but he took a chunk out of complexity and made them really fight for it. They're turning their attentions to B as panic starts to set in, and they realize they have not got as much time as they maybe first thought. Lethal looking to clear out back tower. Unsuccessful this time. But they have got B. Complexity spreading the numbers, turning their attentions back towards C. Frosty soars over towards the commando spawn. And just like that, A and B will transfer once more. Complexity require 39 points. And Sentinels have just taken the lead.
39 points to make this a 2-1 series. Sentinels is up by 2 right now. If they win this, Sentinels will be winning the pools at Snakebite with a beautiful kill. And the overshield as well. 3 go down for Sentinels, though. Vetra's overshield is completely melted here. A great job by Frosty for staying alive.
That's another overshield for complexity, though. It's so difficult to fight that player. Frosty steps into A now, as the rest of his team have already secured C. What does it mean? What do complexity have, though, in the grand scheme of things? Can they close the distance? Because Sentinels now are just 20 points and some change away from securing this clean 3-0 sweep.
They got Snakebite on the top tower. That was their #1 objective, and now the sniper's coming up. So if complexity can secure that, this could be all she wrote. They're only 15 seconds away from taking this game, and Sentinels 22 seconds away, potentially. Sentinels trying to play their lives. This is all these lives matter right now. And again, 3 seconds. Lethal jumps into B. It's not going to be in time, though. There it is. Complexity are going to win game number 3. 2-1 is this series. Oh, wait, we still have 5 seconds.
Active.
We still have 5 seconds.
You've jumped the gun. But it might be too little too late. No. Sentinels have just stepped inside.
Oh my gosh.
Snakebite desperately trying to stay alive. Neuronica on the 1v2. Pick takes down 2. And they will win game 3. 2-1 the series score now. We're going to a game 4.
Listen, Shurzy, I'm a fortune teller, okay? I knew right away when I called that it was gonna happen. I knew all about it. Great job by Complexity, though, for closing that out right there. Incredible. I mean, we saw that. The power weapons that they were able to secure. You said the overshields they were able to secure. That's what we like to see. That's what Complexity needs to do. And the #1 thing for me is the stagger, the isolated players on the Sentinels that they were able to take advantage of. Sentinels like to play that cross-map game. Cross shooting on strongholds is their #1 objective. And they're able to isolate those players and get those slays. It kind of leaves Sentinels a little bit weak.
Well, I was calling the time of death 10 minutes after game 2, and I think if I just Complexity still have a heartbeat, they still have a pulse, they're still in this series. And I tell you something, we're going to a game 4 where we're going to be going into bizarre CTF, but Complexity, they almost heeded the advice. Listen, we sometimes know what we're talking about, but no doubt the coach was on top of things saying, listen, we need to get that overshield, and boy did they. 4 in a row.
Incredible job by them, and I don't know who's gonna fare well on this Bazaar CTF map. We constantly see Bazaar, and honestly, it comes down to a few caps on the board. Never really ends at 5 caps. So for that first cap, that second cap, going to be very important. Can Complexity ride this momentum? What is their mental looking like right now? They just won a game against the #1 seed when they were doubted by none other than Shurzy, by the way. What are
You
they?
did too.
What?
Don't do that. Right? Don't try and throw me under the bus. You were waving the checkered flag trying to get them away with 10 extra free points. That's not how we do things around here on the HCS. All right. But what I will say is we definitely counted them out, but I'm always glad to be proven wrong when an underdog comes through.
Yes.
We love an underdog story here, and Complexity has shown more than just signs of life. They're hanging now with the big boys, and Bizarre CTF is on the horizon. There's confirmation of what way it's shaken out so far. 2-0 Oddball Streets, 50-38 Slayer Aquarius. It was dominant from Sentinels in games 1 and 2, but all of a sudden Complexity turned that corner and they keep this series alive. Bizarre CTF up next.
A different storyline, and on the other end of things, we talk about Complexity's mental, but we know Sentinel's mental. They've been in this position so many times. Their objective here is clear. Make sure that you get the caps necessary. Make sure that grapple is controlled. Make sure those rockets are controlled as well. We talk about it almost every single map. I don't know how strong Sentinels are on Bazaar. I haven't seen them play it enough. And I don't know if you have some words to say about that, Shurs, but I know Bazaar is a very difficult map for a lot of these teams, and that's why it never really ends in 5 caps, just due to the fact of how difficult it is to get those caps in with the spawns, on Shotgun Alley, with the spawns on Thrust, with the spawns on Locker. It's really difficult to control those spawns in order to secure that cap.
This is a game type as well for Sentinels that traditionally they've been doing pretty well on. I think in scrims, I was talking to Snakebite, he spoke about how they're beating some of the teams 4-1, the likes of the E-Uniteds of the world, and you're beating a team, and it's bizarre. We know how difficult it can be to capture a flag, but if you're starting to score 4 against some of these top teams, and perhaps Complexity have to prove now that that last game wasn't an accident, it wasn't a fluke, they're not just a flash in the pan, and they can take this to a game 5. But much like the series when we started, it's going to be very much against them, and it's an uphill task.
I talk about Lethal. I talked about him in those first 2 games, really looking good. In that last game, I believe he was 10-20. Having a little bit of a rough start on the KDA sheet. Does that mean that he played bad? I'm sure his impact was incredible. His impact always is. But looking for him to step up. And on the other end, the player to look out for me is going to be Vetra. He started to really pop off in that second reset. Started to get power weapons, take control of the map. That's exactly what we need him to do on this Complexity roster.
I know what the people at home are thinking. Vetra, isn't that guy from Stranger Things? No, very close. Not the same guy, though. But if he can have a similar impact in this game and maybe make it a horror story for Sentinels, the final game of the day. And Lethal, he's positioned in Palm Tree, putting down serious damage. Beautiful output from him. Neuronical down to no shields. You can see Cycle looking to get involved, looking to get frisky, but Lethal too clever. Boxing clever, making sure he does not fall here.
It's exactly what he's got to be careful of not to do is fall. He cannot die in this situation. And now they've gained market control. This is huge for Sentinels right now. They can really make something happen here. You see it right there. The 1 kill comes out. Lethal trying to spot another, but this market control is huge. As Frosty is top rockets, they've got these shock grenades as well. Now they're going to make a push.
Here comes the boom then. Complexity playing full defense. Trying to park the bus. Unsuccessful. Snakebite and Royal 2 roll into town with the help of Lethal. And they're playing a tune that you perhaps will not like. Flag on the move. They have got an overextension over the other side. Not only is Neuronical there, but they have another player further over towards the palm tree. Will they be able to perform a miracle here and stop the cap? The game has slowed down for a moment. Lethal looking to identify some players. Managed to pick up Monster, who was down to no shields. But here comes Complexity. Trying to get defense. Trying to get that flag return. And they've managed to deal with the push for a moment. But Royal 2 is down there getting frisky once more. And although he might be able to get the kill, the flag has already been sent home.
It has been sent home, but they do get 2 dead on the side of Complexity. So once again, market control is theirs. And they can push off of that as well as they get another 3 dead. So Neuronical, last player alive. We got to look down to see how he stops this.
Lethal was just up there challenging the world, and Frosty said, I'll have a piece of that, and managed to lock in 2 kills between them. Beautiful stuff. Lethal locks in another one. Turns his attentions back towards the overshield. Double kill for him. Flag on the move once more. Cycle could be the latest victim. The wiggles, the jiggles, and Lethal picks up one more in a killing spree. He's absolutely frying right now.
That he is. And this overshield, I believe, in the hands of Sentinels as well, as Royal 2 pulls his flag through the double doors. They could potentially pull another one here. It could even send them further, but unfortunately, Lethal does go down. He was the furthest player along. World 2 going to try and take control of that market again, and you see Snakebite with that OS, so they're going to try to utilize that OS to pull another flag.
Sentinel strike first then on Bazaar. 1-0 lead. What do Complexity have to answer back? Is there a bounce back here? Can they reset? It's been all one-way traffic so far. They've been very much on the back foot, playing defensive from minute one. Rockets about to pop up. How they need them.
Ironical, what a great position by him. Right on the top of these rockets. He's got Lethal in his sights as well, but once again, Sentinels have that rocket control, and they're able to utilize those. But 2 go down for each squad right now. Complexity not really feeling the hurt from those rockets as we thought they would. I believe both are used. And Vetra staying alive on this alleyway is important as well, and he does a great job of it.
Tries to scamper away. A couple of shots in the backside will ensure that is not something that can come to fruition. 2 dead for a moment for Complexity. The Sentinels push comes once more. Unrelenting pressure now from the boys in red and white. Complexity desperately trying to stay alive. Again though, on the back foot, Vetra expertly stays alive and handles Lethal this time. Some more of that please, if you don't mind. Overshield about to pop up. Neuronical has now got control of the enemy side rockets, and this has got to be the opportunity to tie things up.
32-20 in the slays right now for Sentinels. Make that 33 for Sentinels. They are out slaying incredibly, but it's only converted to 1 cap. And it's these 1v1s right there that really set you apart as a player. That's why Frosty is one of the best in the world, is because of the fact that he wins these 1v1s. World 2 ends up going down, but they get the trade, and Frosty is right back at it once again and gonna get a double. Look at that. All 4 dead for Complexity.
Vetra. Hang your head in shame. You've got the Bulldog, and somehow a no-shields player has managed to get the trade. That's got to be nothing but pain and misery combined, compounded. They went 4 dead, handed the initiative over once more to Sentinels. And again, we see Complexity playing defense, setting up, trying to stop the push. Frosty desperately trying to stay alive down the marketplace, but there's 2 members on hand to help him with the bait and switch. Sentinels really starting to put things together now.
This is what I talked about, though. Look how hard Sentinels is outslaying Complexity, and they're just not able to pull the flag. The spawns are so ambiguous. It's got to be perfect timing on the side of Sentinels, and they're just not able to find that timing as of yet, but that 1 cap on the board is a huge lead. Regardless of the cap of 5, 1 cap on Bazaar CTF is huge for Sentinels.
Complexity's base has been under siege from day dot. Can they break out? Because the pressure has been unrelenting. 3 go down once more. Cycle, the last man standing, and he's decided to overextend. The information, though, has come through. He's been spotted out, and he's been taken off. And that flag has been ran all the way down through the sewers, and I think Complexity are willing to give this one up, and this could be a 2-0 flag lead. Frosty with the Bulldog, another killing spree, turns his attentions to Vetra, but gets shut down, but not before Royal 2 has scooped up the overshield. All the goodies are going in the red and white direction.
It looks like Complexity might get those rockets, though, on the top rocket side. Roll 2 goes down. That's going to be 2 dead for Sentinels. And now a chance right here if Vetra gets this kill, but once again, he's just not able to clean him up. And they end up in these 1v1s that they just cannot win. 3 go down for Complexity. Monster, the last guy alive on this side of the map. It's going to be almost impossible for him to live as he goes down instantly.
Sentinels just keep finding a way to scramble, and when they're down in numbers, they get the trades they need to make any real push a difficult uphill climb. Frosty has the Bulldog again, though. Can he be an influence with it? Snakebite has died over towards the double doors. He's opting just to play a little bit backwards now, putting it in reverse, recognizing they already have a 2-0 lead, and time will start to play a factor for for Complexity once more. It is Complexity that have to step out. It is Complexity that have to come and get the flags, because right now Sentinels have everything going in their direction.
2 down for each squad, and if you notice right there, Frosty looked at the spike grenade respawn. You see what I'm talking about when it comes to the sandbox. These guys are all over every item. World 2 makes sure to prioritize those. He gets them on his side, and now he can potentially hold, but beautiful job by Neurotical to push the timing there. Sentinels completely outslaying. They've got a 2-0 lead with only 4 minutes remaining. This looks to be nearly impossible for this Complexity roster.
Frosty almost traded out this time, though. Neurotical ensures that will not be a possibility. He's got control. The enemy rocket side once more. Overshield about to pop up. Grapple will be used here to close the distance. Lethal down to no shields. Royal 2, excuse me, was the one down to no shields. That means Neurotical now has the opportunity and takes it. Overshield punched into the chest. But they need to start pushing forward as a unit together here, because time is very much stacked against them.
That was a great play by Neurotical, though, seeing the weak side on that overshield and helping out on that kill on Royal 2 and securing this OS. But look at that. He's called out and just completely melted. All 4 dead once again for Complexity. And this is what I'm talking about. Sentinels completely outslaying. Now they've potentially got full map control here. Royal 2 looking to take an angle.
Sentinels can just decide whatever way they want to play this. The options are there for them. There's so much room for activities. Do they want to play defense, play the clock, get another cap? But Complexity and just not being able to get forward. I'm not even sure we've seen a Complexity flag pull in the longest time. That is how dominant Sentinels have been here in Game 4.
Yeah, Sentinels are just pushing forward, and they're winning those 1v1s. We saw it pretty much every single time. Server's done a really good job of switching here. And every time we watch, it's either a trade or Sentinels come out on top of a piv. That's why they're winning this game. Finally, we see 2 dead for Sentinels, and Neurotical playing a little bit aggressive here, but he's got to watch out for those spawns on the alley side. Lead the last player to spawn, and when he spawns up, Sentinels are going to have numbers.
Frosty currently sitting at 26 kills and 15 deaths with the 3 assists. But every player on Sentinels, as it stands, going positive, and you can see exactly why the game has been going in their favor. They can allow this flag to go, as how comfortable it's been for them. Complexity can put one on the board. Can they apply maximum pressure now for the final 2 minutes?
And Sentinels, you know, that one on the board is definitely not horrible, but it's definitely a blow. And they've got to make sure that Complexity, that is, they've got to make sure that they pretty much repeat the process, right? Repeat the formula you just did. They were aggressive off of 2 kills. They were able to slay off of the 2 staggered that weren't dead. They staggered the spawns of Sentinels, and they were able to get that cap. If they can repeat that once again, we might have a game on our hands. We've got 1 minute and 40 seconds to do so. So Complexity definitely in the driver's seat at the moment.
Fortunately for Complexity, the game is being played on the wrong end. They've had to play defense before they can push forward, and Monster now recognizing that time is against them, they have to go. But Frosty picks up one of the feed. That's going to stop this push, and any chance that they have has been significantly reduced of capturing the flag. Frosty loops around then through the market, recognizes cycle down to half shields, takes care of business there. 2 go down. It's 2v2 on the map. Monster down to no shields. Snakebite on hand to secure that kill for his team. 1 minute remains for Complexity.
Yeah, the call's been made to fortify the defense here, and they're looking like they're just going to play on the defensive side and prevent anyone from Complexity from making it on through. That's a big job of Frosty right now as he gets his first.
Frosty can almost drop his weapon now, pick up a hammer and some nails and start boarding up those windows, fortifying them. You've already got what you need as he swings straight into Vetra's face and eliminates him from the equation. 30 seconds remain for Complexity to get a boogie on.
Cycle was a big death there. He's really the only one in position. The ninja from Royal 2! 3 go down for Complexity, and I believe with 19 seconds and counting, that is all she wrote. Sentinels look to potentially win their series, but I'm not calling it early this time, Shurs.
You probably can do it this time is the thing. You couldn't do it last time, understandably, because it's strong up. But you probably can do it this time because the way the traffic is going, it's flowing through Complexity's double doors. They have gotten a flag pull though. Neurotical has caused a sudden death. He's got flag in his hands, waiting for his team to get touch tight to him. This could be the moment. Rockets have just popped up. Monster's close enough to them. Can he get his hands on them? The game could be about to flip if they're not too careful here, Sentinels.
Yeah, but Sentinels is on the hunt. Chronicle all alone in the base right now. Shaking in his boots. Frosty with the rockets. The person you don't want to hold that power weapon. Sudden Death Pie is counting down. You see it's halfway already. And it looks like that's going to be it. Sentinels 3-1 versus Complexity.
Job done. Sentinels get the job over the line before being pushed to that game 5. Looked a little bit scary for a moment, and we were almost calling it. Then that flag got picked up, and he was just creeping on down. Creeping. But the game is over. Sentinels get it done. 3-1. But Complexity showed enough there that I think they could be a tough task for anybody in the next few games.
100% agree. We saw some metal out of them, and I love it. They showed some resistance. They showed some slayability. Like I said before, it's a couple of plays here and there, a couple of mistakes. They made a little more of that game than they did in the previous, but they fixed those mistakes into tomorrow. I'd be grinding all night if I were them. I'd be looking at film all night long, take a little break in the morning, warm up, and then get back to it, get back to the bracket play. But they look really strong, and I'm looking forward to this team's future.
You highlighted before the series how you expected Royal 2 to be the difference maker, but let's talk about the man that we put back in the same breath as Lucis and Renegade as one of the best players, if not the best player in the game on his day. Frosty helps drag his team forward 2-0, Oddball Street, Slayer Aquarius 50-38. Complexity though, they answered back 250-228. But Bizarre CTF, it was a nail biter towards the latter stages, but they get it over the line 2-1. But let's talk about Frosty and how influential he was there for his team active.
Like I said, Frosty was my MVP coming into this tournament. There's still a lot of tournament to play. We've got bracket play tomorrow and then championship Sunday on Sunday. But regardless, he's starting off real strong to make my prediction true. His slays, I mean, I've seen Frosty slay, but he was putting up some big numbers. We're talking 20 plus, I believe, a game. Gotta love to see it out of Frosty, letting everyone know he's still here. He is still contending for that #1 spot.
The Sentinels looking so good in that final game, in this series, in this pool. They're already top of the pool, and let's take a look at the pools and see exactly what way it's shaking out as we head into the winners and elimination bracket come tomorrow. Sentinels sit atop their pool, as do Cloud9, G2 Esports and Optic Gaming respectfully. Any surprises in there, it has to be said. Pioneers, who coming into this were the top and the favorite team in their pool, have finished bottom active.
Yeah, I was not expecting that out of the Pioneers. Once I saw that Game 5 win versus G2, I thought this Pioneers roster had woken up. I thought we were going to see some new things out of them, but unfortunately definitely struggled here. I believe Pioneers, that would make them go into a loser's bracket, elimination bracket round #1. And I mean, they've got a tough road ahead of them. It's not over just yet. They're still in the running. I'm sure they've made runs like this before, but it's going to be tough. And we definitely expected them to make their road easier here in this Pool D.
They have a monumental run, and if they can get past one of the open teams, they can be against the likes of Complexity, FaZe, and indeed Forbidden Fruit very quickly into losers bracket round 2. And I'll tell you something, the likes of FaZe, none of those teams are looking at Pioneers thinking we want a piece of that.
No, I mean, FaZe is another one I got to continuously talk about. I really do hope that we see something different out of them tomorrow. They struggled today just a tad, and I think they've got a lot of potential. We'll see tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow will paint a better picture for me. So FaZe is definitely a team I'm looking out for tomorrow, and Optic look very strong. Cloud9 as well. I mean, they are incredibly strong right now and very well practiced.
Then let's do it. Let's wrap up our thoughts then before we do finish up here. Active day 1. The surprises that we've seen some teams coming to the fore. The cream starting to rise to the top, the likes of Sentinels and Optic Gaming. But we spoke about briefly about Pioneers going down, but G2, they managed to top their pool. Yeah,
G2 looks great. I mean, Barcode is a player who, you know, I really wanted to see him come to NA. He was top in his on his side on an ANZ with the Chiefs, and now coming to NA, bringing his talent here. He's got a lot of growing to do, and that's kind of scary with how much talent he already has.
And the bounce back then will start tomorrow. Some of these teams are going to make elimination bracket runs. The likes of Pioneers, the likes of FaZe, who are now in elimination bracket round 2. But That's all for us. The pools are all done and dusted. Come back to us tomorrow. We're going to be sending some teams home. There's people fighting for the lion's share of $125,000. Do not go anywhere, folks. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves.